Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful guys, wonderful Kenyans. We are back, we are back. Asanteni sana, tumerejea na leo ni ile siku. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwa wale ambao wanashuhudia hii kipindi moja kwa moja kutoka hapa Mtembei Live. Thank you so much for being part of this great show. We have a nice show lined up for you. Kindly be part of this awesome experience. Na najua utajinice. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Asante sana. I was working on that screen. I'm sure now I'm good. Karibu sana, my name is Jex, your host. Kama kawa, Jex the moderator, ako ndani amejaja. Wadau tumwamis. Siku saba nakwambia tuko behind the scenes, but now we are back. We are back. We are back. We are very much okay. Uko sawa? Let me know. Are you well? I have a great show lined up for you. Niko na show moja fiti, show moja kali, show utakuja kupenda. Show ambao mmekuwa mkitegea. Nakwambia mmetumiss. Naona vile mejaja, mumeingia kwa fujo. Asante sana, asante sana. Now I have a great show for you, wadau. Now today we discuss so many things that have happened all the time that I've been away. Nimekuwa nimepotea, lakini tumerudi rather, na tuko tayari kung'amua masuala ambayo yamekuwa yakiaffect nchi yetu, na tuko ndani. Leo Martha Karua amemuita William Ruto dictator mbaya, dictator sugu. Amemuita ni jamaa ambaye hafai kutawala muda mrefu. Why? Because according to Karua, we have been here before and we cannot allow this to go on for so long. We must do something. And as per Karua, Martha, she says it so well that on Tuesday, watu wanakutana Kamukunji. On Tuesday, watu wanakutana Kamukunji. Top on the agenda is because of the financial bill ambayo ilipita hapo jana. Wabunge walipiga kura. Tuliona pia wabunge wa Azimio wakipigia kura hii debate. Wadau, I'm telling you, it's becoming interesting. But all the same, we have to make our voices heard. Whether you attend Kamukunji or not, this thing, we have to speak about it. Wale ambao hamtaenda Kamukunji, karibuni kwa hii show. Wewe ambaye utaenda kwa Kamukunji, karibuni kwa hii show. Show yako, show kali, show umekuja kupenda, show umekuja kungoja, show umekuja kutarajia. Kila jioni, pole tujakuwa kila jioni, lakini leo na kusonga mbele tutakuweko kila jioni. Naona wengi mmejaja. Let me know where you're watching me from. I have a lot to tell you guys. Nina story tu kibao, Kuna jamaa kwa ofisi fulani anakalia kiti cha 1.1 million. Pesa zako mwana Kenya. Kuna mtu anakalia kiti ya 1.1 million, kiti moja for one person. I'll be telling you more about that. Na ukimtembelea kwa ofisi, akona viti vingine viwili vya wageni. Kimoja kina cost 500,000. So kwa ofisi yake tukiangalia hivi, kiti na tujesabu meza na every other thing, ina cost 3 and above million. Pesa za county. And wadau, before I even forget, kuna wajamaa wanafutwa kazi KEMSA. Close to 200 of them. 200 people are going home. While 700 workers in, where do you call it? Kakamega guards will be going home as well. What a country we are having. It's an interesting debate we are about to have. We have a lot, including the shocks that we had yesterday, or rather this week, where even Azimio guys walivotia hii kura, hii financial bill. So msicriticize Kenya Kwanza peke yao. Watu wa Azimio tuliwaona mkifanya ile kitu. So we have a great show. I have promised you this one will be a good one. Thank you for being part of this show. I see many are already tuned in, and this is your show. I'm your host and karibuni sana. I see Simon Maina ako ndani anasema welcome home. Asante sana Simon. Rama Mutosivo Maziwa ako ndani, karibu sana. Unasema that's true, karibu sana. Halima Aziz from Uganda, karibu sana. Onesimus Duncan Patrick, I see you, karibu sana kwa show. Al2K TV uko ndani, karibu sana. Unasema uko ndani, thank you my brother, I see you. Evans Olwatch, I see you, karibu sana kwa show. Festus Unity Keratina, asante, unasema uko ndani, karibu sana. I see who else. Nelly Lynn, unasema uko ndani, unasema maandamano tosha. Are you ready for maandamano, guys? I'm telling you, it is interesting. It is interesting that tukishindwa na bunge tunaenda kwa streets. Tutadiscuss. Naona Steve Karis anasema niko ndani, karibu sana Steve Karis. Namuona Bruno Luti anasema ako ndani, karibu kwa show. Arons, I see you, unaniambia uko ndani, karibu sana Aaron, asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Stano Kiplagat, I see you. Okosh Gabriel, I see you. Fatuma Adan, I see you. Who else is in the show? Let me know unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Namuona Prince Makush ako ndani. Jose ako ndani wa Athi, ako ndani sana ndani ya show. Ana blame wale walivotia hii serikali. Wadau. Nakwambia round hii ni ile time Millicent Odhiambo, I see you. Unaniambia unanitazama ukiwa maeneo ya Siaya County. Karibu sana. Watu wa Siaya. Kuna jamaa huko kwa ofisi za kwenyu anakalia kiti ya 1.1 million. Watu wa Siaya hoye. Laban Misiani, I see you. Luka Kome, I see you. Sami K Kamba, I see you. Aaron Harrison, Arap uko ndani, asante sana. Stella Wangari unasema nitume link ndio hii nakutumia hapo. Link ya kuingia kwa show ndio hii ninakusukumia Stella. Kuingia kwa show si ngumu. Kupitia hiyo link ambayo nakutumia hapo. Link inaingia Mtembei TV, Mtembei Live, Mtembei Official, Mtembei YouTube. Hizo ndio links unazingiza nazo kwa show na unakuwa miongoni mwetu. Alafu pia naona wengi wakilike hii video. Asante sana wale ambao mna like. Namuona Chacha Said amelike. Dominic Wangai amelike hii video. Thank you so much. Justus Atinda amelike. Steve Karis amelike. Na wengine wengi ambao mna like hii video. Asante sana kwa kulike. Asante sana kwa upendo wenyu. Kama Mtembei TV, we are very, very grateful. This is your show. I'm your host and this is Mtembei Live. I see Timothy Nyapara kondani from Kitale, karibu sana. John Kasinya kondani, Ahmed Hamisi kondani, David Omondi kondani. Tuanze show, right? Tuanze show. This is how we begin.
Hatua ya wabunge kuidhinisha mswada wa fedha wa mwaka 2023 huku sasa ikisema utatoa mustakabali wake Jumanne ijayo. Viongozi wa muungano huo wamesema wataandaa mkutano wa umma huku wakishtumu serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kwa kupuuza matakwa ya wananchi. Chemutai Goin anaarifu zaidi.
Viongozi hao wa Azimio walifanya mkutano maalum wa kujadili hatua watakayochukua baada ya mswada wa fedha kupitishwa na bunge la kitaifa.
The amendments managed by our gallant MPs were not enough to guarantee the kind of life Kenyans desire. To the MPs who knowingly supported a bill overwhelmingly rejected by Kenyans, we say to you that the jury is out. Your day of reckoning will come. The writing is on the wall for this regime.
Viongozi hao wakiafikiana kufanya mkutano Jumanne wiki ijayo kuzungumza na Wakenya kuhusu mwelekeo utakaofuata.
An institution called Parliament gets its mandate from the people, but the people retain the residual power. The executive, the judiciary, everybody, every state officer gets mandate from the people. The people will meet at Kamukunji grounds and they will roar back at Parliament and at the executive.
Wanasema kupitishwa kwa mswada huo ulikuwa umedhihirisha kuwa serikali na wapuuza wa Kenya.
The Ruto regime ensured that the wishes of the people were ignored. Instead, they retained punitive taxes on fuel, on housing, on turnover, on salaries, among others. This is like showing the people of Kenya the contempt card.
Huku baadhi ya mabadiliko yatakayotokana na mswada huo yakitarajiwa kuanza mwezi ujao, viongozi hao walionya Wakenya kukaza kamba kwani hali haitakuwa hali.
Where there has been inflation, we must now prepare for hyperinflation. With the new raft of taxes approved yesterday, especially the fuel tax, we must prepare that even the little that remained of our monies will simply vanish.
Kauli mbiu yao kwa Wakenya ni kujitokeza kwa wingi siku ya Jumanne kuhakikisha serikali inasikia sauti yao.
Okay. Siku ya Jumanne ndio siku ambayo wana Azimio mnakaribishwa mkutane Kamukunji. Muwe na meeting hapo Kamukunji, mfanye ile kitu mprotest kwa sababu wanadai vipi ya kwamba hawa wabunge tuliowachagua, tulioamka usiku wa manane kuwapeleka bungeni, jana walifanya ile kitu. Walipitisha bill pia wana Azimio walipitisha. So I don't know who we should blame Lakini sasa wanasema sisi kama raia, mimi na wewe tuna uwezo wa kujoin in na kufight na kutetea haki yetu. Haki ya nini? Haki ya kupunguzwa kwa vitu ambavyo wanasema vitapanda, kama nini? Gharama ya mafuta, gharama ya bei ya vitu zitapanda kwa sababu ya msukumo wa mafuta. What do you think? Zaidi ya yote, karibu kwa show. Nimekutumia link hapo kwa comment section. Hapo kwa comment section ukiingia, unaona kuna link ya Mtembei Live, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei Facebook. Hizo ndio link unatumia. Ukiklik moja yazo, inakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard. Hapo StreamYard unafanya nini? Unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, alafu unajikuta umekuwa miongoni mwa wale ambao wanajiunga nami rasmi hapa kwa studio. Asha mic, asha kamera, alafu unajikuta uko kwa studio. What do you do? Hiyo link nimekutumia hapo kwa Mtembei. Mtembei Live, Mtembei Official, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei Facebook. Hizo ndio links unatumia. Kama uko kwa YouTube, hiyo link imekuja hapo kwa comment section. Guza moja yazo, alafu ukiguza unawasha kamera. Ukiwasha kamera unajikuta uko kwa show, na ukiingia kwa show tunakuwa na kitu moja fiti. Zaidi ya yote, unaweza jiunga pia nasi kupitia comment section. Unaweza tuma ujumbe, tujuze uko wapi. Kama vile wengi wamenieleza mahali wako, nijuze uko wapi, unaweza tusalamia, na pia unaweza toa mchango wako hapo kwa comment section. Let me know what is your take about what we are discussing tonight. Peter Machoni, I see you. Na ninaona maoni yako yapo yameingia hapo kwa comment section. Labon Msanii, I see you. Asante, nimeona maoni yako. Ninamuona Timothy Nyapara ameingia, anasema akondani from Kitale. Karibu sana Timothy. Namuona Kasinya John akondani, unasema Kitawaramba. We, sawa. Hustlers, mnaona aje Kitawaramba? I don't know. David Omondi, I see you. Unasema watu wa Rongai wako ndani. Karibu sana David Omondi. Namuona Ahmed Hamisi ananiambia tuko pamoja kama mgonjwa na uji. Sorry. Ni David amenichekesha hapo kando. Namuona hapa jamaa anajita Kazungu, anasema nitumie link ya kuingia kwa show. Link ndio hiyo nimekutumia. Jamaa, ingia kwa show. Namuona Timothy akondani. Ingia kwa show. Let's have a good moment. Timothy anang'ang'ana kuwasha kamera. Namuona Nelly anasema I am here watching from the US and I'm sorry for my beloved country Kenya. Poleni. Tushapoa Nelly, tushapoa. Timothy unaniambia uko maeneo ya Kitale. Luka Kome akondani. Emmanuel Kipkemei akondani. Nani hapa? Namuona Champe akondani. Namuona Prince akondani. Nani mwingine? Wewe unatazama ukiwa wapi? Karibu sana kwa show. Timothy Nyapara, habari ya leo kaka? Timothy, can you hear me? Timo. Okay, Timo anapotengeneza sauti yake, tusikize hii clip kidogo kuhusu mswada
Contentious Finance Bill 2023 that was approved by the National Assembly on Wednesday night. The bill spells out tough times ahead for Kenyans as most of the new taxation measures take effect starting Sunday next week, being the 1st of July. National Assembly Finance and Planning Committee Chair Karua Kimani says collections from the contentious housing levy will be ring-fenced to ensure the affordable housing agenda succeeds. Seth Olale reports.
The 1.5% amended clause on housing levy was among 12 new clauses that sailed through the committee stage of the Finance Bill 2023 in Parliament late Wednesday.
As many of that contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Despite spirited opposition by Azimio MPs, Kenya Kwanza legislators overwhelmingly backed the proposal to impose a tax on all salaried Kenyans that will be payable from the July 2023 salaries.
This is a scandal in the offing, like the golden bag. Because even as we are talking today, NSSF coffers is empty.
Both Kenya Kwanza governors and Azimio governors have actually signed MOUs with the State Department of Housing, giving land in their counties to be used for affordable housing.
The 1.5% contentious housing levy tax went through after garnering 184 votes against 72 after undergoing an amendment.
The fund cannot be spent to pay loans, to pay salaries, or any other expense by the National Treasury.
The Finance Bill 2023 is now waiting for the President's assent. Despite President William Ruto having a fortnight leeway before assenting to the bill or returning it to Parliament for adjustments through a memorandum, the chairman of the National Assembly Finance and Planning Committee says the head of state will prioritize signing the bill into law as majority of clauses, including the 16% VAT on fuel, take effect from 1st July in line with the start of the new financial year 2023-2024.
Most of the clauses in the bill, apart from those that has a different with effective date, get to become effective with the assent of His Excellency the President.
The chairman of the National Assembly Finance Committee, chiding Trade and Investment Cabinet Secretary Moses Kuria for announcing a proposed removal of 35% duty on edible oils and substituting the levy with a 10% export and investment promotion duty, saying his ministry has no such mandate.
Any other communication is just a proposal, and unless it is considered by the National Assembly, by the Departmental Committee on the Departmental Committee of Finance and National Planning, then it's just that, a proposal.
Kimani spoke during the vetting of Mary Wanyoni Chebukati as chairperson nominee for the Commission of Revenue Allocation. The National Assembly Finance and Planning Committee intends to have its first meeting in December on tax variations to check whether specific targets and expectations have been met. Seth Olale, Citizen TV, Parliament Building.
Okay. And with me to discuss this and more, I have some guests with me. And I wish also to have us in your sitting room, in your bedroom, in your office, wherever you're watching this show from, enjoying this show. Unaweza ingia kupitia links ambazo nimekutumia. Unaweza ingia pia wewe moja kwa moja. Hiyo link nimekutumia hapo inaitwa streamyard.com. Hiyo ndio link una click. Umetumiwa na Mtembei TV, Mtembei Official, na wale mko Facebook iko kwa Mtembei Facebook, wale mko YouTube iko kwa Mtembei YouTube. Okay. Asante sana. Faris Mbaya ako ndani, Edgar Atito ako ndani. Pia wewe unaweza jiunga nasi. Edgar, hey, vipi kaka? Za masiku bro? Edgar, how are you? Asha sauti yako Edgar. Have your mic on.
I'm fine, Jax. How have you been?
We have been well. Pole tumepotea siku mbili tatu, but we are back and we are good to go. Zaidi yote karibu sana.
Glad to have you back, bro.
Aya. Tell me. What do you think? Before we even come to what Martha Karua said about Tuesday's Kamukunji meeting, what is your take about what the MPs did yesterday by passing the bill?
Now, it's a clear indication that we are left alone as Kenyans. The people that we elected to represent us have actually failed us, both opposition and those who are in government. And it is crystal clear that they are serving their own interest and not the interest of the electorates. It's high time that we Kenyans prepare for hard times ahead, and be ready for it's going to be hard on us. It's not going to be easy. The passing of 16% VAT on fuel, the passing of finance bill, and other things. It's actually not a good indication. It's a sign of hard times ahead, Jakes, and we are ready. We are ready. We, as the opposition followers, we've adjusted both our minds and in our pockets. We are ready to face it until 2027. Because no one can
Tito. So you are ready. Wewe kama Tito umejitayarisha?
Mimi niko ready, nimeshapanda miogo nyumbani. That will sustain us for the next 4 years with my family.
Okay.
And
Sawa. Shikilia tu hapo kidogo, nataka kusalamia jamaa anaitwa Simba na Teia. Na Teia, vipi? Siku nyingi brother, umepotea, lakini karibu sana kwa show. Uko sawa?
Niko salama kabisa.
Karibu sana kwa hii show yako ambayo umekuja kuipenda na kuthamini. Nieleze tu maoni yako kwa maoni yako. Baada ya wabunge kupitisha jana, ikiwa pia miongoni mwao wabunge wa Azimio, maoni yako ni yapi? What do you take about what happened yesterday?
Number one, wale wabunge hawakuwa wanawakilisha wale watu ambao waliwapigia kura. Walikuwa wanawakilisha tumbo zao. Kwa sababu ile ni nguvu ambayo imetumika against yule mwananchi mwenye aliyewachagua. Na sasa kwa sababu hayo matangazo yalikuwa ni ya moja kwa moja, yule mwananchi kwa sasa ni yatima. Lakini kuanzia Jumanne sauti ya mwananchi itasikika nayo pia, kwa sababu ya wabunge ilipata nafasi walisikika. Kuanzia Jumanne mwananchi ambaye ni mwenyeji, ambaye ndiye sasa mwananchi, atatoa sauti yake.
Now, Simba, let me ask you. Martha Karua comes out strong and says that as much as the MPs did their part, they served what is called delegated powers. Now, mwananchi atajitokeza Jumanne. Unaona kama mwananchi ataweza kusikika iwapo Ruto ataweka muhuri ama atasign the bill? It already becomes law. What happens if that happens? What will mwananchi do?
Ndio sababu nilikwambia Bwana Jex, mwenye katiba hiyo ambayo Ruto atatumia kuweka sahihi, hiyo nguvu ni ya mwananchi. Na in fact sio eti Jumanne, mwananchi through public participation over the finance bill, over 98%. Uliona matokeo ama maoni ya mwananchi, ambapo walipatia bunge ambayo imepewa nguvu kikatiba. Kwa sababu wananchi wote hawangeenda bungeni kupitia kwa wawakilishi wao. Kenya walifanya. In fact, mimi naweza tumia hii lugha bila ya uoga kwamba walinajizi zile nguvu ambazo wamepewa na wananchi. Ndio.
Okay, shikilia hapo, nakuja kwako tu dakika moja pia. Edgar, bunge letu, has it been captured from what you saw yesterday?
Jakes, I just realized that our parliament is another arm of executive. And it has become toothless, cannot make independent decision, does not listen to the electorates. All they do, they stamp the authority as ordered from the State House. And they just toe the line. It's quite shocking that even those who are supposed to put the government on check, the MPs from the opposition side, the alternative government, also voted yes to this controversial bill, and it's just quite shocking. It's now with all this, We don't have a parliament, Jakes.
Okay.
We don't have a parliament.
Mm-hmm.
We just have an extended term of presidency to the in the name of parliament.
Okay. I have one of your sisters online, Stella K. Wangare. Stella, I know unajaribu kuingia. Now, if unaweza jaribu kuwasha camera, it can really help you ndio jione kwa studio. You are live but via audio. Can you hear me, Stella? Stella, can you hear me? Stella Wangare, can you hear me? Okay, even as Stella works on her end, she's live, but Simba, let me ask. Unaona kama wabunge wetu wametekwa nyara kwa sababu ni kana kwamba walikuwa na njia fulani ya kupiga kura. Close to 180 plus walipigia kura kuunga mkono mswada huu. Upinzani or the minority side had only less than 100. What do you make of those numbers?
Unajua Jax, mimi tayari nimetoa maoni yangu na ni wazi na sitaficha maoni yangu kwa sababu mimi ni Mkenya. Hakuna wabunge wali 44 for the bill. Wale wabunge walikuwa wana vote kwa tumbo zao kwa sababu wale ni watu walikuwa wanacheza mpira wa kulipwa. So they had to score. Hata kama ni kutumia mkono lazima wangefunga. Yeah.
Now, if Raila Odinga and the team wanted to bring any mswada in parliament with the kind of thrashing that happened yesterday, what are the chances that any bill that comes from Raila would sail through? Given that yesterday he only scored 88.
I think issue ya upinzani kuleta alternative bill over this. It's just a waste of time. It's like to sanitize the illegitimacy of the government that is in power illegitimately. Kwa sababu licha ya maswala ambayo yameibuka, I don't think kwamba finance bill ilikuwa as important as it was. Na hakuna Mkenya mwenye analala nje in the first case. Yes. Sisi tunajua magari ndio zinalala nje na in fact na labda mifugo wachache, lakini kila mtu na minyama ambayo inaishi Kenya isipokuwa miti ndio inalala nje. So haikuwa na haraka yoyote. Yes. Kwa sasa tayari mambo ambayo yanaendelea kwa yale ambayo yanatakiwa kusuluhikiwa kama ni mambo ya dharura tayari yameingia dosari. Mambo ya mafuta ya kupikia sasa itakuwaje ni nyumba, na tayari unaelewa kwamba hata katika hiyo skando ya mafuta tayari wale watu ambao wamepewa zile tenders za kusupply na kuimport hiyo mafuta ni wale watu ambao walipeana pesa za campaign za Kenya Kwanza regime. So hakuna kitu ya nyumba pale. Ile issue ya nyumba imewekwa pale tu kama njia ya kupitia na kutoa pesa kwa mifuko ya Wakenya ambao walipiga kura ya kuchagua ama kupinga Kenya Kwanza. Ile ni scandal tu imewekwa pale, lakini imekuwa rubber stamp na bunge. Yes.
Stella, asante sana, nimekuona na shukuru sana. Now, Stella, sijika unanipata vizuri sasa?
Ya, naweza kukusikia Jake.
Karibu sana, siku nyingi umepotea lakini karibu sana kwa show.
Thank you so much Jake. Kata umepotea. I was wondering what was happening.
Tulikuwa na mshki lakini sasa tuko sawa, tumerudi. Now, nikuulize, wabunge jana walifanya ile kitu, walipigia upatu ama waliunga mkono mswada huu wa financial bill. What's your take? What do you think transpired yesterday?
I think this okay, what I can say that I think these people did something like they were trying to please, Ruto. That's my opinion, because I know a lot of MPs, and I remember even that time when there was that public participation, almost 179 participants attended to that, and everybody rejected each and every proposal which the finance bill enye ilikuwa hapo. So the one enye mimi nakasirika, someone like Kuria Kimani's committee, they went back, they went to Naivasha to discuss that document, which is almost 500. When I read those guys, I mean, they had given their view. This guy comes and twists the hand of a common 190, saying that we proposed that some part we had agreed, which was a lie. Because if it's something is rejected, and I remember that time when Azimio were asking, there are some clauses which needed to be expunged kwa hiyo nini of housing, and think about the fuel, the 8%, and the tax. Remember in Kenya, almost half of, I mean, almost 70% Kenya gets its own taxed money. It's from SMEs. Usijidanganye, because it's only a handful when you work on a taxed base, charging from 10 million kwenda juu.
Okay.
Look at someone who has an SME mwenye ako Gikomba, and that SME mdogo on a small business. You get these people every month they have to contribute not even less than 20,000.
Okay.
And I remember very well KRA, they were saying there was this predecessor before he gave this the current CG. He was called Gadhimboro. That confessed in his report, and I remember that time when he was given a lot of pressure by Uhuru to collect taxes. This went overboard taxes. When you only collect taxes, went to SMEs. And I remember that time SMEs, if you know that you have defaulted, you can come, we give you something called amnesty. So for example, kama unataka VAT yako, now maybe you have 100,000 shillings, you can talk to them, you say that I'm unable to raise this, let me raise 60,000, then 40,000 ni lipe pole. Let me tell you, now what this government is doing, especially what I'm very annoyed with guys of Azimio. I'll be honest with you, I defected to Azimio. Why hawa wabunge wote hawakuenda huko? I was so shocked when I 187. So I was asking myself, where are the rest of the Azimio party people? Who could at least they beat up wafanye nini wa expound some. The only people who behead king, it is Nani, what's his name? Mbita MP. He's the nominated guy.
John Baddy.
John Baddy. This guy, John Baddy. Then we went to Opio one day. Then we went, I mean, they had very critical points they tried to explain to but I think what Wakenya Kwanza walishikwa mkono. So the only person mwenye enda against the Kenya Kwanza is Muthoni, this woman of Gashomba. So my thing is, I think there were Mushoba. So the thing is, najua, I know most of these people of Kenya Kwanza, I know hata wakirudi mashinani. Let me tell you, none of their constituents will be happy or smiling face to welcome them. I believe even they are afraid to go back to their constituency. Because mtu wa kwanza atamwambia je tu akuwa ulikuwa utulilie. Unaona? Sasa ile shida imeanza kukua hapa. Because you remember there was a guy called Panyako akasema mimi sita support. Then what happens? This guy was threatened. But unajua in the constitution mandate, haezi to let my MP. I think he was kind of taken to a disciplinary action. So hawa Kenya walifanya, they were tweeting. But if it was something which was secret, I believe hiyo bila ingepita some of the clauses zenye zilikuwa hapo. And these MPs are forgetting. If you oppress an SME, remember purchasing power of every itaenda chini, and they will have difficulties.
Okay.
Remember this.
Stella, dakika tu moja tunaja kwako tu saa hizi ili nisikize maoni yao wawili, alafu tena nianze kuwarudia. Ben Tires, habari ya leo, hope uko sawa, lakini kaka, maoni yako ni yapi? Jana mswada ulipita na leo wanaazimio wamesema kuanzia Jumanne watakuwa na mkutano pale Kamukunji kwa sababu ya wabunge waliwa let down, so wamerudi kwa raia. What do you think? What is your take rather on all that has been happening in our country?
Hello.
We are good. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm just listening to all those who are contributing to that topic. I got nothing to say, but I think the country is going on the right direction. I mean, not the right direction, but it's wrong direction right now.
Okay.
So we're just watching which way though we didn't vote, but with those MPs, the way they raise the taxes on people, I think they could have found another way of raising revenue instead of going to the pockets of Kenyans. And I think it's hurting right now because the economy is hurting on one end and the government is it's hitting on the other side. So it's like it's a double hit on a Kenyan. You know, I don't know.
Wow. I'll be coming to you with some questions regarding what your take is on other issues. But I don't know if I still have Mercy K. Jebet. Mercy, are you with me? Mercy Jebet, are you with me? Mercy, uko ndani ya show? Mercy Jebet? Okay. Simba na Teya, what do you think baada ya Kamukunji? Of course, it is almost obvious penye itaitishwa ni maandamano. Watu wataandamana kwa sababu ya tax bill, watu wataandamana kwa sababu ya the laws, but how will it be more effective? Kwa sababu maandamano tumefanya, lakini round hii tutaifanya aje ili iweze cause more effect that itafanya William Ruto na serikali kusikia wa Kenya, kwa sababu kulingana na vile Martha Karua amesema ni kana kwamba these were some of the grievances walikuwa wame-raised before. If you remember the bipartisan talks, one of the grievances ilikuwa ni the high cost of living, na nikana kwamba hiyo story wamesahau. Alani kama hiyo story ya bipartisan iliisha. So how will Azimio achieve its objective through this pronounced maandamano or Kamukunji meeting on Tuesday? Asha mic yako Simba.
I think Bwana Jax, swali lako mzuri na nitakujibu hivi. The issue yenye utaona as from Tuesday next week haitakuwa ya Azimio.
Okay.
And I think Azimio had been very strategic vile wana approach this government and they were waiting kwa sababu hard life saisi haitakuwa on tribal lines. That's one. Ni mwananchi ambaye amekuwa affected na finance bill, hali ya maisha kupanda, sababu mafuta yakipanda by 16%, hakuna mafuta ya Central Kenya, hakuna mafuta ya Rift Valley, hakuna industry ya Central, hakuna industry ya Coast. Itakuwa ni wananchi wa Kenya wakipinga serikali ya William Ruto. Period.
Okay. Na sasa one of the strategies, as you have said, rightfully said, itakuwa ni maandamano, na unasema hii itakuwa na uzito kwa sababu itaguza kila mmoja. Lakini iwapo mwananchi atajitokeza na aseme kweli kabisa tumechoka, unaona kama hiyo itamtishia William Ruto? Because nikana kwamba yeye huwa atishiki. Rigathi Gachagua anasema barabara hakuna mahali zimeenda, mkitaka kuandamana andamaneni. So unaona kama kurudi kwa streets kama itawashtua in any way? Umejimute kaka Simba, umemute.
I think swali lako linaeleweka vizuri. The moment there is unrest ama kuna maandamano, I don't think kama una achieve whatever that you intended to achieve in the first case.
Okay.
Kwa sababu utakuwa una struggle first of all to put the country in order. So utakuwa unaongoza nini kama the country itakuwa ungovernable. And I think the strategy is there and out there. Now kwa sababu the finance bill imeenda through now utapaki na one challenge ya ku bring the country together kwa sababu it will be disintegrated. Exactly. Yes.
Atito, let me ask you, will this be the strategy for Raila Odinga, that every time he loses in parliament, or Simba, any of you can take this because I see Atito on the phone, every time that Raila will be losing, would you wish Aendange Street? Because I think if it was, it would have been a good thing if Ange marshal the MPs, right? Waangushe the bill. Now that the MPs walishindwa, why do you think it is now wise to go to Mwananchi, given that these MPs speak for Mwananchi in the first place? Edgar, Tito, or Simba, anyone can take that. Let me see. Edgar, are you able to take that question?
Hello, Jakes. Am I
audible? Let me begin with you. What do you think? Raila Odinga seems to be going back to the people, yet he had an opportunity to use the members of parliament. As Stella first said, most of the Azimio members were absent, right? And those who were there, even some voted for the bill. Do you think Raila Odinga, one, has failed in his team as Azimio? Before we even go to the people and all, has he failed in his team as Azimio?
Jakes, the truth is we are living in a country where almost everybody, including our MPs, are mad.
Okay.
It's you've seen here from the show, the people who have been supporting the government. And even if all of them wangekuwa hapo kwa parliament, bado hatunge manage kupasta. Because if you see the number which voted against or who voted in support of the bill, they were quite a large number compared to the opposition MPs, considering the fact that some 7 MPs from ODM only moved from ODM towards the government side, plus the others. So you see, this number, hata kama wangekuwa wote, bado tungeshindwa. But again, we should not lay blames on Raila Odinga. The fact is, Raila has tried his level best to mobilize Kenyans, leave alone MPs. Raila has tried to mobilize Kenyans to end the streets. Remember, from April, Jakes, we were rallied so that we express our displeasure with the bill that was there by then, a finance bill. But what did we see? We saw people saying that was a Luo thing and ODM thing. A lot in support of government. But Jakes, I want to tell you this, that whatever will happen in this country, it's something that is terrible. Because you see, the majority who are going to be affected with this, the VAT increment, are the people, the low class, the border guys. You see, fuel seems to be the driver that actually drive our all our activities and all income generating activities. So if this has been increased, Jakes, you see, almost everybody is going to be affected. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, maandamano is not the solution, kwa sababu kama ni kuandamana, Jakes, tumeandamana. Tumeandamana mpaka Raila nearly lost his life. Jakes, watu wamekufa kwa sababu ya maandamano. Watu walikuwa wanasema nini? Ati tunaharibu mali. Yet they were failing to understand that we were fighting for a worthy cause. Now it has come to reality that whatever we were fighting for has now been affected by the government. Who is going to perish more? It is you and I. Raila can afford meals comfortably. Ruto will afford meals comfortably. But what about the unemployed youth? You don't have anything. If you go to the price of a basic commodity, ziko juu kwa sababu ya fuel. Everything is affected. Now tell me, nani ataumia? Will they say that it's only those who wataenda kutupa mawe? You see, the kind of utterances that are being made by our DP makes you wonder what kind of nation we are in. A whole DP. And then look at the cabinet sector, people like Moses Kuria.
Yeah, we'll be coming to Moses Kuria just now so that we don't mix everything up. We'll be coming to him just now and how the president defended him and all that. But I want to stick to what I've just asked you. And Stella, you raised something that you felt disappointed by Azimio MPs because, one, we know them to be not cowards, but this time round they were nowhere to be seen. We had a number of 88 that was her highest. In any case, over 77 of them were absent. Most of them didn't show up. I don't know what could be the reason why they failed to show up, but do you think it's a failure on Azimio to marshal everyone to come and gang against this? How comes this time around there was no vigor from the opposition or from the minority side to come out and speak in a loud voice?
One thing I can say, unanisikia?
Kabisa, you are good. Uko sawa?
Okay. My argument is this. You as the Azimio people, they wanted to have their say in the parliament. The thing is, they knew that this was a very important agenda. They could have at least sacrificed for the people who voted them to be there. What is annoying is that by the time the first reading was done and now the third reading was done, still most of them were absent. It shows you that either most of them were bribed, or they never took interest, or they are there for their selfish reasons. Kwa sababu kuna mwingine atasema aje, since umenichagua kama MP, and maybe because I remember most of them are like, I think they are taking their second term. They want to eat as much as they can. Because if we had young legislators, because I remember there's one young legislator, I can't remember his name. It is so ashaming, he's not even 30 years old. Angekuwa hapo, atete my youth. I feel so wrong. I mean, it's so wrong for these Azimio people not to be there, and yet when you walienda kuwapigia madebe na waliamka mpaka asubuhi. These are young people, not elderly. So I don't understand why you as an MP, mbona, you never sacrifice. Those foreign trips, they are not of a priority. Maybe wakati ulikuwa kwa ICU, it's another story. Or maybe if you had any engagements to be in the county, the county. In fact, what is more shocking, there's also Parliament had even given guys to attend for the voting on virtual. So what is their excuse? So now the thing is, Enyamina Sema, all these MPs this is a Kenyan issue. There is no Azimio, there is no Mount Kenya, or there is what. The thing is, this MP, they are there for their selfish reasons.
Okay.
Yeah, because for one, kama mimi, ningekuwa like my MP, ningemuuliza aje, how come haukuwa hapo to defend? Okay, I know most of the Kenyans who are, they are on salaried. Most of them work on a side hustle. And the most shocking part in wakati when I was going through the proposal about the turnover, I think they had taken it from 500 to $1 million. Then they returned it back to 500,000. But the thing is, if I get salaried, I know my payslip nikiangalia, I know I'll be shocked. Because I'll be forced to cut off some of my expenses which I do. I think I'll have to do away with my medical insurance. Maybe I remain with my pension. And also my pension is also on risk because it's going to be taxed end of the day. Like now, if it is like a side hustle of M-Pesa or maybe things that yanafanya kama ka hardware and what. Remember, KRA will be coming sneaking. Sneaking to your M-Pesa, sneaking to your bank. So, for example, a supplier akuje. I mean, me, the supplier, I supply maybe someone anataka kujenga. Maybe 10 bags za simiti. Msumari, nini. Let's say niende niweke 200,000. Remember, Jakes, nakato 0.5 na bank. No, it is a risk for me. Even me, I feel the youth, even they want to do startups because even right now, they are like before Uhuru went, I think there was a proposal for this guy called ICT guy was it Moshero? A lot of people came out coming up with proposal about fintechs. Fintechs wanasaidianga watu wa startups. Now, these startups, they've been risked. So now you wonder what will happen. Ule mtu mwenye ametoka university hata pata job opportunity na anataka kuanza small startup yake, maybe something, maybe kama ya nini deliveries or what, na lazima atumie app. Unaona ako risked. The thing is, these MPs, the thing is, and this is what I'm saying, these MPs, most of them either they are ignorant or they are selfish. Then another thing, the August House, when they knew very well kutakuwa na easy, they could have gotten consultants. As Jimuwanjiku was saying, tax is not a priority. The priority is reviving the economy. Where do you start the economy? You start the economy with the youth. Look at the factories which have been zenye zilikufa. Another thing, these foreign trips zenye these MPs are doing. Let's see whether they are going to bring investors. Yes. What I would say in my conclusion, I'm so annoyed with Azimio. If kama wote wangekuwa wote hapo wakati kulikuwa na voting and they were only 187. Unajua if it was 200 it would be another story. Wangekuwa hapo ingekuwa a bullfight. But now the thing is they've let us down kama wananchi.
Now, Simba Natea, when you look at those who voted for this bill, let's imagine Azimio waende to kwa street and we see someone like Esther Passaris, without not being someone who anafanya hivi in parliament, but haikuja huku nje act differently. In any case, the other day we were here bashing Jalango for going to State House. What do we do for people who now vote for bills that are government sponsored? Should it not apply? Because Jalango, in fact, alikemewa sana huku nje, and Jalango really lacked peace. Now we have people voting. What do you think should happen, sir?
Bana Jack, I think sisi wote tunaishi Kenya na tunajua ni nini inaendelea Kenya. Number one, blaming Raila Odinga na wabunge wa ODM, I think it's not here nor there. Number one, hawa wabunge ambao wamepitisha huu mswada, isipokuwa wale wabunge wa Azimio ambao ni mimi, I will not change my thought, walikuwa wanapigia huo mswada kwa sababu ya tumbo sao, sio kuwakilisha wananchi ambao waliwachagua. Number two, wabunge wote wa Kenya Kwanza hawakuangalia anything kwa hiyo finance bill. Wao walipigia kabila zenye wanawakilisha na vile walipiga kura za urais. Yes.
So what of wale ambao tumepunish? Kuna wengine tumepunish kama Jalango huku nje ana amani bwana. In fact wengine washasema is a one time MP. So what do you think?
In fact au wabunge kama yes, kuwa kwake absent alipiga kura. Hata kama alikuwa absent, he voted for that bill to go through because of his absence na how majority of Azimio members of parliament ambao were also absent. Hao wabunge walipitisha huo mswada na ukijua kwamba wamepiga mswada kwa upande wa serikali ni dhihirisho kwamba ni tumbo sao wanawakilisha, hawawakilishi mwananchi. Na for the truth of the matter, wacha 2027 ifike majaliwa, na kama Mtembei TV tutakuwa na sisi tuwe tuko Jalang kama turudi Lang'ata kama women rep and through it will be a story also wakati huo ukifika.
Atito, do you think Kenyan voter normally lands? Because we will be here, as Simba is saying, in 2027, and most of these people will come back, I can guarantee you. Or rather, some of them will find their ways even to bigger offices. Some senators will be governors, some MPs will be senators, and some will come either blaming Ruto or praising Ruto, and Mwananchi will vote, right? Despite seeing all this, despite all the challenges they will go through, does Kenya Mwananchi, the voter now, do they learn?
Jex, like I said, you know, we are living in a country where almost all of us are sick because we are a people who actually can't learn from anything. I'll give you a few examples from the previous elections, starting with the likes of Waiguru, and even the current president, who was deputy by then, and even Uhuru. You know, in civilized nations, when someone's name is tainted with some other things that actually portrays the image of the country in a wrong way, they don't vie for political positions. But what happens in Kenya? They go for political position, and people vote for them successfully. So we are a group of people who actually never learn from anything. I want to tell you something, Jakes. No, yes, people voted. They voted for Ruto. He was announced as the winner, given the mandate now to steer the country up forward. Along the way, something happened that is not going well with us. Everybody, as much as we may pretend that he's trying to fix the economy, but the truth of the matter is we are being pushed to the wall. If at all we were speaking in one voice and we are actually learning lessons, then I think saizi as we speak, Jakes, hatungekuwa na rais ama Kenya Kwanza ingekuwa kwa government as we speak. Watu wangejitokeza nje, ngoe serikali na tutengeneze serikali yenye najali mwananchi. But what do we see? We see different people defending the government here. You will see them. Watu watakuja kwa wajajua tu show iko open leo. They'll come tomorrow. You will see them how they seriously defend such kind of mediocrity.
I have over 200 plus people watching. So watu wamejua.
When Mbaya says that we wait for 2027, I'm telling him we are going to have people as president until 2032, and that is the truth. Let us get
actually, I want also to ask the same question, Wangari. Wangari, Stella, do you think Kenya population, especially the voter, who wanna learn? Because you'll be shocked. We will still replace most of these MP who voted yes or no, despite us going through or will go through. In fact, we'll be doing this. We'll be voting to punish someone, not to elect a leader or to elect quality or to elect performance. To vote to punish Uhuru, to punish Raila, or or kuonyesha sympathy to Ruto. Does the Kenya Mwananchi, do they really learn their lesson from past mistakes?
I believe we never learn our lesson. One thing, what a Kenya Mwananchi, the thing is, we keep on forgetting. You see, right now we are bitter. In 2023, we are bitter. 2024 will be bitter. Then 2026. So what happens in 2020, end of 2025-26? Let's assume like Kenya Kwanza or Azimio, they break. So there are so many parties. So mtu atakuja lilia, nilijaribu kutafuta nini lakini nilishikwa mkono. Unaona amerudishia watu 200, 500, 200, 500. You get? Then another thing, there's one thing what we are having an issue, and this is our institution. We don't have governance. Governance has been thrown out of the window. Let's assume I want to be an MP, or maybe I want to be a senator. There is a criteria lazima nikuwe nayo. There is a one which is a very crucial criteria, especially kuangalia the governance issue, uangalia background yako ya nini ya your wealth. Kama, do you pay your tax? Do you know, you know, like you're given the tax compliance, you're given the clearance by the police and everything. Right now, if you see most of those guys who are in the August House, either wako na mata kesi kwa kotini, or maybe wako na issue na tax, or maybe wako na issue with just small issues. But the thing is, what is happening? Itakuwa ni mtu wetu, ni mtu wetu, ni mtu wetu. And this is what I fear for our children in future. If you have to get your children, I think there's someone who has. If you have to get your children to vote in future, jaribu kuonesha ethics. I think it should be started in schools. Because why do you choose someone? Tafuta mtu mwenye akona credibility, who can able to deliver. But we don't have this. Now the problem is, like sisi watu, like I think like our age, tutachagua mtu juu ethnicity. Akona pesa mingi, alinipelekea mtoto shule, maybe alikulipia school fees mara ya kwanza, ya pili, ya tatu. So unaona hata nini tumie kama as an item kumobilize his whatever, his kumtafutia watu. You get? The thing is, as Kenyans, we don't learn. We don't learn. The thing is, let it be this as like parents, or maybe if the schools, if they can allow, wafundishe watoto how to do ethics ama nini ama governance. Onesha mtoto usichague mtu ni rafiki yako ndio nakuletea mandazi ama nakusaidia kufanya homework. Chagua ule mtu mwenye anaweza kukutetea. Now that is what we are lacking. Watu tunaona wanaongea sana ni akina Boni. Unaona mtu kama Njimi Wanjigi. Okay, he had a credible point saying that we've paid all our debts and some of the interest and some of the money has imepotea kwa exchequer na zile nini projects zilikuwa zinatakiwa zimaliziwe. Unaona, at least yeye ilikuwa anatuonesha. But the thing is, even him hata yeye akiingia atafuata mtindo ya Uhuru ama ya Ruto. So we don't trust these people. Hata kama baba ataingia, I know, hata kina Bandi ati sijui, hata wakikuwa waweke kama CS. I remember Uhuru when he brought akina Matiang'i, akina Musheru, they never had any political yani divide. You are non-aligned, you are not on. But now if you angalia cabinet ya Ruto right now, everybody was given maybe a thankful. Angalia mtu kama Linturi. It is so shocking. This guy anajua that farmers are going to be affected. Angekosa hiyo kiti, watu wa Meru wangepiga kelele. Angalia someone kama Moses Kuria. Angekosa hiyo kiti, mtu wetu hakupata. You get? And these people, like, they're in a political, they have that political like supporting because wanataka kukuonesha nilikusaidia kutafutia kura Mount Kenya, respect that. You get? Now, if Moses Kuria was not there, let's assume, Jake, to assume kama Ruto angekuwa sane, achukue watu kama CSs, waangalie according to your criteria, umesoma, uko na experience na nini na nini na nini. Wewe uwekwe hapo. What will happen? Ruto uliacha Mount Kenya. Ruto uliacha Nyanza. Ruto, unaona? We never learn. That is the problem with us Kenyans. Yeah.
Simba Nachea, same question. Do Kenyans learn? And if we do, how comes we fall in the same holes over and over again? We are always here, always complaining of the choices we made. Where do we get it wrong often? Is it during, honestly, I cannot even trace where we get it wrong.
Bana Jax, I want to speak to my mind. Nataka nikuelezea hivi kwa lugha ambayo ni rahisi sana. Nakumbuka kulikuwa na issue ambayo and for the mountain waliweka kama ndio ingekuwa safeguard biashara, kilimo na kazi zao ya one man, one vote, one shilling. Now, that one, they have lost in a state. If I'm wrong, I need to be corrected.
Okay.
Around 40% ya taxes nationally ni ya watu wa Mount Kenya. Kwa sababu wao ndio wana own businesses nyingi na mostly farming as mambo na coffee, tea and etc. and milk as well. So much of taxation itarudi kwao, na sometimes sisi unajua we are organic, Azimio, ODM and whatever. So whatever that happens, so long as we have freedom and so long as freedom is in Kenya, we have no problem. But does the voting normally in the mountain matter? I don't know. So hiyo swali mimi sitajibu. Wao ndio watajibu, na kama watajibu maybe it will be against this time round kwa sababu they have to be taxed in order to develop the entire country.
Okay. Interesting conversation we are having here at Mtembei. Thank you guys for joining us live. We are back. Thank you for always tuning in inapofika saa 4. Asanteni sana. I have people with me here in studio. I have Fabian Kemboi, Penyagaka is in. I have Edgar rather. I have sorry for that. I have Stella and as well Simba Natea. As well, I'm having people commenting hapo kwa comment section. Kama Evans Wataka ame comment, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Namuona Chaka Mdune ame comment, asante sana. Charles Aguero ame comment. Atticus Now, I see you. Daydream, I see you. Brother Benson ame comment, asante sana. Unasema you're watching. Aha, asante sana. Karika Wawero, I see you. Evans Wataka, I see you. My brother, I see Hodonastas Said Akondani, asante sana kwa ujumbe wako, tumeupokea, asante sana. Remesu Yegon, I see you. Douglas Osinyo na wengine wengi, asante sana. Na pia wewe ambao una like, thank you so much for liking this video and sharing the video as well. Okay, I'm trying to find where the funny sound is coming from. Okay. Edgar Nyagaka, how are you, my brother? Long time no see, but I hope you're well.
Yes, I'm good. Jax.
Karibu sana kwa show. Finally, the bill you supported went through yesterday. What do you feel?
Yeah. I'm very proud. I'm very vindicated. And nimekuja tu kwa sababu Edgar alikuwa anasema sisi tuna support UDA hatuingii kwa show. Tuingie kwa nini? Kwa sababu we are happy. I say that we will move the Kenya to like the Asian giants. This is the first move, and this gentleman is doing everything that we thought that he should do. And Edgar, wacha nikuambia kwamba nyinyi endelea tu na maandamano, and that's very unusual. That's unusual. Maandamano for what? Because if you had anything, you should have produced it in the parliament. na parliament mnasema watu wenu wamenunuliwa. Who has more money, Raila Odinga, Kenyatta, or Ruto? I think the former have more money than Ruto. It is the question of ideas. It is the question of what ule mama wa Nairobi, Esther Basari, alisema. She said very well that every MP has a house and it's paid for by the Kenyan people. But the same people don't want the regular people to have a house. You know, either Kibira, they have flying toilets, you understand? You know, you don't want to be in that kind of neighborhood.
Okay.
Everywhere. So if we can change at least maybe 10 to 20, 30% of Nairobi to where people live in the sanitized conditions, that would be better.
Okay.
Yeah, just to criticize the government is a waste of time.
Okay.
But come up with ideas of where you want the government to be. Come up with ideas of where you want this country to be. You know, like you are against the taxation, the financial bill that was there. Which is yours? Which one do you prefer? You don't say, you don't have anything. Ni kusema tu Ruto ni mwizi, all these people that are supporting him are both. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. There's nothing like that. It is very, very clear. It's the ideas of how the Asian countries, for example, most of your young people, study about how the Asian countries came along from Malaysia to Singapore to South Korea. How you could never even find a South Korean person working anywhere in the world other than in South Korea. Because it is what the government negotiated with the big companies. And the big companies wanted exactly what particular of educated people to make the Hyundai, the Sonaras, the way you see them in Nairobi today. This was negotiated. And this is what we are doing in order today. And that's, we are only late, like 60 years late. Because what we have been doing is a waste of time. What does Kenyatta been doing and Raila Odinga that is now pointing out what is going on with the government of Kenya borrowing 2 million from the local market. Where was he 2018 to 2022 complaining about what Kenyatta was doing? He never complained. He never raised a word. And yes, what Moses Kuria said was a million times right. Even look at the title, the crooked, or you form your ideas when you read that. I mean, it's like he's forming your ideas before you can read that. The work of the media is what you're doing, Jax, is throw out the point and let us talk. Let Edgar say something, let that the young lady say something, let everybody say something. But the form, the type of the media we have in Kenya today is already compromised. It's compromised to one side or the other. They bid for. And that's even us. I mean, I could remember 2016, 2015, January, when they fired the guy, they let go the guy who was editor for the Daily Nation, that wrote an editorial that was against Kenyatta and how Kenyatta should be ruling. But it was like, who should really be saying how the country should be ruled? It is the people, not the media. The work of the media is to share out what ideas they have. But even it is what they wrote in the Daily Nation, the crooked oil, whatever, that is really forming ideas for us before we can, like we are fools or something. We're not fools. We can read. We know.
Okay.
So Moses Kuria was right.
Well said, Nyagaka. That makes me ask the next question to Simba. Simba, Moses Kuria the other day was on the media complaining that they make up headlines and they make up news that shade the government in a bad light. What is your take, even before we go to the details of what he said and how people came to his defense or even to criticize what he said? What is your take? Is the media taking it too far, or is the government scared of being exposed? Unmute yourself, sir. Simba, unmute.
Before hatujafika hapo, I wanted to counter what Nyagaka had just said, and in a lot, and suddenly he disappears
No, he's
because
still there. He's still there. He's in the background.
I felt like, yes, Mr. Nyagaka, in fact, what we are trying to do is to override the show with a lot of, I can say, like, it's a propaganda, because Raila Odinga has never been the CEO of the country called Kenya, not a single day. So it's like an embarrassment to the name of Raila Odinga. All over, there is a failure of the government that the name is used as a cover-up, because the government of the day makes the mess. When you want to cover that mess, the name to cover that mess is Raila Odinga. William Ruto was Uhuru Kenyatta's deputy president, where he was a principal assistant to the president. So the issue now we have is the issue of William Ruto being the CEO of the country. Issue yenye tunaongelea ni kuraise tax on fuel from 8 to 16. Remember, he had been running this country with a subsidy that he was left with, fuel. So how can you imagine that Kenyans are so stupid that they can be told all these things? Now, wakusikize yourself, you are not living in Kenya, you are working somewhere, you are earning your life, and you are living your life. So please, bear with Kenyans, kwa sababu they are going through hell. If you don't know, be realistic. Watu wanalala njaa, watu wengine wanakula, wanakunywa, but
Yes, can I answer that?
And in fact, like very poor people, now they want to do their business right.
Okay.
Jake, can I add on Simba?
Please do.
Now, Simba, I support you. So now we are not discussing about either it's Raila or Ruto. The thing is the mess what happened in the in Parliament. Here is the thing: people should understand. Let's not sugarcoat things. From August, which is next month, which is only 1 week to come, I'm telling you, the pinch as Kenyans we are going to see and find ourselves. The job losses which are going to be there. It is not going to be funny. Remember, even if someone when you're diaspora, he's not understanding our pain. So me and Simba, we can understand. Simba maybe akona biashara yake. Ameandika watu 4 5. Obviously, next month Simba ataambia mtu from August 1st, naona wezi endelea, juu naona kazi imeenda chini. Unaona? So let's not put this thing on a political divide, whether it is Ruto or Raila. The thing is what we are discussing right now. It is the MP who have disappointed Kenyans. Whether you are in Azimio or whether you are in Kenya Kwanza. The thing is, they knew that this thing will happen by the time wakati tulikuwa tumesha. I mean, when Ruto was getting into power. There was ilianzaga na kitu moja Jake na sikudanganyi. It started with electricity. Guys could have seen the red flags. But now the problem is these state corporations and every time in the newspaper tunaonanga call for proposal for power, call for proposal petroleum, call for proposal with everything. The thing is, we go take our proposal, zinaskizo. What happened? They are shelved and they are dusted. They are not even taken to the house. And every time kuna kuanga na any conversation in the house or the papers zikiitwa, they are pushed kando. Either ni hawa watu wataangalia, tutakula nini, tutaongezewa nini, tunataka gari, tunataka nini tu. They don't talk things zenye inaumiza Mkenya. As we speak right now, Jake, and I've told you, the thing is, kwanzia next month, our payslips will be affected. Our households are going to be affected. Wale watoto wako boarding school, I'm seeing even some of the parents wakitoa watoto boarding school because they'll go on hunger. If mtoto alikuwa anakulaga 3 meals in a boarding school, right now I think even they can reduce Or they tell the parents, we've reduced the term because hatuwezi shibisha watoto wenyu. Unaelewa? So this should not be the thing is what we talk here. The issue ya MPs could disappoint. I am disappointed with the both house of the divide. Kenyans, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. The thing is, these MPs, they never understand the Kenyan issue. The only time they will understand it's when they grow old in their own houses. It's when their pension will be taxed. In case, for example, to assume nani atakuwa na first term, mwingine aingie. You know what happens to this MP? Atakuwa auctioned kwa sababu ile the promises enye alikuwa nataka, it is not going to be fulfilled. Another thing what people they are trying to forget. Me as a Kenyan, nitaumia nilipe, but nitajikaza mushipi. But MP akiwa pale juu atajua, I am here for 5 years. But the problem is, so wamesahau serikali inageuka. Let's not discuss about either Raila or Ruto. The thing is, let's put the discussion here about the Maandamano and how the MPs disappointed the common mwananchi.
Okay. Aha, kunaye dadangu moja hapa amejaja, dada Roda, lakini kabla sijampa Nyagaka, I give you a minute of reply before I give even Simba who is raising his hand. Yes, Nyagaka.
Yes, I'm going to answer the gentleman who came after me first, that Ruto, it has never been in government. It is public knowledge. Right or not, he's the leader of the opposition of Kenya. As of 2007 to today, up to today. But in 2017 to 2022, he kept quiet. He never said anything about, even he organized his members of parliament to support the taxing, the budget of Uhuru Kenyatta. And now that he's not in any kind of handshake, he is raising hell. That we know and that we accept, and that is his reality. That is his job. My friend, my young lady friend, if the parliament, you are pointing out the issue with the parliament, which is very, very clear. If the parliament has overwhelmingly voted for this bill, then you have to wait to see the results of it. And it is the government. Kenya is a democratic government.
Parliament was compromised.
So be it. Why did you compromise? You can cry all you want. This way, that way, this way, that way. I will not cry. I will, if you want, I would have gone with what you have to come up with. That's how democracy functions. The democracy that not function, that somebody has compromised, then we go to Maandamano, then we go to this and that. Yes, so I will accept that some of us live outside the country. Some of us accepted and lived with Obama. And Obama had made a bill first that no Republican accepted. And guess what? He changed the United States policy to when it was losing 700,000 jobs to where it has a surplus of jobs. That's exactly the same thing that is going on in Kenya, except you are going to Maandamano, you are going here. The parliament is there for you to win.
If you didn't win, trying to say that we don't have rights as Kenyans to picket?
Picket for what?
No, you say that if we go to Maandamano. No. You mentioned something about man. So what are you saying? End of the day, are we
at the end of the day? At the end of the day, I said every Kenyan has a right to picket the Maandamano to everything, but have a purpose for it. When you went to parliament and lost, how can you use the same idea to go to Maandamano if you lost in parliament? If you want to Maandamano, go to Maandamano right away. Don't go to parliament to lose, then go to Maandamano. For what? It is illogical.
Anyway,
okay. I see Simba raising his hand. Yes, Simba.
Bwana Jex, in the first case, waziri wa biashara katika serikali ya William Ruto Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria is an embarrassment to the Kenya Kwanza government.
Okay.
Soon with the few numbers zile ambazo wabunge wa Azimio watalete kwa bunge ni mswada wa kumwondoa ofisini Moses Kuria kwa matamshi yake na kutokuwa na heshima kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Uhuru wa vyombo vya habari ni swala ambalo ni la kikatiba. Mahakama imechukua hatua. Baada ya mahakama kuchukua hatua, the following day you hear what the president say about it. What language did he use? That when the media goes wrong, you have the right of expression like Moses Kuria did. Huyo ni rais wa nchi after mahakama imetoa uamuzi. So largely what we have is just a frustrated government that is trying to stamp its authority kwa mwananchi. And by the way, ndio nakwambia going forward, huyu mwananchi ambaye ako na njaa atareact na ata overreact na matokeo yatakuwa so dire.
Aha, interesting Shikilia hapo because nina swali kwa hiyo point umeraise Edgar, I'm coming to you so that nisikize Mama Rhoda ako ndani ya show amejaja. Good to see you Madam Rhoda Sera. Karibu, nimefurahi kukuona na najua pia watazamaji wamekuona. Naona vile Simba anakuevia na furaha.
Asante sana.
Good to see you. Uko vipi?
Poa sana, niko poa sana kabisa.
Sasa wabunge wetu hadi wale wa Azimio jana walifanya ile kitu, na wengine wetu hapa tukiongozwa na Stella ni kama hatukufurahi. Wewe ulifurahia jana jinsi hadi wabunge wa Azimio walipitisha mswada ambao wengi walikashifu lakini ilipita?
No, I don't think so. Hi, let me say hi to everybody. How is everybody? I hope you're very good day. To be honest to you, Azimio la Umoja member parliament, they didn't accept this bill. This is only Kenya Kwisha. The Azimio, they didn't vote. Absolutely not. They didn't vote. Somebody who did a mistake in this regime is the Speaker of the Parliament. He is the one who have a responsibility to take control in that Parliament, because he know that how Kenya people are struggling to put food on the table, how Kenya people they are under oppression. He is the one who is a responsibility. So it's not the member of Parliament. And I know most of the majority, even in Kenya, Kwanza, they are like a forced. Reality, most of them they have been like forced. The way I know, walikuwa nafosiwa kuongea ukweli na hii regime. Ata mimi I have problem with Waitangura because he's the one who have a responsibility to protect our democracy and to protect our constitution, because everybody in Kenya are crying to put food on the table. People are struggling. Actually, today I was crying when I think about Kenya. Kenya people are struggling. Today I was crying. I was saying, oh God, people in Kenya, they don't have mercy. You know, and I'm talking all Kenyans, all community, they are struggling. This war is not for anybody. This is all community. The things I can say, because now because we can come in these revolutions, we must hold hand together and we speak one voice. We hold hand together, and the things can bring this revolution. It's only demonstrations. All Kenya work of life. Watoke pamoja kama Kamukunji. Wote. Everywhere. It doesn't matter you come from Sogoi, where Ruto come from. Because I know even some people from Sogoi, they are struggling. Here I'm talking I'm talking to represent all Kenyans. Kila mtu atoke bali. I'm telling you, we can do a great and all over the world. We make a history when we come together and listen one voice. Because I don't get happy when people they sleep without food. You know, your mother, me, I'm a mother. I know the painful. I cry. Can you imagine your children are sitting there? You are cooking for them. If the children, they ask you, can you give me the food? You are giving them stone. How can you feel? You cry. It doesn't matter if it's your tribe or not. As Africa culture, we believe the children, they belong to the mother. All the children. So this regime, we must be strong. We must come together as a Kenya people. We listen one voice and we must fight for our democracy. Because we don't grow up in the society with a dictatorship. I don't know what is a dictatorship. I used to meet people who come from a dictatorship. They know how they are free from the war. They are free for the oppression. I don't want Kenya people to live that. So that's why we are fighting for the Kenya, for the justice, for democracy, constitution. Me, I'm not looking about, this community. No, I'm fighting for Kenyans. Right now, I stand my own, like, that to represent Kenyan people, because Kenya are my brother and my sister. Whether you're my side community, whether you're people coming, whether you are lower, I'm standing fighting for my Kenya. I don't get happy when Kenya people are struggling under oppression, fear and control. Absolutely, we must see a Ruto. We don't want a dictatorship in our country. That the country, everybody have been struggling to food the table. I know, you know where you come from. You know how your friends have been struggling to feed you since you were a child, since you're a baby. And this time when they come to steal, what could happen? No way. This is the time Kenya we wake up together for this revolution. We must come together and we stand and we say Ruto must go. We don't want dictatorship in our country. No way. Come on, Kenya. Let us wake up. Wake up, Kenya. Yes. That's what I am. I'm standing for. I am standing like a woman of God, represent Kenyan people. Thank you.
Asante sana. Stella, when Edgar, it's not Edgar, Simba was talking something. Sorry, Stella ameruka nyuma. Okay, I'm having her back. Okay, yeah, there we go.
I think I've lost you guys.
Sorry, I wanted to ask.
Back. Yeah, yes.
When Simba was talking, there's something he brought home. We are now discussing about what Moses Kuria said. Now, we saw the president coming out to defend him. Of course, this is after series of scandals being reported through the media and the headlines that were coming thereof. Is the government scared of the media because the media has a way of exposing it, and they're working very hard to silence any opposing views because they have been able to capture parliament, they have been able to maim the judiciary. The only thing that they are unable to really control, as much as they say that the media worked against them somehow, maybe there could be some truth in that, but could they also be working very hard to guard the media so that even when they go rogue, even when they mess up the country, they have no one to ask them questions, or rather paint them in a bad light? Do you think that's what William Ruto could be up to?
Like going the Chinese way. So now the thing is, let me tell you, technology evolves. We have we have young journalists, robust journalists. You get? There's a way, like this media gag, which the parliament, Moses Kuria is saying, and the president and what. Let me tell you, information you can never control. Yes, they can close those TV stations, they can shut out all those journalists and what, but they've forgotten there's something called social media. We can
excuse me, brother Jay, there is a two guy, one called Mugo from Mount Kenya. People from Mount Kenya wameamuka. Hakuna mtu nataka hii regime. We know very well Ruto, he said. The problem I have is the Kikuyu and Kalenjin. So we know who Ruto through Kara is. So for me, Mount Kenya wameshaamuka na wakaenda Kamukunji. Mount Kenya, they are crying for the hunger, for the poverty. Kwasiako, the devil is a liar. We are crying. And now tutashikana na makabila zingine. Kwani nini? Wakikuyu kwani wameambiwa naweza nini? Tunashikana na makabila wote. Sisi hatutaki mnusu. Sisi tunataka haki. Tunapigania haki ya Wakenya. Haki na justice na democracy. We cannot leave the country, people they live in the oppression. So this guy they're talking about Mount Kenya wamechamu. Wakikuyu watakuwa Kamukunji. bara, na mimi nimewambia na wajua watakuwa Kamukunji kama makabila zingine.
I'll be coming back to you, Rhoda. Just one moment. Allow me to continue with Stella, you are saying something?
Okay, so we're talking about the media and the August House and the government and everything. Let me tell you something, Jake. Let's be true to each another. Let me tell you how the expose was done and any other exposes. Remember Akina Jichopevu, remember John Allen Namu, remember Dennis Okari. These people, they know how to get information. Yes, they can close these media stations like NTV, Citizen, and what. They are forgetting their people who are called hybrid. Information goes in hybrid because we have this gadget called social media. So there is only way one thing these people should understand. Let the media do their press freedom. If Moses Kuria and Linturu they were gotten into that saga, let me tell you how they got that information. There was an insider, either in this institution. They came and said, "Look, I have evidence how we are losing taxes. We have evidence how this money is being diverted. We have evidence of who are the directors. Because let me tell you, everything in Kenya, it goes digital. So if they mention companies, obviously I'll pay my $650. I go to my e-citizen, I pull out a CR12. You get? So the parliament and the government should not come to media because they should have to respect media. The only way to respect media is just doing the right thing. And why are they sounding like they're kind of rebuttal? Moses Kuria could have said, "Look here, you people, you are given the wrong information. The information is like this and this and this." But guarding and threatening the media, that's not the way. So now this one is just a can which has not been opened yet. So more cans of worms are going to be opened. Now, the president defending his rogue MPs, his rogue CSs or rogue whatever, that is not right. And I believe him, even himself, if he becomes rogue, there are people who are going to do even deeper digging of his businesses and his affiliates on how this. Let me tell you, whatever. If the media can get such dirty information from the CSs, from the KEMSA scandal, from the issue from this other institution like the NHIF and what, Jake, there's someone somewhere inside in that institution is opening up a can of worms, and they tell the journalist, "I have a story." People want to make money end of the day. Someone atamwambia ati, "Kuja, niko na story hapa, nataka kukupatia. Wewe utanipatia pesa ngapi? 100,000. Unataka kuniambia NTV hawatakupatia hiyo pesa? Because they're making money, they will give you because everybody is hungry for information. Remember, hata hii enye tuliona kwa TV, it was edited. It was edited. So you see, it's gonna a certain way of an information how a media house would have given. If it was something like YouTube or maybe Mutembei TV, you could have given us the gross what is happening. Mungekuja mtuambie kampuni ni ya huyu, ako affiliated na huyu, iko na huyu na huyu. You get like how Nurdin Haji came out and said how we are losing millions in season 1 of NYS. You remember? Season 2, how hot air is being sold or whatever. Now, the thing is, the president should calm down. Na ajaribu kuambia media, if you have any, but you know also the media, they are kind of, I think they have a guild which protects them from politicians, even they can go to court. But the problem is our court system, I think it has some loose nuts. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, you can't go against an MP. I think they believe if I do this, my work will be compromised because they are state officers. This is what I'm saying. The president should calm down. And another thing, he should understand that he has people who are rogue. Then ulivuta ule mama wa KEMSA. Then come and vote out your CSS and what and remove all these scams from these ministries. Because you know that you did not put the right people in the right department. wafute. The next time tutaenda tuone NHIF pesa zetu hatuwezi remit. Unaenda hospitali unaambia kadi yako na umeshinda ukimeremit hiyo pesa. Then usiende nini. Then the thing is yenye mimi sielewangu, why are you calling the CEO kwa nini kwa committee? I explain. Stop calling the CEO. Call the people who wenye wana transfer hizi pesa, and that your pesa, remember haibebu inangungumia. Hiyo pesa they have information hiyo pesa ilienda kwa account gani. They have even the right, they have the right hata to freeze those accounts. They have the right even to summon the banks. This money, 200 million, it went to this, and it came from the NHS. I'm telling you, Jake, there are things when we sit down like this as Kenyans, tunashindo, okay, 600 million ilipotea. Haikwenda ilibebwa na gari ama ilienda na nini. There's someone alipeana account details, information yake, Swift, either it is an offshore account or an onshore account or whatever. We need that information. Bringing the CEO and bringing his lawyers, they cannot solve this problem. Because CEO pale juu hajui venye accountant anafanya kazi. CEO pale juu hajui ule. Like now, the one for the hospitals. I believe you saw that story. Did you see how those elderly people, they were being picked from their homes, wanaenda hospitali, alafu in a certain minute, you're seeing wanaambiwa kwa simu yao, 300,000 imekato because it has paid NHF and what. Go back to that information kwenye hiyo message ilitoka. Get the culprit from there. And the hospitals who got monies, they need to arrest the CEOs of those hospitals. Going for a CEO of NHIF, it will not help you. Like Nakumucha alisema, hizo hospitali zote zifungwe, zifanye investigation. It is not far from her nose. The investigation is there and she has the answers. Either kuna mtu, a certain CS or a certain someone high-end power, someone are you able to talk to them? Tuwapatie maybe 600, tumpatie 200 million na nyamaze. The thing is, and this is what I'm saying, the government should leave media. If they keep on poking the media, they will go and do more crap. Not even crap, more scam and expose them. And even the president should understand, if this scam started from NHIF, mtu wa kwanza angevutwa ni nani? Sini Nakumicha. Aulizwe aje, why am I putting you in that docket? You're not a flower girl.
Okay, I'll be coming to you, Stella. Clear up. I want to bring in Edgar on the same because I want to get the feel of everyone so that we tackle as many topics in a very short time. Edgar, kuna kitu Simba alisema kuhusu Moses Kuria. Before I go back to Stella concerning KEMSA, and actually 200 people will be laid off from 1st of July, I think, and over 800, I think 700 guards in Kakamega watafutwa job. So there's a lot I'll be asking you, Stella. I'll be coming to you, but I want to come to Edgar. There's something Simba said that if people are fed up, especially the parliamentarians, the senators and all, they can be able to marshal up their numbers and impeach Moses Kuria. Can that one even happen? Given that we saw what happened yesterday's voting, Azimio only garnered around 88 at best. Now, to remove a cabinet secretary, they need one to collect signatures. Two, they need close to 2/3 to impeach him. Without the support of Kenya Kwanza, how possible is that impeachment?
Jex, first of all, before I respond to that, allow me to take you back in response to what Nyakaka said. Am I audible, Jex?
Yeah, you're good. You're very good, sir.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I would love to remind Nyagaka that picketing and demonstration is enshrined in our constitution, and anyone, so long as you are doing it for a worthy cause, you are allowed. Not only the MPs or opposition leader can lead a demonstration, but any Kenyan who is doing it for a worthy cause is allowed. And for this case, the MPs failed us. Now it's upon us to take that responsibility and marshal up a numbers and go to the streets to express our displeasure with the what Parliament did. And now, back to your question now, Jakes. You see, there are things that actually are impossible, such as impeaching any member from the government side, leave alone from the government side, but anybody who is pro-government. You saw what happened during the Jubilee issue of the party leader and the whip in Parliament. How actually our speaker did it. It's quite sad. So when Simba said that we can marshal up numbers of our MPs and impeach Moses Kuria, that is a dream that cannot be realized right now because of the kind of leadership that we have, both in government and in Parliament as a whole. But now back to the main point that you now introduced, that is media. You know, media is very important because it provides a wide range of information and perspective voices that actually help in promoting actually that unearth different information around us. But this one can only be achieved when media is independent.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in Kenya, when media tries to do the right thing, especially when they are unearthing some of dirty things that happened within our system, they are actually being painted to be pro-opposition, which is not right. But now there is one notorious guy that is known, Moses Kuria. It's not the first time that Moses Kuria is becoming allergic to the truth. Remember sometimes back during the Eurobond issues, when Raila actually unearthed the scandal of Eurobond. It is in record, Jakes, that Moses Kuria bought pangas for Kikuyu youths and mobilized them to demonstrate against Raila speaking of these things in the then the Revolution Ministry that was being headed by Waiguru. But what did we see in the long run? Money was lost. But again, Raila was painted a bad person. So Moses Kuria is one person who is actually allergic to the truth. So this is nothing new to Kenyans. Again, the attack on media, Jakes, we know very well what happened during last year's election. There were some media houses that were branded as Azimio TVs or as Azimio stations, and one of them.
But even before we go there, when a media station uses its track and brand it Azimio logos, Azimio slogans, and then it says it's doing a roadshow, is that not the media using its resources to campaign for someone? Or
media,
branding it with Kenya Kwanza? I don't know if you remember, but I think we saw such.
Allow me to answer you.
It is a peace caravan. It is a sensitization caravan.
Allow me to answer you.
But they had branded, just one moment, they had branded their vehicles Azimio. They had branded their vehicles Kenya Kwanza, depending on which station you are watching. Now, is that not the media already taking side?
No, absolutely no. You know the reason why?
Why?
Jakes, understand the media, how actually media is making money through adverts, largely. And when a politician pays so that it can be given airtime or be advertised through different media vehicles, it is allowed because at the end of the day, they pay. If at all that is the case, that now if they did that, they were branded as Azimio. How many times did we see adverts for the UDA guys running in Citizen? Did we say that now they're pro UDA? No, we did not. Media is in business.
I don't know if you're getting my question.
Making...
It's not the advert. It's not the advert because that one is paid for. it's okay. Using the company's car or trucks, right? Instead of branding it, let's say Mtembei TV, because it's our car. We brand it Azimio. Now, what are we selling? Are we selling our TV as Mtembei, or are we selling and marketing Azimio? Or
what if I've paid?
Jubilee or
What if
TNA?
what if
Regardless
Azimio
of
paid for that?
so when we are paid, it means we already had a support for it, right?
No. You are in business. Media is media houses
business.
are company. Media
They are companies
companies
owned by people who have a right, as you rightfully say, to have an affiliation.
Yes.
Right? But when they're supposed to
Yes.
be impartial, now that you already have an affiliation, how well will we trust you when we see you? When we see, it's just like asking now this. We saw Esther Passaris voting yes for the bill. As a Azimio supporter, what came to your heart when you saw her voting like that? Honestly, what came to your heart?
For me, I'm Azimio. I didn't like it when Esther Palace vote because it's a lady.
Rhoda didn't like it. Edgar, you say you felt that's a sellout, right?
Because Esther Palace, he had been fighting for the Baba for a long time. He had been as he joined 2007, and he had been fighting for the Baba. So it makes me disappointment because it's a woman I used to trust her. So for me, I believe when you Azimio,
platform was mine. I have not finished.
Because Ruto want to steal our democracy. That's why people they are voting for. He is forcing them.
Yeah. So
I
now
know the heart of the Palace love Baba. That's a fact. But it's the regime. You know, we are living this dictatorship regime. He forced people, but me, Ruto cannot force me to say no.
This is
So
so
that's what,
unfair
because
to me because I was
okay,
laying
Rhoda,
out my
okay,
submission.
just one moment. We were having Edgar. I'll be coming back to you, Rhoda. Just one moment. Edgar, the question is, you rightfully say you felt that it was a betrayal because maybe there's how you expected her to behave, right? There's also how we expect the media to be when they show us outwardly that they really have content on one person, right? Anything bad is linked to one person. We create headlines, we publish journals, we publish newspapers, we create headlines just to cast aspersions and shade that person in bad light. Is that not a campaign tool? Because the more we shade bad things, that's not creating a perception already. Is that not media not doing what's supposed to do? It's supposed to be impartial, speak for Mwananchi, call out the wrong, right? Bring out the facts, not fiction. Bring out proof, as Stella was saying. Give us things that we can listen to, things that we can say, this is the truth, this is a lie. When Ruto says a lie, we say it is a lie. You know, like bringing every party to account. Is that not the role of the media? So when it's being called out, is it also not in the right of those calling it out to do so? In 2 minutes, Edgar, before I bring in Pascal, Bella, Rhoda, and Simba.
Jakes, Jakes, you are missing a point here in this case. You see, you need to differentiate the owner of that company and the company itself. The company is in business, and the company is not a single individual. It's a company headed by one director plus other shareholders. These shareholders, they have their democratic right to support whoever they want. However, when it comes to media now, the company now inafanya kazi yake kulingana na sheria ambazo tuko nazo. When you see a media, a vehicle branded with a certain political party's logo or colors, Jakes, media is an entity which is in business. They get money through such kind of businesses
now in short, you're driving into what I want you to dive into.
Before you bring me in, can I just support a point to support him, please?
Yeah, I'll be giving you, because he's diving into what I'm asking, and I hope he's aware of what he's diving into. You're diving into this. Now that they can brand, they can do that as Azimio or as Kenya Kwanza and paint it for them. What will deny the opposite side not attacking this? Because these cars that are branded, this media that has already showcased its candidate or its support to some, what will deny the opposite side? Because each person would want to defend themselves. What will deny if it's Kenya Kwanza who feel they have been neglected or been denied the opportunity? What will deny them from shouting out loud against the branding, against the publicity, against the publications that come through the media often? And when it is our turn, let's say for instance, if I'm Kenya Kwanza, when it's our turn, you shade bad lights. When it is your turn as Azimio, you shade good lights. What do you think? We will always have a negative feel against you, don't you think so?
Jex, you are talking about
the thing there, Jet, it is.
I mean it, Pascal. Jex, let us differentiate this. There is airtime, and now when reporting certain information, such as what we saw a few days ago, when I'm using your vehicle to brand myself, I have to pay you certain amount. However, when you're seeking information, I don't pay you anything. That is the difference. So it is within your right to say whatever you want to say, that this company is supporting this just because I'm using some of your vehicles or your platforms to advertise myself. When someone is in authority, or when you have a good financial muscle, you can actually take everything and leave the other party without. That doesn't mean that this person supports you. No.
Okay.
So let us get the difference. When you're seeking information, you're not being paid.
I like what you said. Otherwise, you are interesting because you are digging yourself deep. I don't want to rebut to you so much. But Pascal, you have something to say. But all the
Yes,
same,
I wanted to support. I wanted to support him there. You media people, you are there to do business. And that one, it has got nothing to say that you are affiliated to one side of the party or the other side of the party. No, because when it comes to that airtime, it is that time that that particular individual, let's say, for example, me, I want a certain brand of my company to be advertised through you. Then, because I've paid for that airtime, it is going to be your responsibility to make sure that you advertise that, because it is that, and it is going to be under my logo, under my umbrella. Everything, if it is going to be like Azimio colors, it's going to be Azimio colors.
Very well said. Now,
so it doesn't mean that you are one-sided there.
You have said it so well. Now, if the opponent, because you have already been paid, you have already been branded, you already have an affiliation. If now the opponent calls you out and say, you guys are biased, you guys, we will not do business with you, why should you feel, why should you come out complaining? You already caused the problem in the first place.
No, because it is that time that we have been hired to do that kind of work. So we cannot do we cannot do two things at the same time, because we have been hired and we have been given airtime by, let's say, Mutembei. So everything which is going to be branded there, it is branded Mutembei. It is all about Mutembei. So it doesn't mean that you are taking sides there. It is because you have been paid to do that kind of a work. Yeah. So when it comes to a special report now that say, let's say Mutembei, it is broadcasting a certain scam, it does not come with Azimio there. So Kenya Kwanza should not blame Azimio or that particular media, let's say Mutembei, Citizen or NTV, to say that they are one-sided. No, because they have, they have highlighted a scam. They have brought out a scam. So if that scam, it doesn't matter. It can be of Azimio leadership, or it can be Kenya Kwanza leadership. They have to say it out. They have to speak it out. So if it is about Azimio, corruption to deal with Azimio leaders, the Azimio leaders, they should not go back and attack you or any media that will have talk about that scam. They should approach them. They should
Pascal,
approach them, and if they're not happy with it, let them take them to court.
Okay, I agree with you, Pascal. And I equally have True TV or Mzalendo backstage and SG. I know they'll be joining us just now. But before I come to you, I see Rhoda and Simba raising their hand. Let me start with Simba. Simba, what is it? Yes, Simba Nataya.
Yes, Jex, nataka nikukumbushe kitu kimoja.
Tafadhali.
Nilisema vizuri kwamba Moses Kuria is an embarrassment to the Ruto regime. What will Azimio do? It will not be something different kutoka kwa kitu yenye walifanya. They will be hard. This proposal of calling Moses Kuria to shape up haitakosa kufanyika eti kwamba watashindwa. So issue ya kushinda ama kushindwa will not matter. And in any case, swala ambalo nataka nikuelezee vizuri ni matamshi ya Moses Kuria about his impeachment. The outcome is obvious. Now, Moses Kuria alitumia lugha ambayo ni ya matusi kwa vyombo vya habari. Kuita vyombo vya habari kwamba ni malaya ni matusi. I don't think why the president can come to defend matusi kama hayo, mtu ambaye walisema kwamba walitoa baa yenye ilikuwa State House. So what is the difference? Now, the issue yenye iko hapa ni swala moja tu kwamba everything inafaa ifuatiliwe kulingana na vile ilivyo na iitwe chenye iko. Apart from that, sidhani kama kuna kitu ingine tunaweza achieve ikiwa tutakuwa na watu wa assembly kama hiyo. Hiyo ndio jambo ambalo nilikuwa nataka nielezee na nieleweke hivyo.
Okay. Yes, Rhoda, I saw your hand up.
Okay, you know this case of one thing. You mean I want to ask you're called Natalia Simba at Moses Kuria, he called media prostitute. You mean he called all media or one media? Because I didn't know what was going on in
He called, I think, Nation Media.
Wow. Actually, to call somebody prostitute, oh my, that is a very bad word. If Kenya is a really democracy, wow, it means Moses Kuria, he is not right to be. He have not. What can I say in Swahili? Unajua ukiwa cabinet, you must learn the law about Kenya. I don't believe Moses Kuria he was right to be the cabinet. Even me, I was very disappointed when Ruto chose him because he fight all the way people he fight Moses Kuria. Because Moses Kuria, mnajua vile ameongea kwa social media na iko natukanana nani the former president atazaa mtoto. How can baba anazaa mtoto? Unaona ni mtu he doesn't have a discipline, akatukanana anaitangwa aje Raila na mtanga, yani he doesn't have anamtukanana mbele ya watoto. Na unajua hiyo nchi yetu kuna watoto wako, hao watoto watakuwa unajua politicians, they need to be good example for our children. So Moses Kuria somebody doesn't have a discipline. For me, according with the law, there is a thing you cannot speak in the media, especially this media is a private. NTV is a private, KTN a private, Citizen TV is private. That Moses Kuria, he want to abuse the owner of the TV and to abuse our democracy. Because a country democracy, you are not like to abuse anybody, even your neighbor. So if Kenya is a really democracy, Moses Kuria need to be in the court. To be in the court and to answer those questions. Why did you call media prostitute? Moses Kuria, he doesn't have a discipline. He is not the right person to be there, because I remember like former cabinet for like Kina Matiang'i, Kina Ma, the Uhuru Kenyatta had a very smart people. People have an emotional intelligence. They could feel other people's feelings. I'm not saying they were perfect, but I was trusting them. They were very classic, and they were respecting Kenyans. They were respecting us, and they were very humble. See somebody like Musheru, he was very humble. Hata siku ile retired former, alisema mimi nilikuwa nasaidia watoto wale wana pesa za shule, nawapatia kidogo. Unaona, they were very humble. But these guys, they're not humble. Wanaona tilikuwa cabinet is like the end of the end. Kila pahali tunakaka hii dunia na kufumbiliana na kunyenyekea. Pahali hata ukiwa unafanya kibarua ya kufagia, unanyenyekea. Na kunyenyekea ni kuwa kind, una respect wa Kenya, kwa sababu wa Kenya ndio wanakulipa hiyo cabinet. Unafanyia kazi wa Kenya. Kwa nini unatukana na wa Kenya? Hiyo ni tabia baya, na Moses Kuria, I condemn him. He need to be impeachment. He have not right to be the cabinet, and I don't even this regime. This is not a illegal regime. So all those regime start with the Ruto, they must go. We can have a new government who respect Kenyans and respect our democracy and our freedom. That shit. Yes.
Okay. Asante sana Roda. Naja kwako Pascal. Pascal, Azimio yesterday performed dismally, if that was a score. We didn't see much shake-up that we anticipated, as much as we felt that maybe some Kenya Kwanza guys would come in and support Azimio. Yesterday we didn't see that. Why do you think Raila Odinga and his team were unable to marshal up the numbers? You remember they used to criticize Ruto for not having numbers? I think now the ball is on the other side. Why?
Unajua ile kitu iko Ruto is trying to kill the Kenyan democracy.
Okay.
Sasa ile kitu aliyofanya
Pascal, are you still there?
Baada tu ya uchaguzi kumalizika, kitu Ruto ambacho ali-embark on, ali-embark on kujaribu kuua the opposition.
Okay.
Ndo hapo akachukua wale wajumbe wa Jubilee na wale wa UD, swini chamaga, swini UDP, swini whatever kule Northeastern, ili to make up his number, of which in realistic hao walikuwa ni wajumbe ambao ni walikuwa kwa katika mrengo wa Azimio. So unapata ya kwamba hawakuweza kuwa na ile nguvu, kwa sababu hawa wajumbe wengine wa Azimio ambao wako kwa Jubilee na kile chama chengine na those who are independent tayari wamenunuliwa on the side of Kenya Kwanza. Unaona? Sasa unapata sasa they don't have that number, kwa sababu hao wengine wajumbe wengine tayari hao wanakuwa used by the Kenya Kwanza regime. So they didn't have that number, and for them to be able to compete with the Kenya Kwanza MPs and those were the MPs from the Azimio who moved over to Kenya Kwanza, then they couldn't do it.
Okay.
Ndio unaona sasa hapo hawaku nini. Na ukija kwa huyu Moses Kuria, hii issue ya media, Moses Kuria hapo anacheza na akili ya Wakenya. Ujue kuna hii scam ya edible oil. Sasa alijua ya kwamba hapa wakinyamaza tu hii kitu itakuwa kubwa. Sasa ndio akaona ile njia ya kujaribu kudivert attention ya Wakenya, ngoja ashambulie hii Nation Media Group. Unaona, ili watu wasiwe wanaongea kuhusu ile mambo ya ile scam ambao wako nayo ya hiyo mambo ya edible oil, ile mapesa mabilioni ambao tayari wameshakula, wa divert your attention, warudi waanze kusema kwamba eti Kuria amesema hivi, Kuria ametukana hivi, Kuria ametukana hivi. So that is the poor politics of Kenya Kwanza government is trying to play.
Okay, unaona? Beautiful. Pascal, zaidi ya yote unaona kama ni mbinu yao pia kujaribu kukaa ni kama wanawafinyilia ili wasitoe sauti wanapokosea, kwa sababu rais alijitokeza waziwazi akisema ni haki ya media kutetewa, lakini pia ni haki pia ya kutetea wanaoshambulia media. Unaona kama rais pia vile vile anakubaliana na haya matamshi in the sense that he knows very well that when the media raises some of these things, because hata stories za COVID billionaire ililetwa na media it was an expose from the media. So mbona unaona kama wanajaribu kuwafinyilia? Is it that they don't want to be seen to be doing wrong yet they are doing wrong, ama mbona, why do you think they are doing what they are doing?
Sasa hapo ndo umesema ule ukweli kwamba wanajaribu kuwafinyilia ili kuziba ule uhalifu wao ambao wanaofanya. To be honest, at this moment there is a lot of scams which are there. Ukiangalia the minister, unaona hiyo CS wa agriculture alikuwako pamoja na huyo Moses Kuria wakiongelea kuhusu mambo ya trade na agriculture.
Okay.
Ona abroad yeye mwenyewe kwa mdomo wake CS wa agriculture akawa anajiumauma kwa matamshi yake kusema kwamba nitafanya hivi huko nje ili nipaweze kupata mahindi na vitu zingine kutoka huko nje nilete huku, nitalipa watu huko nje. So it means that they are trying to do some scandals outside the country, you know, to pin the Kenyans. Wakikuja huku wanaanza kusema lazima watu walipe tax, lazima watu walipe tax just to benefit themselves, but not really to help the Kenyan citizens. So to hide those scandals lazima waanze kuwafinyilia, unaona, wa Kenya na the opposition leaders, ili hizi ukora zao ambazo wanazifanya hapa ndani ndani zisiweze kuonekana. But the media is doing its right, what is supposed to do. Unaona? Sababu hao wanasema ule ukweli ambao uko. Si kwamba tu hao wanajitokezea tu hivyo na wanaanza kujisemea kitu ambacho hakiko. It is there.
Okay.
Na hata wakiongea, watu wa media wakiongea, ndio hao wanaona kwamba hapa sasa kitaumana, wacha tuwafinyilie hawa. Unaona? But it is wrong. Because watu wa media
Okay. Steve Chalo, habari ya leo? Naona Pascal amekwama. Aliniambia
habari nzuri sana Jax, vipi na panels wote, vipi namna gani?
Tuko salama, naona umepumzika pumzi kitandani.
Hata si kitandani, niko hapa tu area, siko kitandani kwa sababu leo nimetoka kazi kuchelewa, saa hizi ndo kidogo ndo naanza kuingia. Kwa juzi sipatikani sana, nikasema wacha nisalimie jamaa kidogo hivi alafu ndio nipotelee.
Nadhani ulikuwa umeenda vacation. Unajua wewe na mpenzio mnapenda vacation sana kaka.
Hata ni makazi tu.
Ni kazi. Kazi. Karibu sana, nimefurahi kukuona.
Asante. Unajua huko Mombasa tuliko bila mhangaiko mambo hayaendi. Naona tu hapo, naona watu wanazidi kufinyiliwa hapo. Lakini wacha watufinywe tu, tukifinywa sana ndo tutaamka.
Sasa kaka, wacha nikuulize, wacha tu tuingie kwa debate moja kwa moja. Jana wana Azimio walipiga kura, wana Kenya Kwanza walipiga kura, idadi kawa jinsi ilivyokuwa. Of course wengi ambao wamekutangulia washatoa maoni yao. Wacha nisikie maoni yako. Wewe jana mtazamo wako ulikuwa upi baada ya matukio ya jana?
Mimi matukio yangu wajua, ile Kenya pale ilipofika, sasa ni kila mume nguvuze ama kila mmoja apiganie tumbo lake.
Okay.
Kwa sababu wengi hata wabunge wa Azimio ni kuna kadhaa tu walipata ile bahasha ya kaki, wao wakatulia. Sasa hawataki kusema, lakini mguu nje mguu ndani, kwa sababu wanajua tayari wao washapata chao. Kwa hivyo hayo mengine si hata hayawahusu. Sasa mtaongea nyinyi, mtapiga makelele, lakini hao hata hawataki kujua. Sasa shida iliyoko ni kwamba viongozi wetu tunawachagua hawatusimamii yale malengo yetu. Wale wanaenda kwa malengo yao, wajijengee majumba, wapige raundi zao pale wanapotaka. Wengine saizi hata wamesafiri, wameenda ng'ambo, wengine wamekwenda Amerika, wengine wanakwenda huko China. Wao ni watu wa kusafiri. Alafu ajabu ni kwamba wanaenda wanapiga picha, wanazituma huku kwa mtandao, sisi tunaona sisi walala hoi. Alafu hivi hata ukiangalia kuna fundi wa charahani hapo amepigwa ushuru wa gali sana, hata akauza hiyo duka tena anasema hawezi lipa. Alafu pesa zinachukuliwa, watu wanaenda kuzurura mitaani huko, wanaenda Ulaya. Wala kuwa hata angalau watengeze hospitali huko ama nini, hakuna. Manake kama juzi niliona huyo rais wetu alikuwa ameenda kwa mkutano, akaanza kusema kuwa mkutano wa, nafikiri walikuwa ni wa president wa Afrika, na akaanza kusema kuwa yeye hawatotumia tena dola, watakuwa wanatumia kama kwa mfano kuna kitu wananunua kutoka nchi ya Afrika, si lazima watumie dola. Na nikaona marais wote wamepiga makelele sana pale. Lakini sasa wale hawatatumia dola, ndiyo ni sawa. Je, wakitaka kutuma kitu ambacho ni cha kutoka nje ya Afrika, si itabidi watumie zile dola? Na ile pesa yetu ikibadilishwa na dola, ile pesa yetu itakuwa chini. Sasa hapo wale waliopiga makofi, wakampigia makofi, walimshangilia sana, manake alikuwa anatoa hotuba. Nikaona sasa nikashindwa, hawa watu kweli katika Afrika nzima kama wanaweza msikiza mtu kama yule maoni yake, ambapo kwake hajafanya na anatoa maoni nchi za wenyewe kwa watu. Je, kweli tuna watu kweli Afrika? Kwa hivyo the problem si Kenya peke yake, problem iko Afrika nzima. Tukisema hivyo hata
lakini Chalo, ingawa sio hiyo nilitaka kudiscuss na wewe tu ili isinipite. Makosa iko wapi wakati ambapo mimi na wewe uko, wacha niseme wewe ni inchi inaitwa Chalo na mimi ni inchi inaitwa Jakes. Mbona nitumie pesa za Edgar kukulipa wewe ilhali ninaweza tumia pesa zangu kukulipa wewe?
Unaona, kwa sababu hapo ni sawa, lakini ile pesa inatumika dunia mzima. Ile pesa yangu mimi Charo na pesa yako wewe nchi yako tutatumia mimi na wewe, lakini je, tukitaka kutoka nje ya mimi na wewe tutaenda vipi? Kwa mfano mimi sasa
aliuliza hivi, mimi nafanya biashara na mtu wa Djibouti, mbona nimlipe kupitia dola? Ni kama kwa mfano niende kufanya biashara na mtu wa Uganda, nikitumia hela zangu za Kenya ziko na value, right? Nikienda ni transact, ni change pesa yangu iwe pesa ya Uganda, ni transact nikitumia pesa za Uganda, nisitumie pesa zangu, nitumie pesa za Uganda, I'll buy it at the same value kuliko ni charge ukitumia currency yangu na wewe uko Uganda. Huoni kama hiyo alikuwa anajaribu ku make sense? Kwa sababu hivyo ndio pesa pia zina ghali sana.
Yeye hakujaribu ku make sense chochote, kwa sababu kama yeye atatumia Kenya money kununua vitu Uganda, si atakuwa zile Kenya money ni nyingi kushinda zile Uganda ni shilling kule. Lakini kile kitu akikileta hapo nchini, je, akitaka kwenda nchi ya nje ya Afrika alikuwa ataenda na pesa gani? Ataenda na Kenya shillings pia? Huko nje ataenda na Kenya shillings?
Ataenda na dola.
Sasa kwa hivyo lazima hizi dola tuwe nazo, tupende tusipende. Dola lazima tuwe nazo. Wajua shida moja sisi,
dola is a reserve currency.
Ona. Lazima iwe pale reserve currency.
What about euro? What about euro?
Hata euro pia wanaweza kununua na euro, lakini saa hizi walikuwa wanaongelea dola.
What about pound?
Katika ule mkutano katika ule mkutano walikuwa wanaongea
gold from time immemorial from
nakwambia, katika ule mkutano tunaozungumzia sasa hivi waliongea kuhusu dola. Kama wangeongea kuhusu pounds tungeongea kuhusu pounds, wangeongea kuhusu euro tungeongea kuhusu euro. Sisi tunaongea kwa maana wale waliongea kuhusu dola, lakini problems kwamba presidents wote wa Afrika wakapiga makofi, halafu tunajiendeleza, halafu mmoja, kwa mfano wale waliopiga makofi wote, Mwamerika amchukie asimsaidie, hawa wengine hawatakuja kumsaidia, hata ndio bado watamgeuka. Mfano mzuri ni Gaddafi. Manake Gaddafi, hata kama tunalalamika wa Amerika wa European walienda wakamwataki, lakini walienda through people of Libya, walienda kwa wenyeji kwanza. So sisi Waafrika wenyewe ndio pale tunacheza kimakosa, kwa sababu kama Waamerika watakuja watutumie sisi tumuharibie mtu fulani, walikuja wakatumia Libyans na Libyans ndio wakaleta nafujo na Gaddafi, ndio Gaddafi akauawa. Sisi Waafrika akili zetu tunasema tayari Mwamerika alikuja. Kama sisi sote tungekuwa pamoja na tuseme Mwamerika usije, sidhani kama angeenda.
Okay.
Unaona? So shida yetu ni yote.
No, Africa, we don't like America. We don't hate America. We always behind America. Because America, they do amazing thing in Africa. So when you speak like that, you against me. I'm against with the European Union, but not America.
So
Africa, European Union, they have been coming behind for Kenya for their own interest. Those are our enemies. I live in Europe, but I'm against.
Why are you
especially German? Those they are criminals. They are coming behind enough.
So that we can be able to have order.
Rhoda, Stephen has his opinion. Please, let's respect the forum.
Yeah,
Rhoda,
you know, she's always getting out of the point. She's getting out of the point, and I don't mean whatever she's thinking.
No,
this problem, saying that she didn't even want to listen what I was making the point.
Yeah, okay, continue, Stephen.
But Chalo, continue.
Please, just let's have this forum respectably.
Okay, so
continue, Stephen.
Tukisema kuwa ati sisi hatuhitaji dola, sijui hatuhitaji nini, tutakuwa tunazungumza uongo. The same time wanarudi pale pale wanakuambia kuanzia kesho, manake limemuona Gachagua amesema kuanzia kesho ile dola itarudi chini, itakuja 100 sijui na ngapi. Kwa hivyo wenye dola zao wazitoe, wenye dola zao wazitoe, kwa sababu walikuwa wameficha kwa manyumba. Leo alipokuwa akiongea anadai watu wameficha madola wote watoe, kwa sababu hizo dola hazitakuwa tena ile hali ya juu vile watu wanafikiria. Maana saa hizi ilikuwa dola imefika sijui 140 129 something like that. So alikuwa ameongea, so ndo nikajua sasa shida iko Afrika nzima, hata si Kenya peke yake.
Okay.
Manake watu sisi wa Afrika tunachukuliwa, sijui tunachukuliwaje, marais wetu tunawachagua kutusimamia, hawatatusimamia vizuri. Viongozi wetu wale wa chini pia nao wanaiga mfano wa yule wa juu. Kama yule wa juu atachukua, wao wa chini nao wanachukua. Alafu kao ni kutembea, kutuonyesha mapicha kule, hatuna lolote, hakuna hospitali, hakuna nini, na si ati hawaoni, manake wanatembea wao, lakini wanaona wakitengeza. Sasa wakitengeza tutakuwa vizuri, tutaelimika, tutakuwa werevu, hatutawachagua. Wanataka tu saa zote wakitoka tuwe tunaweza wapiga ngoma, tuwaimbie, tuwapige shangwe, hivyo ndivyo wanataka. Hayo ni maoni yangu, na sijasema kuwa mimi na hate America ama na hate nchi gani na nchi gani. Ni maoni ambayo yalikuwa yamezungumziwa, ndio tumetoa hapa kwa mjadala.
Na hata kwako na maswali zaidi, nina mambo mengi ningetaka kusikia kutoka kwako. Rhoda, naona mkono wako uko juu.
Yeah, sometimes, like me, I'm always feeling jealousy. If people, they pray for Africa, because I like Africa continent. If you pray for Africa, you pray with me. For example, like dollar always will be powerful. Dollar, it's all over the world. They want dollar, and dollar usually be powerful currency. And I'm not afraid to say the truth. America, they love Africa so much. They support us. You remember how much money they give us when we have a lot of people are dying for food? 18 billion shillings they give us. And they give a country like a Senegal. They do amazing. Even when we have a war like South Sudan, they try to pray for their own part. For me, The country I love is American, Canada, and there's Russia and China, all over the world. So for me, if you want to be my enemy, talk about against America, because America, they do amazing. How many Kenyan people, they go to America and they go there, they win the green card, and the American government, they accept them and they do invest in Kenya. They make our economy to grow. People live in diaspora, they make our economy grow because they send money to their family, we pay tax. And most of the Kenyan majority, I know, for example, my community, they live one state in California, in Los Angeles, in Alabama, and they do a lot. They invest. They said they help. Like my community, this one guy used to help my community every Christmas, go and help the family who doesn't have Christmas. What wanapiga raini? This is the first day I've never seen my community wanapiga raini wanapatia chakula. So let us love America. Me, everybody is against America. You are my enemy. Me, I don't hate America. I hate the country who is against Africa.
Okay.
Yes.
Well said, Rhoda. Well said. Now, Stella, let me come back to you. Let me also bring back the topic that we were dealing with. Now, Ruto is yet to sign the bill. I'm sure tomorrow it will be taken to him. If not, actually tomorrow, it might be taken to him early Monday. If you're in Ruto's shoes, what do you think, or rather, if you were to advise him tonight, what do you think he should do?
Number one, I think he should take time. Then I think Ruto should not have he should not get his advisors' opinion. I think he should go to the stakeholders. He should go to the common mwananchi, Mama Mboga, so he can able to listen to the final review. So now let's assume people like Kenya Association of Manufacturer, KEPSA. A lot of SMEs are there. He should listen to an SME, the guy who's in the Komba. He should listen to the person of an M-Pesa. He should listen to a land, how do I put it? He should listen to these people who have small SMEs, as we say, so that he understands that SME, if you add fuel to this, it will affect this. Because end of the day, what is driving us in Kenya, it's the fuel. And as our fuel, it's fossil. It's not like in the European Union, guys depend on clean energy, which is solar. Yes, Rhoda, do you have anything to say?
No, go ahead. I'll give her time. Rhoda, I'll give you time. Just hold on.
They talk about Africa here. I want to say most of the Africa, they travel in America, for example, Nigeria, Ghana. So Africa, we always love. Like I remember the first time in my village where I come from, the man who traveled in outside
Rhoda,
of country,
can you give
it was in America.
time?
So America usually, most of Africa, they travel in America.
Rhoda, I'll be coming back to you. I'll give you time.
I'm just answering somebody talking here. Somebody Karaja. I want to answer to Karaja.
No,
Me, I'm very honest.
Don't mind the comments, Rhoda. Don't mind the comments. Let's first continue with the panelists, because comments, many people will comment. So if we react to all of them, we will really take long before we make a move. So Stella, you are on. You are raising some points, and I'll allow you to go on before I even ask you any other question.
Yeah. So I was saying before. Okay, well, you asked if Ruto, if he should take. What I was saying, Ruto should take time. He should not rush signing that bill because he has to see what are the implications or the consequences. It will come back to him because the thing is he has to understand, like the way I've told you, fuel is the major driver of our businesses. Let's not pretend. You see, we are depending on fuel, fossil, you get petrol, diesel, mafuta ya taa, jet fuel, na kila kitu. So he has to understand. He leaves someone like Devin D. This person, I think he thinks from, I don't know, he has a cognate mind, like he thinks that he's in Jupiter. Let me tell you, let's come back to Kenya. In the world, Ruto should listen. He has to go, the way he went to looking for votes
I remember there's a time he had to call guys for forums to understand what they are going through. Now, the most affected people, and this is what I'm repeating, Jake, SMEs are the ones which are driving Kenya's economy, because we are the ones who pay taxes every month. It's not like these big companies, because they are a handful. Because if I give you big companies, I'll give you 5. But if those 5, the taxpayer cannot even be enough even to drive maybe like an economy, drive like economy for Nairobi, because it's not enough. But if you go for SMEs, there is mama mboga. Everywhere in the country, there is a mama mboga. There's SMEs of Gekomba, and na hizi ni tule tupesa tudogo. Wacha nikwambie Jake, tuangalie tule tupesa tudogo kuanzia 300, 1,300. Hiyo revenue ikiokoto kila siku. Now we are finding returns. Like right now, KRA, they've put us in a tight belt. I'm telling you, I don't know how we are going to survive. KRA have put us on a tight belt called an e-teams. What happens if I have to declare my claim where the entrepreneur is and me as the buyer? We should have an e-teams compatible so that I'm able to claim this and him is supposed to claim that. You get? Now, Ruto, the first thing he has to listen to KEPSA and Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Factories, if you lay off people, I'm telling you, Jake, will be forced to import. Let's be honest with this language. Because if let's assume that we close a factory kama Simiti, let's say Bamburi, Portland, Simba Cement, because they cannot hold the tax. I mean, in it, that's the choking tax. Utoe housing fund, utoe pay as you want, hiyo NSSF imeongezwa, NHIF imeongezwa, then kuko na watu utawalipia insurance and what and what. You know, some people will be retrenched. And that means if they have many demand, like the way he was saying, demand as meeting because of housing fund, it will create jobs. Let me tell you, without fear or whatever, I don't see these houses zikitengenezwa. Ask me why. If the first tranche, let's say up to December, so they are saying they are looking for how many billion? 80 billion. So if there are 400 guys in the factory, then you reduce them to 200. Hiyo nini amepoteza hiyo tax ni watu wangapi? Remember, pay as you want ni mingi kuliko corporate tax. You get? Haya. Kuja uangalie the VAT aspect, where these small SMEs wana remit every month. It's a billion. It's a billion a month, because KRA, they are making sure that we collect each and every coin. So to assume Gekomba wafunge, si watu wengi. Mama mboga aseme nilienda nikanunua mboga, lakini siwezi ongeza certainly mimi nitafunga nini? Nitafunga mama mboga juu mboga hainunuliwi. Because mimi, if I come to the house, nitanunua mboga. Remember the 50 shillings ilikuwa inanunulia mboga na ilikuwa inanunulia kitunguu na nyanya. So ata decide aache gani. So ikimuoverpower ataacha. Nani ako na shida? It's the government, because we are making, and you know, KRA won't come and ask me lipa because I'm not making money. You get? Then another thing, Ruto should listen. Let him listen to guys like IMF. I remember someone was saying he doesn't like the Americans. I am not against America or whatever. The thing is, we need these guys, foreign IMF, EU, World Bank, everything. We need to listen to them. They are the experts. We should learn. We should learn to listen. Listening, it won't hurt your ears. But the thing is, at least have some conscience. Ujue, if I sign this bill, what will happen in the next 4 to 5 years? Am I going to gain or lose? So, Ruto has a choice. You either choose to listen to the Kenyan, or you listen to your advisors, you lose. Another thing, then Ruto has to understand that
before you go to that other thing, just one moment.
People, he has to make it's called what, you know, like how you're summoned, you're misbehaving, get someone else out. No, the thing is, atoe, I mean, inaita si kuvuta, as in you're put in a disciplinary process. Because the thing is, Jake, when we are tunaokota hii pesa, inaibiwa na coffers. Yeah? Remember, kulikuwa na ile story ya stadium. Who was mentioned? Moses Kuria. It is not a coincidence. Amekuja amementioniwa story ya mafuta. It is not a coincidence. You look someone like Ruto, he's been in a lot of scandals, even when he was a senator. The thing is, if there are loopholes where Ruto knows where the money is disappearing, he has to seal those loopholes.
Okay.
We have someone like, he's called Zuge. I think he's taking over from Patrick Njoroge. Patrick Njoroge, this guy tried to tame rogue banks, and he tried to make the monies which are collected. I mean, he put sanity. Now, if Ruto puts this rogue who was in the NYS, will be in problems. Then another thing, Ruto has to do this. Let him listen to his conscience, because he signs that bill, it goes into law. I'm telling you, the economy will go to rogue. I'm telling you, people will not be, watu watakuwa nafichana pesa. Acha nisikudanganye. People like M-Pesa, I think they won't generate enough revenue, because unajua ukilipa na M-Pesa, you're trapped. So landlords now, you know what, give me cash, give me cash, give me cash. Who is losing? Sits the money. Yeah.
Okay. There's something Stella has been raising about people will be retrenched, people will be sacked and all. I want us to listen to this video, and it will inform my next questions to this wonderful panelist.
Plans to hold a mega rally at the Kamukunji grounds in Nairobi next week to protest the passing of the Finance Bill 2023 by the National Assembly. According to Kenya Party leader Martha Karua, while at the rally, the coalition will announce the next course of action. The Azimio leadership has criticized members of parliament who voted for the bill, accusing them of defying the wishes of majority of Kenyans who wanted the bill reviewed. Chemutai Goin reports.
The Azimio leaders were holed up in a meeting, bringing together the principals and their representatives and members of the August House as they charted the coalition's way forward following the passing of the controversial Finance Bill 2023.
We say pole to the millions of Kenyans who are struggling to come to terms with this harsh reality. We know many of you think this is a nightmare that will probably fizzle out. Unfortunately, it is here with us and here to stay unless we act now.
Leaders resolved to hold a public engagement meeting next week Tuesday to announce their next move.
An institution called Parliament gets its mandate from the people, but the people retain the residual power. The executive, the judiciary, everybody, every state officer gets mandate from the people. The people will meet at Kamukunji grounds and they will roar back at Parliament and at the executive.
The Azimio leadership said the actions displayed by the MPs who gave the finance bill a nod had shown the contempt the Ruto administration had for Kenyans.
The Ruto regime ensured that the wishes of the people were ignored. Instead, they retained punitive taxes on fuel, on housing, on turnover, on salaries, among others. This is like showing the people of Kenya the contempt card.
In their criticism of the bill, the leaders said the punitive taxes imposed on different sectors was going to make the already difficult life for Kenyans worse.
Where there has been inflation, we must now prepare for hyperinflation. With the new raft of taxes approved yesterday, especially the fuel tax, we must prepare that even the little that remained of our monies will simply vanish.
Azimio also took issue with the recently unveiled 3.6 trillion shillings budget, saying it was self-serving. Even as a section of Azimio MPs await their day to the disciplinary committee for not towing the party line, Karua acknowledged those who stood to be counted and ensured their voice was heard.
Our MPs, while pushing for the millions of Kenyans, were able to force the regime to accept not one, not two, but several amendments.
Now, this is what I wanted to play.
200 workers on a contract at KEMSA will be rendered jobless from the 1st of July this year, following the conclusion of a 2-week audit ordered by the new board. Announcing the decision to KEMSA staff, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service Felix Koskei said the decision is meant to rationalize operations at the institution, which has been riddled with graft cases. Koskei says government will conduct such audits in public institutions with a view to reducing the ballooning wage bill, which continues to gobble up over 60% of resources allocated to the national government. This story was produced by Gatete Njoroge.
17 days after a KEMSA board ordered an audit of all the 734 workers at the Troubled Drug Authority, within 2 weeks, the verdict is out. A meeting bringing together employees, management and the board chaired by Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service Felix Koskei at KEMSA offices in Embakasi. The government announced the decision to lay off 200 workers on contract at the institution.
When we say that those who are in contract will not be renewed, it is because we want to optimize for the sake of having enough money to develop this country. Or else all the monies will be in the pockets of employees and nothing will move. So that is something that has been identified by government.
The number of those to be sacked from July 1st represent approximately half of the members of staff who are employed on contract at KEMSA, a situation that Koskei says will apply to other public institutions who also have a bloated workforce.
Many.
Let me even pause it there. What kwanza ni pause hapo, because this one really made me angry. Now, 200 people will be laid off because the government says it has a huge wage bill and all. The same government appointed 50 CSs, 50 permanent secretaries who earn a lot. I'm sure they earn more than these 200 employees. Maybe 4 of the CSs combined is the equivalent to those 200 employees who are going to be sacked. I start with you, Stella, because when we malizie your topic. Is the government right to lay off its workers simply because it's unable to pay them, yet it's employing so many, how do I call them? Wakubwa ni wengi kuliko hawa wadogo ndo wanaonewa. What do you think?
Let me tell you, Jake, without fear, the government can afford to pay those people. The thing is to con a lot of misappropriations.
Okay.
Let me tell you, if the government would be serious, because it is not fair. Because why are you going down to a clerk? Why are you going down to a driver? Why are you going down to a subordinate staff? The thing is, the government should start ballooning people from the ministry. And I don't know why we need a CS and and assistant CS and a CEC. Just so those who continue to go up chini. Hizo cheo ziende kwa sababu I believe most of those people don't get less than $1 million. Remember, here $1 million, alafu apatio per DM, that goes with $3 million. My God, you get? Then by the time you're going down when you earn 50,000, 20,000, 40,000, those people are innocent. Then the thing is, the government is blotting every time there's they're useless ministry. Anyway, I've just said, I'm not going to excuse my language. They're useless ministry. Kukona ministry in a National Employment Authority. I've never seen what that company does. Kukona disaster disaster management, there is nothing they do. There are so many, I mean, there are things like there are so many tribunals, because if you go to like medical, there is KP and MDU, there's this, there are so many, I mean, each ministry has like 4 tribunals.
Okay.
Now remember, these tribunals are ghosted, because hata nikijaribu kufile maybe a plaint or maybe a judicial review, utaambiwa huyu hayuko, kwangi na mtu kwa ofisi. You ask yourself, and this is what inatumiza, because as a group of lawyers kupeleka matter, and you have to go through, you're being told by the court, no, this matter you cannot bring it to court, take it to the tribunal. The tribunal haina watu, know that. But the thing is, unaona, government ina dispose pesa inapelekwa hapo. They pay rent for nothing. There are people who are there, they just sit. There is nothing they are doing. The thing is, there is money. It is unfair for this government to entrench people. Another thing, this is what I'm asking myself. During the time of Moi, Kibaki, then we came to Kuru. I don't understand why this government is so broke that it cannot pay the civil servants. Right now, wanangojea mshahara ya March. Let me shock you. Remember, mshahara ya March ikikuja, pesa yao inakatwa. Umesahau? So the NHIF enye ilipandishwa, remember inakatwa mara 2. There is an SSF enye itakatwa. By the time mtu anapata mshahara yake ya June, this one cannot even, atakuwa ameshahama aende kwa slum. So the thing is, this government is misappropriating money. You cannot tell me that KEMSA, they're going to bail out 200 people. Nani atabeba hizo carton? I believe it is not a CEO. I believe it's not an accountant. I believe it's not someone in administration. You need those people. The thing is, they need to check where the mess is. The mess starts from the top. Yeah. Nyama ikiota itaozaji chini, inaozaga juu ikienda chini. So, the thing is, it is the, wanaitangwaje, public service. They need to check. Kama kukona some departments, then they are not bringing any, what do you call? They are not bringing any stability. I don't understand. When you go to State House, kukona mtu mwenye anakaribisha president, that's another department. Sijui kukona nani, another department. Sijui PPPU, there is another department. Yet you have media houses to do all these things. We have social media, you have influencers. Why you having people, you are paying more than $1 million na per diems na kila kitu. There is money in government. It is an excuse so that they are able to misappropriate more funds. That is what I can say.
Steve Chalo, naona ukiinua mkono. Maoni yako ni yapi? Because ni kinaya ya kwamba rais atachagua makatibu wengi. Katibu mmoja anapokea mshahara karibu mita na kitu, lakini atashindwa kulipa yule, wacha nimwite mlala hoi, anayelipa shilingi 50,000. Shida iko wapi?
Sasa mimi hata sitaongea juu ya shida sahihi. Sahihi yeye anafanya vizuri kabisa, kwa sababu wale anaowafuta sahihi ndio watakuja kwetu kwa Azimio twende maandamano. Hata ni wacha hiyo bili haisaini kesho, watu wakuwe wengi kwa Azimio, maana watu wengi watakuwa hawana makazi na watatoka wengi wenyewe bila kuambiwa tokeni. Hata tutangoja Raila atuite, kwa sababu tutakuwa tumefinyiliwa. Kwa hivyo yeye basi mwacheni afanye hivyo anavyofanya kabisa. Hata mkisema mtamzuia, kama mtamwonyesha njia, yeye mwacheni aendelee kupotea, alafu sisi ndo tuwe wengi kwa barabara. Maana tukiwa wao watafutwa kama ni 300, hii namba itakuwa imeongezeka kwa Azimio. Tutakuwa kwa street, tutakuwa tumeongezeka 300. Ni hayo.
So wewe unafurahia watu wakitumwa nyumbani?
Alafu ndo tuende kwa barabara tumtoe.
Baada ya kwenda barabara, unadhani watarudishwa kazini?
Hawatarudishwa kazini, lakini tutamtoa huyo ambaye anatufanya tuende kwa barabara. Sisi tunataka kumtoa huyo, afungue 7 tumtoe.
Kumtoa ni ngumu, lakini ni sawa.
Tukiwa wengi tutamtoa.
Haya, sawa, wanasema wengi wape. Edgar, naona mkono wako uko juu kabla sijakuja kwake Roda. Yes, Edgar.
Jex, mambo imechemka. I think Stella's come up with very critical issues in this debate today. And the way she's actually giving out her points is just awesome. I think
Yeah,
I
Stella
love
is
the
one
way
of
she
our
debates.
good debaters.
But
Ni
there's
venye
one
huwa
thing.
anapotea, lakini tutamtafuta tu, tutamshika tu. Endelea Edgar.
Jakes, you remember sometimes back through this platform, we were actually against this bill, and there were a number of panelists who were in support of this. But I want to tell you, Jakes, that just like I said in the beginning, Jakes, right now, if you do a calculation of what we are taking home, I said it is to 42% as at now before this come into effect. And now with the revised NHIF, and now the VAT coming in, and NSSF is already there, and then we have another 1.5. Should they effect the ikiwa watafanya zile amendments za ile housing, the finance in the finance bill, but as at now it stands at 3%. How much tutabaki nayo? Very little. What does that one indicate? Number one, we'll have nothing to spend or less to spend in the economy, meaning there will be less cash flow. That is very, very bad to our economy. We want, there will be no cash flow actually.
Okay.
When there is no cash flow, who suffers most? The manufacturers will actually suffer. Those who are doing business, the SMEs will suffer in this case. So what I'm foreseeing, Jakes, the 200 employees that are yet to are set to be laid off, it's just a tip in the iceberg of so many things to come. And I'm telling you this, when businesses will be choked, because like Stella said, we are being driven by fuel. When the businesses or when companies are being choked, will they be able to run their operations smoothly?
Okay.
Absolutely no. This means that they will lay off many workers. When one employee is laid off, Jakes, at least 5 people are being affected. Because this person, pengine, kuna mtu anambebanga pale na pikipiki, na yule mtu ameandika, and then there is yule mwenye penye ananuanga nyama ama kamboga yake daily. When one person is laid off, at least 5 people suffer. Now, that is a very, very, very bad to us. Jakes, I want to tell you, I want to agree with Charo, that initially people took this protest as things that were being driven by Raila and his interest. But Ruto is someone that has actually showed us his true colors, so to speak. This is someone with no interest of the nation that he leads at heart. Nothing completely. Because there is no way you are laying off someone who is being paid 30,000 Kenyan shillings at the same time you are hiring more than 50 CSS with a basic salary of 800 shillings, not net, but basic, plus other allowances. And then, are we really doing justice to Mlalahoi? Not actually. I know Kenya Rebel will support this, but it's high time that we condemn all these things.
Now that tumechokoza Kenya Rebel, allow me to as well acknowledge Kenya Rebel. How are you, my brother?
Good, Jake. We've missed you.
Sorry, we had a challenge, but it's all system go now. We are good.
Good. Wacha nisalimie kila mtu. Stella hapo na kuona natoa mapoint nzuri. Roda na ndugu yangu Edgar hapo ameanza kunichokoza mapema. Anyway, so there are some things I wanted to mention that you talked about mwanzoni about the media. Wacha nianze na Moses Kuria. What Moses Kuria did is not impeachable offense. Alita a media malaya or whatever the case is. You can't impeach him for that. Jomo Kenyatta used to call people worse names. Kibaki used to call people, Nini, Mavia, whatever. Same thing, Uhuru. So this is not something, impeachable. But of course, we all know Moses Kuria, he's a dunderhead. So anyway, as far as media.
Did you call him a dunderhead? But sawa, endelea.
Yes, I did. As far as media, media ideally should be objective. But also media can decide not to be subjective. So if Mutembei decides they want to support anything Azimio or Kenya Kwanza wants to do, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, okay? That's why you always see they usually endorse presidential candidates at during election years, time, electioneering, So that's to complain. Kama KTN wana side they're pro Azimio. It's what it is. Kuria wache kulialia. He used to be part of that actually. So that's a non-issue. About the US dollar being a reserve currency, I think Ruto is doing something good, but Ruto what he says and what he does is two different things. Yes, the dollar is the world currency, reserve currency, okay? But the problem is the dollar is backed by nothing, thin air. It's not backed by gold like it used to. So it's just as worthless. So why should Kenyans peg their money on the dollar? Dollar, it's actually being, what helps the dollar right now is war, okay? That's why you see they're fighting Russia. Russia is getting off the dollar. It's one of the few countries that doesn't have a central bank. They don't depend on the Federal Reserve to take loans. But that's a discussion for another day. But Ruto is right to say that we need to move away from the dollar because a lot of countries are dumping the dollar because the dollar is becoming worthless, okay? They want to back their money with gold. That's why you see Russia and China are buying gold. So soon you see even African countries, South Africa, Zimbabwe, they're getting off the dollar, okay? So the dollar is not good just for the future. Let me just say that, okay? Aya, mambo ya Ruto, hii mambo ya kufuta watu kazi, that's just the beginning. It's about to get worse. But there might be help along the way. Ruto alituambia he's raising taxes to ndio asiboro. But again, we know he's going to borrow 720 billion according to his budget. And not only that, he has to borrow 850 billion extra from the SGR loan that it's due next year, okay? So he'll have to borrow more. In fact, today when he was in Paris, he was telling the IMF and the World Bank people, he was telling them, hey, give us a loan for 50 years with 20 years of grace period, then hiyo 30 ya mwisho ndio tutaanza kulipa, or whatever the case is, we pay towards the principal. Basically, he's doing what Uhuru and Kibaki did. Kick the can down the neo. Watoto wetu na watoto wetu ndio watalipa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
you hear me? Okay. So basically he's putting out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically what Ruto is doing, ataomba hii pesa, alafu hii pesa ndio atakuja itumie kulipa kulipa walimu and those people who haven't been paid, civil servants and all that. But guess who will pay for it? Well, ideally, he should be paying for that. We are not guaranteed if he'll pay for that because the way they're spending the money and how they are misusing the money already, we don't know. Because, but the one part
speaking of misuse,
yes. Yes.
I want you to listen to this, and I'll play two clips back to back. I want you to listen to one of the best offices you should have anywhere.
Excuse me, you know me, I cannot sleep. I cannot go if I don't make point. Ruto is lying to us. Where do IMF they have money? We loan money to the China, whole Africa. We get loan money from the China, from Nigeria, from China, whole Africa. Ruto, stop lying to us. There's nothing called IMF. This European Union, they don't have money to loan us. They're useless. European Union, they're useless. Leave our country alone. You're coming our country to be hate for our interests. Come on, you are European Union. We hate you. In the future, we'll be enemy for European Union. We're not in China. All the time, just keep back regime, regime, to build the roads, to pay everything. Shame on you, you're trying to run here. If you tired when you lie.
Rhoda,
I'm not Rhoda. Is a con man.
Rhoda.
Kenyans. Live for reality. Live for real. You know,
Rhoda, kunywa
China.
maji.
We have never run money to our IMF. Shame on you.
Kunywa maji baridi tafadhali.
I agree with you, Rhoda. Wacha kwanza tuendelee kunywa maji kidogo. Yeah. Let's go ahead. There's this clip.
No, don't be someone anaanza kuwa akileta the crony and whatever hapa. Let's be sane. Let's have this forum ikiwa a sane forum. But talking like that, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Now I want us to listen to this clip.
Unatakiwa uweke ile kitu. The views is not nini for Mtembei.
Of course, the comments here, they are not attributed to Mbaya. They are personal to the speaker. These are Mnenaji. Now, I want to play this clip. This clip is about an office. This office over here, it's an office about someone who has a chair worth $1 million and above.
$1 million.
Before we even talk about wastage,
hold on, Jakes, before you go there.
Deputy Governor William Oduol were today told that the Deputy Governor was using a chair worth 1 million shillings. The senators were told that the Deputy Governor incurred an expenditure of 18 million shillings in his office furniture and renovation works. Stephen Leto reports.
Call it devolved luxury or better, a 1.1 million shillings sitting comfort. This is Siaya Deputy Governor William Oduol's lavish chair that cost the taxpayers in Siaya County 1.1 million shillings.
I, CPA Dr. William Oduol.
When it was brought to the floor of the Senate as an exhibit by the petitioners, senators in the special committee were told of how a deputy governor used in excess of $1 million to secure a single chair amid hard economic times.
You remember there was a wheelbarrow that costed 80,000. Yeah, so are you comfortable?
Interrogation by the committee revealed that the payment of 1.1 million shillings for the chair was from the lowest bidder.
This is the chair that the procurement director told us that there was an open tender and the lowest bidder was 1.1 million. And he said it was procedural. Members, can you check, please?
Senators lined up to have a feel of the orthopedic chair, whose physical characteristics included an adjustable armrest, lumbar support, adjustable seat depth, tilt and lock, adjustable height, and a spongy feel.
And you are now what we can term in procurement terms as the user department or the user officer, correct?
The user department is the Department of Governance.
But in terms of individual, you are the one, the ultimate user.
Yes.
Of the 1 million chair.
Yes.
As if that was not enough, 2 more static chairs cost the county of Siaya $500,000 shillings each. In sheer extravagance, 3 chairs in the deputy governor's office cost the taxpayers 3 million shillings.
It is an ordinary chair, so I didn't suspect that chair would cost 1 million. There's no value for money there, if you ask me.
The spotlight directed at the officers that procured the seat for the deputy governor at an exorbitant price.
Would you be surprised that is the chief officer for governance who requisitioned for your chair?
Yes, because my budget and governor's budget sits in the Department of Governance.
So now you agree with me?
Yeah, he is the accounting officer for governance.
Deputy Governor who spent the day-long sittings to defend himself against all the accusations that led to his impeachment told senators that he has been gagged from transacting any official functions in the county. The committee
Now,
Jake.
listen to this.
Government are up in arms. The aggrieved workers are threatening to go to court to challenge what they term as unfair dismissal. The guards who served during Governor Wycliffe Oparanya's 2 terms claim that they were sent home unprocedurally without notice. They now want Governor Fernandez Baraza to hear their cry and reinstate them.
Hatujui mwelekeo. Governor, ukipenda tuko chini ya miguu yako. Sisi kama wamama, familia ya watu wote, na kuna wengine wako nyumbani hatujiwezi. Tunakutegemea wewe. NSSF hatujailipiwa, NHIF hatujailipiwa.
Have just been replaced, na ile siku tunakuwa replaced na watu wa Papaton ni tarehe 1 mwezi wa 6, which was a holiday. Tuko mahali tunamaka our holiday na tunareplacewa. Malalamishi yetu kwako governor ni hii. We still need. Bado tuko na moyo ya kufanyia county government of Kakamega kazi.
Now, huyo ni deputy governor, kiti yake ni ya 1.1 million.
No, Jake. You know,
Listen,
this
Jake.
I've been following this case, and the county assembly for CI are trivializing this issue. The money that was approved, that was used to buy this chair, it has to be approved by the governor, James Orengo. He's the governor, okay? This guy, the only thing he was being impeached for, okay, was he was whistleblowing because he realized that the Impress account they are withdrawing colossal amount of money. 900 leo, 900 kesho. One day, actually, there's a day where they withdrew 21 million in a day, in one day. Okay? And he went and asked Orengo about this. Okay? And also asked the CFO, the CFO who was there, Chief Finance Officer, who's there right now, interim CFO. His name is Jack Odinga. Sounds familiar? Anyway, so once he mentioned this issue to James Orengo, Orengo started acting weird. They started stopped responding to his calls. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say, that when he threatened to go to EFCC to mention that, I'm using what his statement was. Once he threatened Jack Odinga, the CFO, acting CFO, that he will report about this missing money, these guys panicked, and he made it. Of course, he went to a funeral and made some pronouncements regarding this lost money. And the county assembly, when they heard about this, they started the process of getting him out. His only crime was he brought to attention that there was money being withdrawn from the Impress account, county Impress account, that was unusual. Now, these people are trying to come up with a story that that chair was 1 point, I don't know what million, to paint him as, oh, he was stealing money. I don't know, he's misappropriating money. This is silliness. I mean, come on, let's be serious here. But anyway, I'll stop there. With regard to Oparanya, I don't know what's happened with that. I don't know, so I can speak on that. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure Stella will really disagree with you, and she's back, but she's in, but she'll seriously disagree. Now, before I come to Mzalendo, 254, how are you?
Doing great. I'm doing great.
Uko fiti Mzalendo?
Niko salama bwana.
Umekuwa nyuma ya studio, sasa sijui nianze na wewe ama nianze na 254.
Anza na 254. Anza na 254. Alikuwa hapa alitangulia.
254 vipi? (254) washa mic. Aha, vipi kaka? Siku nyingi.
How are you?
Nikikuona najua maandamano imekaribia. Wewe kabisa upendi maandamano, lakini Tuesday ni siku moja kali.
Hakuna.
Lakini vipi kaka, umepotea sana?
Niko salama nashukuru.
Aha.
But meanwhile, you can pass it to somebody else. I'll come back later.
Okay, sawa. Stella, I'm sure you don't agree with Kenya Rebel. What do you make of the
about
1.1 million
being a
chair?
scapegoat.
Yes.
Anyway, me what I believe, I think it's a shifting mechanism to confuse the public. But the buck stops from who? It stops from the. I blame it to the assistant governor, whatever. The thing is, when this tender was done, they were talking about the one who had the highest bidder and what and what and what. He knew very well from his office these functions were happening. Kulikuwa na pre-qualification, kukakuwa na tender, si ndio? Then kuna kuanga na watu wanaitangwa PPPO, Public Procurement Oversight Authority, si ndio? I believe one of them walikuwa wamekataa hiyo tender. This money ilienda kwa mfuko one of the relatives, and as we spoke sometime earlier, you remember when I told you that the media would not be stupid wakienda kuangalia such incidences because wataenda wa pull out ni kampuni gani and they see who are the directors. And one of each lazima akue a relative. So it's like, because hata huyo fundi mwenye, I mean hata si fundi, where that chair was, the person who was brought that chair, I believe he never even got more than 200,000. Let's be honest with one another. Ni mbao na kitambaa. Sawa. So huyo mwenye alitengeneza hiyo kiti angeletwa mbele ya hiyo committee ya nini ya committee aulizwe, well, okay, so you know obviously when you're building something there's a cost, then afterwards kukona someone will come and tell you this is what because you see their tender documents, those tender documents tulikuwa tunataka tuone. If someone at the procurement alienda aka-inflate that cost, I'm going to fault the assistant governor because yeye oversight wa Orengo. Unaelewa? Kenyarebo cheka tu, lakini me I know what I'm saying. Yes, it's like a husband and a wife. So who's supposed to take after the house? It's the wife. So if the wife is doing something wrong, the husband cannot be faulted. Yes.
No. Lakini Stella.
Let me finish.
Stella is wrong.
No, let me finish.
Yes, Stella, you're wrong, but go ahead.
We'll have to go to the person who did the procurement. Ule mwenye alifanya procurement na mwenye alileta hiyo kiti waletwe. Stop putting the assistant governor that yeye ndi peke yake, hata yeye alikula hiyo pesa. Where Orengo alikuja aka oversight, maybe there were issue of power struggles. So he cannot say that he was thrown under the bus.
Lakini Stella, acha nikuulize na si kwa ubaya. As much as we are talking of husband and wife, the issue is this. We have an office in spend 18 million to refurbish the two of them. Hakuna mwenye alijiuliza honestly 18 million, one chair costing 1.1 million and other two 500,000 each. Kwani ukikalia inamaliza shida? Okay, honestly, I don't know. When you sit on it.
Anyway, hiyo ni point. But hata wewe Jex, wacha nikuulize. Obviously, a governor has more roles than theirs because the assistant is in oversight.
The assistant basically hana role. When you think about
it. Assistant is not oversight. Stella, I have to correct you.
No, did you hear what did you hear what the lawyer he asked? How he got that chair and how they went down to 1.1 million. If it was atasema mimi sijui kuna watu wana deal na hiyo. But let me tell you Jake, I've been telling you this thing. Lazima mtu throw the other one under the bus. And I believe Orengo was right to throw this person under. Because, let me ask you, kama angeambia watu wa nini EACC? No, angeambia watu wa EACC hapa.
Roda unatetea Orengo sana,
Nitatetea Orengo.
Yeah, hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo. Hiyo ndio shida. You can't.
Okay.
Jex, Orengo
The
is
role
one of
of
the corrupt governors that we are having currently.
very corrupt. Very corrupt.
If he was corrupt, no, but if he was corrupt, answer me. Siaya could not have been enjoying whatever they are enjoying.
What are they
Hospitals
enjoying?
have to be, no.
What? Okay, thank
the
you.
thing is, let me tell no,
Jex,
Siaya.
I think Stella is misleading.
Stella kidogo.
Stella, you are misleading the conversation.
Stella,
No,
we are coming from those. We are coming from that county, and we feel it when you say that Orengo is doing good. Stella,
you are misleading.
Stella, we come from Siaya.
Gentlemen, just a moment. Just a moment. Stella, let me
don't give up, but it's okay.
I give up.
Stella, let me give you a point of information if you didn't know.
Stella, you are doing very well.
You are doing well until you came to the matters of Siaya. Then you started doing so poorly. I think you agree. You agree in the matters of the assembly. Very
I'll ask
great.
you to give up on this issue of Siaya.
No, I'm saying if Orengo was a corrupt governor, hangerudishwa mara ya pili.
He is.
So,
no, ni
mara ya pili wapi? Mara ya pili wapi? Si unaona yani wewe Stella nyamaza, acha na mambo ya county kwanza kidogo.
Stella kakunywa ile maji ya Roda alikuwa anakunywa.
It pains me when you're saying that about our
Stella
county.
kunywa maji kidogo.
Jake, protect me. I'm big
I
God.
am.
But you need some water.
Yes, but I come from Siaya County. When Stella is like
me. He was very touched because he is very hot and I'm sweating.
My stand is the assistant governor became too greedy.
Okay. Both of them. Wacha tuseme hivi so that ni protect vizuri. Wacha tuseme wote wawili. Stella amekataa. Okay. Mzalendo.
Before you bring in Mzalendo, just give me a minute I explain. I come from Siaya County, Jex.
Go ahead. Edgar, go ahead 1 minute before
Jex,
I bring in
you know, in Siaya we are very unlucky. We are very unlucky since devolution was introduced in Kenya. We are very unlucky because we are electing people who are suggested by a certain individual that if you don't do this, you know, there was a report. Immediately Orengo stepped into the office. The EACC were brought in to do some investigations about some scandals. Now this report imekanyagiwa chini ya meza. That is number one thing that you have to accept. That Orengo is a continuation of where Asanga left. And Orengo naye anaifanya kimadarau sana. You know, this guy is just being punished for speaking the truth. When he was doing this, he was branded a pro-Ruto man on the ground. I mean, they incited people against him that he's working with Ruto just because he was speaking the truth. How on earth, in a day, a whole governor withdrawing 21 million, and when the deputy speaks, he's being labeled a UDA guy. You know, in Nyanza, you can't say if a governor is working towards our party, which is ODM, is working with that party, and you go and you speak something that is wrong. If you speak it out, Jakes, you are being punished for no good reason. If at all you are saying that it is the deputy governor who purchased this chair, is it the governor who approved that money? Who signed that money, Jakes? It all ends to at governor's office, and then there is this one MCA alichaguliwa na hii party ilienda kwa government inaitwaje, hii party ya Northeastern, the UDM. That guy was a mercenary that was being used to peddle all these rumors that this guy is pro Ruto. That this guy ati kuna shida ya power. That no, Orengo is one corrupt guy. Mimi na support ODM. I'm a member of ODM and I love ODM. But when we are suffering just because some people are yani lazima tutoe tu line ya mtu fulani. At some point I agree with Mzalendo. Jex, we are very unlucky. Sisi watu wa Nyanza, hii devolution.
Hata Kenya Ribe lako kwa hiyo mstari. Yes, Mzalendo.
Edgar, leo nimekubaliana na wewe. Edgar, leo tumekubaliana kwa hiyo point tu. Nimekubaliana na wewe.
Yes, Mzalendo.
Edgar,
Odwul is being punished for no good reason.
Edgar, you I was there sometimes back where you are. You'll realize the truth that.
No, but I can't change.
But I am glad. I'm glad you can speak out and speak the truth and speak your mind. That's the most important thing that can bring reforms in Luo Nyanza. Most of these counties in Luo Nyanza let me see which is the better word, the best word for it. They are used to embezzle funds, and a lot of it, not just 1 million, billions. They're stealing billions of shillings. They don't even care about the locals. Now, the situation in Siaya is quite unfortunate because the executive, it means that the executive are the ones who are in charge of implementing the proposal, like the supplementary budget from the assembly. This bill must have come as a supplementary budget in the assembly, discussed by the MCAs and passed by majority in the assembly. Then it goes to the executive. The executive now implements what has been passed. So they passed a bill. The Odwol is nowhere. The executive has already passed the bill that they are going to renovate the office of the deputy governor at so much cost. And what he said clearly, and that is the procurement law, that you give it to the lowest bidder, at times to the highest, when the lowest bidder cannot meet the requirements. So that is exactly how our budget is implemented at the county assembly. So the governor does not really interact with the budget much, but he interacts with the executive. They know what is their projection. They know what is supposed to be implemented. So even in the supplementary budget is where you have the roads and all those other things. They are passed at once. But being the county assemblies are run by a majority party, it is a one-party affair. So what there is no transparency when you have a one-party democracy at the county government, and nationally we are advocating for multi-party democracy. So at the county assembly, what we have is a one-party government, a government that all the MCAs are answerable to the governor, all right, and not to the people. That is the most dangerous trend in the constitution that I don't know how it's going to be rectified, because all these political parties control certain regions. Yeah. When they are campaigning, the governor campaigns with a troop of MCAs that are affiliated to him or her. How are you going to oversight somebody who has been funding your campaign and who you have been promoting in the campaign trail as the best governor? So it beats logic. There is no way that these counties can be held accountable in the money that they spend. They can decide to steal and cover up. You have heard of situations like where I come from. They stole the money and burnt the account office. So there were no documents to be traced. So it is that serious. And if you dig even further, you can even be killed because of this thing.
But so, honestly, Mzalendo, honestly, how can
where they burn the office?
You know, Mzalendo, now all these things that are there's someone asking up on
No,
I think it's Ashley.
Jakes.
Ashley is asking, price gouging. It's price gouging, yeah. It's when you overprice something, to the point that it doesn't even make sense. Think about it. Yo, Kitty, I wanted to see a chair that will wow me, you know, a chair that almost humbles me. And I say, yeah, that chair is worth $1 million. Mzalendo, when you
Remember
saw
this.
that chair, what did you
Remember,
feel?
this is the same county where I think sometimes 2 years or 2 years ago, you saw a table being running in social media where you press a button and all the drinks go around and all that. That was a governor, and I think it was the governor for Siaya with that kind of luxury. So you can imagine how much they are stealing. Yeah, devolution was supposed to help the people at the grassroots level, but unfortunately, it is one that is making a few billionaires in at the grassroots, and the people are happy and happy about it because today we have a few millionaires created by the county assemblies all over Kenya at the grassroots level.
Don't you think
In
we
the
need to
name,
have a law that protects us from such? Because it is the same story we were having where a biro was costing over 8,000, one pen, one biro pen costing over 8,000.
the only way that we can improve our economy first is that we must identify the goods that we can procure directly from manufacturers. All right, this if a biro is costing 200,000, then we better create an industry that will be manufacturing biros that cost 200,000 and employ so many people, so that the county government can be subjected to buy the biros from this particular this particular factory. That way, you are curbing corruption. All right.
Yes, Stella. Stella seems not to
Can I ask
agree.
a question?
Please do.
No, listen.
Karibia Mike. Uko mbali na Mike. Karibia.
An honest question.
Karibia Mike. Come
Kama,
closer to your mic. I can't hear you well.
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
now,
go ahead.
Listen to me, and this is what I want to ask you exactly one question. If kama mtu anaona, because before you're given maybe something to supply to the county or any entity, kuna kitu inaitwa pre-qualification, isn't it? You generate the pre-qualification.
Yes.
Then after that, you're qualified to do a tender. So if someone would put a biro for 200,000 and what is the work for the procurement? Slash it, go to another lower one until if it is 200 shillings. Would it make any sense?
You see, in most cases, the guy who is being awarded the tender, can you hear me, Stella? Stella, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
In most cases, the guy who is being awarded the tender is the owner of the 5 companies that have floated the bid, all right? Yeah. So we have, if you hear there's a chair for 1 million, then there was somebody who had quoted 5 million, and it is the same guy. Then it drops down like that.
In fact, kwa hiyo video they are saying that was the least tender.
That's crazy to quote that.
No, if you listen to the clip, Stella,
do you know what happened in procurement?
Listen to me. Hata kama kulikuwa na mtu aliquote 1 million. Mwingine obviously kuko na ule alienda lower, maybe 200,000 or 300,000.
Huyo unadhani alienda lower in quotes, ndio huyo mwenye alishinda tenda.
So that means the tender document was tampered by the guys at the procurement. And that is the problem which we are having with counties and any other entity.
The problem is the executive. All right,
Okay.
the executive are the ones who are the problem.
Executive, okay, fine. But
they are the guys who implement. They can say no. All right, to the process, but they are the custodians of the money.
It's okay, no problem. Don't you think that would not be prudent? Kwa sababu for one, hata kama hao watu wa MCA, kuna mtu aliona hapa kuna hii pesa inapotea. Someone could have whistle blown.
And that's why Oduol comes in.
Oduol was the whistleblower, right?
And that's why Oduol is telling you there is something wrong.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Tell feels angry. Tell why are you angry?
Okay, no, the thing is, no, listen to me. Okay, fine. This guy you're saying, he's the one who was the whistleblower, isn't he? Okay. He's been put on the spot. Does it mean there was a deal gone wrong? There was a deal gone wrong, then he was not given that money.
Maybe that one happened.
You know. Let me tell you now what happened. You know, when Oduol was not even thinking that the issue of his chair would be brought in that panel. He didn't even anticipate that the issue of his office would be brought. Now, when Oduol mentioned that monthly the governor's office are withdrawing 950 million on a monthly basis, then he approached the governor, and he seemed not to be making headways. Then the MCAs impeached Oduol. Is already impeached at the county assembly by the MCAs from ODM. All right. So after being impeached, they went into an expedition of fishing for evidence, any evidence that could implicate Oduol. Any evidence that could implicate Oduol. They started with the trips that he had made, and then they now came to the office, not knowing that the executive is the one in charge of procuring the services. All right? That is where they have a problem. Wameenda wakatafuta evidence all over ya ku-implicate Oduol, but the evidence is working against them.
The buck stops with the governor, in short, Stella. So when you say it's the deputy, it doesn't quite make sense.
Whatever happens at the county assembly, the MCAs are supposed to oversee what the governor is doing. That is their work, is to oversight the work of the executive and the governor. But now, these people, ni kukula wanakula. The executive ndio wanakulaga hizi pesa. Now, Oduol raised an issue that these people that Orengo had said had stolen a lot of money, how can you bring them back to the office again? Yeah, in finance, back again, and they have stolen 600 million, 900 million.
Mzalendo. In fact, there was a question. Okay, go ahead, Stella. You wanted to ask a question, sorry.
Okay, I wanted to ask, okay, if you knew that these things were going on, why did you not engage EACC? I mean, as early as possible to avoid.
All right, okay, all right. Now, you know, first off, you try to sort out the problem and ensure that things will go smoothly and there will be no such irregularities. When things went haywire, he now contacted EACC. The matter is EACC is also doing investigation, courtesy of Oduol. So what you are asking is exactly what he did. So he already took the matter to EACC. EACC are doing their parallel investigation. away from what the Senate is doing right now.
You know, Zalendo, I asked one of the Azimio guys that why is Orengo not in the Maandamano? And the Azimio guy told me he's busy counting the money because he's been withdrawn. No, I'm just joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a silly joke. Sorry.
No, Kenya rebel. It's not a joke. You know why these leaders were not in the Maandamano? Now let me tell you why they are not in the Maandamano. When an MP goes for this Maandamano, kuna pesa lazima atoe ya kupatia youth wale waliparticipate kwa maandamano. So most of them were avoiding watolewe watoe hiyo pesa. That is why you are not seeing them in the demonstration. Only the few wale walikuwa na pesa walikuwa naenda huko, lakini kama una pesa hauwezi enda hiyo maandamano because vijana wa ODM watakuwa na wewe hapa na hapa, lazima utoe pesa. Alright. Unaelewa?
Yeah. Yep.
I have SG on the line. SG, can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you guys? What's up?
We are well. Karibu sana. Good to see you. Great to have you. Though we can't see you.
Yeah, I you know, when you're in Sabina Joy, you don't want people to know where you are.
Did you say Sabina Joy? I thought you said Sabina Chege, but fine. Otherwise, karibu sana kwa show. Hope you're well.
I'm fantastic.
Now,
I'm wondering why we are discussing minute issues of politics, because I know Odwal is in the payroll of Kenya Kwanza to destroy the name of our honorable constitutional in the the working constitution, Mr. Orengo. We know Odwal. These are things that actually, if there is any evil thing or corruption that Orengo has done, he should be in jail as we speak. But what we know is that money has been poured to buy those who are bought, who are buyable, if there is a word like that, and those who are not buyable or those cannot be bought, our name are maligned. Unatafutiwa kitu yoyote by the criminal justice system ndio uweze kuletwa chini. In fact, Kenya Kwanza has been in the spree of buying bloggers, buying politicians, and if you cannot be bought, if you have anything that is illegal, hata unasetiwa, unawekewa guns kama Maina Jenga, unawekewa vitu, yani, so that you be in court. It is a thuggery government, ni serikali ya kipaperi. Na tena, I want to say this, you can see the wife of Ruto, I think, is he a wife? I don't know what she is, the one of she a lady of Kenya Communications, what? She has 5 companies. She has stolen about 6. They have taken about 6 billion shillings. So basically, let us not even discuss Oduol. Oduol, we know, is a gun for hire to destroy our good lawyer's name, so that he can be cut to size. Because the playbook of William Ruto is to make sure that he controls everybody.
Okay.
And make sure that everybody is on his side, because he wants, if it gets to 2027 and 2032, he can buy everybody with using taxpayer money and change the constitution so that he can be president for life. We know that is possible, but we know that also God is also dealing with him and dealing with the issues. So we are so much into our prayers and kneeling down so that those things don't happen to Kenya, and Kenya can be liberated at the end of the day. So I don't think it is important to create a mountain out of a molehill and to create a storm out of a teacup. We know what Oduol is doing. It is like, you see, like he has been having a lot of money in his car to go buying people, buying everybody. So we are aware of the schemes of Kenya Kwanza government. But we are also thanking God because he's revealing.
Because umekuja like 4 hours after we had discussed some of the germane issues, What happened yesterday? Azimio failed to shine. Most members were absent. Some even were very disappointing when they came to them voting. Like case in point, Pasaris. Now, what do you think was happening, Jana? As much as you say many were bought, do you think yesterday's voting was based on the brown envelope you always speak about?
Why not? It is all over. It is all over. People have been bought. That is why the economy cannot work in this country, because it is taxpayer money being used to buy politicians. Pasaris, I'm told, she was bought at 1 million shillings. That is what I was told. But I can tell you for free, even if they could have gone all of them, this thing was to pass. Why? It was to pass because it is being forced. It's a dictatorship kind of a country where people are being forced to pay money that they will never see, levies that they will never see. So it's a government that is being run by thugs. And I'm telling Azimio now, let us not be diplomatic in dealing with Kenya Kwanza. When you meet thugs, also deal with them like thugs. In fact, we should be more of thugs than them, because sasa hii serikali ni ya unaona ni ya ukora. Angalia mafuta, angalia vile huyu minister alichomeka miguu anaongea. Yeah, these people are disrespecting us. They are shame to the country, and we are asking. It is only God who can help this country. For now, we can tell you for free, we do not have a country. The country has gone to the dogs, literally. Iko kwa maumbwa. I'm telling you the truth.
Nyagaka seems not to be agreeing with you. Yes, Nyagaka.
Thank you very much. I wish you give me the time that you allotted this gentleman, because all he's talking about is hogwash, because they cannot stand anywhere in any corner and they sell that to anybody. Mamboga, Maki, anybody. The threat that you're saying that Kenya is in, it just showed you by the vote yesterday, 187 to 70 something. And this guy is from that little corner of the minority, and he's dictating to us, the majority, as how to behave and how to talk. It can't be. It can't be, my friend. We are more superior than you.
But the majority are doing us the wrong way.
No, Edgar. No. Let me go back. Edgar, I respect you because you really have come through. You Kenya Revolutionary, Muzarendo, we have gone through all this. Lakini Edgar, leo nikisikiza vile umesema, I really respect you and keep thinking like that. Don't put your price to be sold anywhere.
When something is wrong, we speak it out.
Yeah.
When
but that's what I'm saying, that
I speak it out. Whether in ODM or in your government, I speak it out as it is.
Okay. But with us in the government, we can take your criticism. But this other gentleman who said he's like this police is going to hell. No, it can't be going to hell when they voted in magnanimously that they want this vote. They can. But Edgar, we can take your criticism. It's more sober up, more, coherent. But this gentleman is just taking us to hell on a hard basket that we are all stupid. No. Jakes, we really appreciate that you can give us a little respect. Jakes, we respect you because you give everybody a chance to say their mind.
Nyagaka will have a heart attack.
you know, Nyagaka, you are one of the guys who are making Ruto to tax us even more, because when you speak from a very comfortable chair. I hope yours is not 1 million.
No. It is the argument. Esther Basari that you guys were criticizing earlier. The way she said, Esther Basari said everything that we can say, and we are not in the system. But Esther Basari said that if these guys are getting so much money to build their houses, and they don't want you, the common person, to get that, that's evil. That's bad. That's all we're saying.
SG, I'm sure you're not agreeing with Nyagaka.
How can I agree? How can I agree with half-baked information? First of all, I want to inform him that this government is of a minority. They didn't win an election. They actually topped up to win an election. As we speak today, Mount Kenya is sliding away. Why? Coffee is being bought at 50 bob. Macadamia is being bought at 20 bob. Which country are they representing? Are they in Kenya? To know the mamas that are with the boda people and the mamambogas. Everybody is complaining of this Zakayo. This guy is clueless. The economy is not performing. Look at the forex and the trading. Everything is going down. Why? The physical, the financial management of the country is going south, my friends. Wake up, my brothers. I don't know whether you have friends in Kenya. Ask them whether there is anything happening in this country. Because people are complaining. I know those who have
no idea.
Hello.
Exactly dollars.
Hello, let me finish. Let me finish. Can you, my friend, can you help me? Can you protect me, Mr. Chair? Can you protect me?
Go ahead.
Protect me from these hecklers. So what I want to say for a few minutes is Kenya is going south. And we don't want to, if there is a global problem, what we should do is to protect the vulnerable. Today people are sleeping in the streets in
SG, are you still there? SG ni kama amefanya ile kitu. Mzalendo, you are saying something before SG.
No, I think God has just muted him.
How you blame God for everything?
God has just muted him.
Jex, when you're listening to Mzalendo and Nyagaka,
we are praying.
Mzalendo and Nyagaka, we are.
What?
Yes, Edgar. Yes, Edgar.
You're not praying.
Edgar, yes. Edgar, please.
The situation that we are in right now, Mzalendo is not laughable. When you look at our payslips, we are actually taking 42% home. Just a minute, Mzalendo. I know you earn in euros or pounds, but we are running in Kenya shillings. We are actually taking 42% home of what of the total earnings. Now 42%. Then I add another tax coming in. What are you going to be left with, Mzalendo? Absolutely nothing. We will spend less, and that is a very bad. It's very bad to our economy.
You know that is a fact. That is whatever you've stated is a fact, but you have not stated a solution. You have only stated what is happening to your payslip. Suppose you are in government, what would have you done differently from what Ruto is doing to ensure that you are paid the debts and you are comfortable with whatever you are taking home? Vis-a-vis, you have to know that inflation is worldwide right now as we speak. In Britain, it is worse. They have a looming inflation in Great Britain. And the price of grain has even gone up by I don't know, 8%. The payslips are not, the problem with the whole world is that your payslip will never grow when the prices of commodities are coming up. Your payslip will always be constant. Yeah, it will always be constant. And what dictates the oil market? What dictates the grain market throughout the world? Mchele ikitoka Pakistan inakuja na meli ile inatumia mafuta. If you used to buy it 10 years, 20 years down the road before the war between Ukraine and Iraq, bei ilikuwa chini. This is affecting Great Britain, it is affecting the US, and the banks have increased their interest rates throughout the world. Wewe uko hapo Kenya ati hiyo serikali is just taking measures.
Mzalendo, ours is
to avoid.
exaggerated. Ours is exaggerated, Mzalendo.
No, it is
Accept
not
that.
exaggerated.
Ours
Whatever it is,
exaggerated.
you know, that's why I need you to explain to me how exaggerated it is. Yeah, do we have a problem
Explaining
ahead?
that
Oh, if we go back to the same topic, should we just let the status quo remain? Let us not increase anything, and we continue with whatever Uhuru had projected.
Shall we let Melchizedek give his submission first? Naona amekaa hapo kidogo. Melchizedek.
Okay, habari zenu. I hope everyone is doing well. I'm listening how people are talking. I'm taking points, and I just want to say something. Mzalendo, you are like my father, as I can see you, and when we are doing things, we want those who are elderly to assist us so that we can move on with the good life. And once everything is bad, or once everything is not going well, we run to the elderly so that we can get the proper advice. I think I'm correct there. Before I give my submission, I can be just a youth, but there are some things that also I'm learning from other people, from other countries, and from my country as well. When I'm saying this with a reason, because once you are in Kenya, we have everything that we deserve to make our economy to be economy that we want. But even me myself, I can say that we are very lazy. Why am I saying this? We are running out of our country. We are going to look for jobs. We are going to make our family to enjoy. But at the end of the day, we are believing the government. But we can do something out of what we have, because kama ni maji tunayo, we can generate something out of that money, out of that water. Kama ni shamba tunalo, tunaweza lima na tulete chakula kwa meza. But we are continue crying every now and then that the economy is bad, and we are the people that making that economy to be bad, because we are the people who selected these people that we are complaining every now and then. We can blame the government. Even those who are in opposition, if they are been right now in that opposition, we could have cried that they are not doing well. We need to find a solution on how we can make Kenya to be like other countries are doing. We know we are in a crisis whereby every country are crying about the maisha ngumu. But what can we do about it? That's the question we should ask ourselves. When we are talking about the government, these are the people that are used. They use that very nicely so that they can reach where they are. 100%. Especially youths, we are being used. Hata tunaoa because watu wanataka kukua kwa hiyo kiti. But at the end of the day, tunaambiwa ya kwamba okay, mimi nishakuwa kwa kiti sasa, I don't know you. For how long will those who are there mislead us and we are seeing? That's the question we should ask ourselves. Even in your home where you are, you cannot mislead your family and you are seeing. You need the best for your family. And this the government, the government should do, because this is our country. Whether we like it or no, we go and buy land from other countries and we will still come back to our country. That's where you are originate from. So the only thing that I can say that when we are discussing, we need to find a solution on how we can go to the problem that we are facing. these people will stay there. Watakaa 5 years, warudi tena. Watudanganye, warudi tena. For how long? We should ask that question. So the only thing that I can say right now, when we are talking about the politicians, these are the people that make us to reach the point where we are now 100%, because what they are getting is not what we were expecting. If someone can stand in front of me and tells me that I want to be a president, I could have asked, what have you done for the Kenya so that you can be the president? There is nothing. Even you yourself, you can be a leader. But when you can mislead or you cannot do what we take you or what we selected you to be, then we are saying that we are going astray. And 100% we are seeing we are going astray every now and then. We are supporting the devil every now and then. Watu walikuwa naongea maneno ya Orengo. I'm from that, I'm also coming from that area. We know that everything that is taking place, Baba akisema amesema. Whether you like it or not, it will work. So there is nothing we can say here. Hata wewe useme ya kwamba una support Baba na uende kwetu Wajaluoni useme ya kwamba mimi nataka Baba amesema nataka kuwa president. Utakuwa. Akishainua mkono, ameinua. So we have to think about this one. These people, they have everything that they deserve. They have their companies, they have their money in the bank, but you don't have anything. When you come here, let me just go on. I will give you time to ask me a question. When you come here, you will say that we need the revolution, we need the devil, whatever. At the end of the day, we are doing nothing. It's painful when someone is suffering somewhere, but someone is enjoying having a lot of money and is pumping that money in somewhere that is not even worthy to be, because he has a family and that family is already successful. So he doesn't care other people. So Kenya rebellion, you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say, when you say Baba Kisema, it will happen. Well, he wanted to be president, but he's never been the president, so it's not really up to him. But I understand when you say in Luo Nyanza, he still has an influence. That's what we are trying to change. And what are we doing? We are discussing that. That's what we want to change. But I wanted to mention something about what Mzalendo you asked. What are the solutions? What can we do to change this? I think, in my opinion, what the trajectory which Ruto is taking is not going to take us out of this problem. Yes, there's been a global recession, or whatever you want to call it, but there are things as a country that the president can do. I'll make it short. Number one, my hope was when he came to office, he will do a public audit and see how much we actually owe. Somebody's playing something. To see how much we really owe and go after the people who have historically stole money and use that money, their assets, to pay off the debts, the real debts that we have audited, that we actually know how much we've really we've really borrowed. Okay, that was number one thing he can do. Then he could focus to manufacturing here at home. Okay, these are long-term solutions. Okay, that's why I agree with him when he was trying to support the farmers so we can increase the food production. I agree with him. But what seems to be the problem in Kenya is that we need to increase the number of people who have meaningful employment. So when we collect tax, we can actually borrow domestically, and the banks will have money to lend the government, and just like Japan did. Okay, Japan, the government went to the millionaires, and the millionaires gave money to the government, and the government they invested in local manufacturing until they came out of poverty. So that's something we can do. But this president, what he's doing, and that's why I disagree with him to this extent. He's borrowing some more. Of course, it's not his fault. Kenyatta started this in Uhuru. He's carrying on the loan from Uhuru. But instead of auditing this thing and holding those people who ate this money to pay up those things, he's borrowing again. He's going back. And remember, he told us he's raising taxes so we don't have to borrow. But now he's borrowing. And he wants to make it a 50-year loan, which our kids, so we'll be tied in this mambo ya kulipa debt for the next 50 years. So that's the problem. That's where I have a problem with Ruto. He's not, the steps that he's taking, the overtaxation of the already 3% of the 18 million who are employed in Kenya are overburdened in tax already. And you want to raise the VAT of gas and all that stuff, which makes it harder. So that's where I say Ruto is not heading in the right direction. The Azimio side are a bunch of losers. They don't have a plan. They're rudderless. They're clueless. The only thing they can think of is Maandamano. They're hoping people will be so pissed so they can go to the streets and say, hey, I told you, but they don't have a plan. Karua is making noise in the streets saying people should meet next Tuesday. Is that a solution? These people should be, Karua should be having her grandkids along with Raila and the rest of the clowns. But anyway, I'll stop there.
Thank you guys so much.
Yes.
Asante
Yes.
sana. Go to Melchizedek. I'm coming to you. Just one moment. I see Calvin Kirata Kondani. Namuona Remesu Yegon. Namuona Joe Dinda Akondani. Namuona Cornerstone Yel Akondani. I see nani mwingine. Wengi ambao mnatuma ujumbe, asanteni tu sana. Wengi ambao like video, asante tu zaidi. Wengi ambao bado mnatutazama, asante tu sana. You guys are the reason we make this happen every night when we can. Thank you so much. On the panel, I have Rhoda, I have Kenya Rebel, Mzalendo, I have Melchizedek, I have Stella, and many who are with me hapa kwa studio. Okay. Melchizedek, ulikuwa unaongea kabla sijarudi, lakini kuna vitu mingi umesema, mengi nimekubaliana nayo, but swali kwako ni what can we do to even come out of the challenges we are in, because by the end of the day, it's one thing to discuss a problem, it's another to find the solution.
Okay. Because I have a little bit work to do. I will just give my point 1, 2, 3, then I will leave. First, I want to say like this. In Kenya, we have everything that we deserve. We have enough money to feed Kenyans, if I'm not wrong. But the way we are using this money is not worthy. Worst, if you can take even 1 million to buy a chair, what do you want us to eat? You should ask yourself about that question. This is the reality.
I really want to sit on that chair. If someone can help me, if I have a dream, that is one. I want to sit on that chair.
You should ask yourself, if you can take 1 point.
Talent, you have a way you can connect me. I sit on that chair. That chair seems to be Nikikalia.
This is the reality we are talking about. Yeah. Another thing that is very, very painful. Mtu anakuja tu kutoka mahali tu, then anakuambia toka kwa nyumba yangu, mimi nakaa kwa hiyo nyumba. Then unakaa. The government is not doing anything. Where are we heading to? It means that the judiciary and everything that we have is already spoiled. And we cannot do anything about it if we don't think wisely.
Now, thank you
my
so
solution
much.
My solution is to the youth. I want to tell the youth, my solution is you need to go back and make your own self-employment so that you cannot rely for the government that we have. That's the only solution that will help us. If we cannot make that, we will continue working, we will continue do anything, and we will continue be poor until you die. And that's all.
Just a minute. Allow me to introduce Chairman, Mr. Johnson Gazambi. I think
Okay.
today this is a very unique opportunity, Jex. This is somebody who is an economist. I
Okay.
invited him in the show
Mhm.
last night, and he didn't disappoint. So karibu sana Johnson. Welcome to the show. This is Mbaya TV. So karibu, feel at home.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here, and thank you so much. Yeah, I'm actually not an economist. I'm actually an accountant.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Tell us, while accounting, how does an accountant miss to see that a seat can be worth 1.1 million and fail not to raise a bell about it, an alarm? Imagine one chair, one chair like this, 1.1 million, two chairs for the visitors who visit him, another 1 million. So for you to sit down in that office, 2 million will be spent. As an accountant, what strikes your mind when you hear such figures?
So I don't know exactly. I'm not sure. I get the gist of what you're saying. So
Okay.
you're talking about which seat?
I will be letting you in on what I'm saying.
Jex, bring him to speed of
Yeah,
what
bring
has
me up to
happened.
speed. I mean, I don't know which seat you're talking about.
Let me do this. Let me do you a good one. Let me play you a clip. I want you to listen keenly.
Okay.
And as you listen keenly, you'll be able to understand what I'm saying. Listen to this clip just now.
Is now racing against time to prepare a report that will be
were today told that the deputy governor was using a chair worth 1 million shillings. The senators were told that the deputy governor incurred an expenditure of 18 million shillings in his office furniture and renovation works. Stephen Leto reports.
Call it devolved luxury or better, a 1.1 million shillings sitting comfort. This is Siaya Deputy Governor William Oduor's lavish chair that cost the taxpayers in Siaya County 1.1 million shillings.
I, CPA Dr. William Oduor.
When it was brought to the floor of the Senate as an exhibit by the petitioners, senators in the special committee were told of how a deputy governor used in excess of $1 million to secure a single chair amid hard economic times.
You remember there was a wheelbarrow that costed 80,000. Yeah, so are you comfortable?
Interrogation by the committee revealed that the payment of 1.1 million shillings for the chair was from the lowest bidder.
This is the chair that the procurement director told us that there was an open tender and the lowest bidder was 1.1 million. And he said it was procedural. Members, can you check, please?
Senators lined up to have a feel of the orthopedic chair, whose physical characteristics included an adjustable armrest, lumbar support, adjustable seat depth, tilt and lock, adjustable height, and a spongy feel.
And you are now what we can term in procurement terms as the user department or the user officer, correct?
The user department.
Okay, now, I get it. Now I get it. I get it now.
You get the gist of what you're asking.
No, I understand. I understand the whole story now. I get it. Thank you for sharing that.
Go ahead. What do you, as an accountant, what do you feel of such figures on a chair? You sit on that chair, 1 million. You know, I would really. I've asked Mzalendo to help me. He comes from that county. I really want to sit on that chair.
So there's a whole. I mean, this whole story is quite interesting because you understand that the guy, number one, he's fighting the governor. So let's start from there. So I have followed this story from the word go, and there's a big war between the governor and himself. And so he interrogated the impress system, which the governor has been in trouble with because they have been, the whole story goes back to last year in the month of November. So if we start that story from there, then you'll understand where this whole rigmarole of 1 million chair is coming from. So he interrogated there was an interest issue where the governor was withdrawing as much as 600 million a month
Okay.
without authorization, and that is interest, money that was not being accounted for. And and they were journalizing that money through. I mean, when you do journal entries without vouchers, it becomes a problem because now they were spending money, they're journalizing that money through IFMIS. But then when you're doing journal entries without vouchers, that is a very big opportunity for you to eat money without receipting.
Now, as
You get
someone from Siaya, there in the village, uko ndani kabisa, what are those terms you're describing? What are those? Because
so
for
the
sake of
terms
my
I'm
viewers,
using is, so you go and you withdraw money, number one. So you will withdrawn money like 600,000. Then you go do your shenanigans. And so number one, we don't know what you did with that money, for one. So interest is money you can now literally use for anything.
Okay.
Petty cash.
Like
So it's petty
petty
cash
cash.
literally. It's petty
It's
cash.
petty cash.
Yeah. So petty cash you can literally use for the office. You can buy sugar. You can do anything. So you can spend that money within the office or for your own thing to spend within the county. But then now accounting for that money is what we call the journal entry within the IFMIS system.
The receipts and all that.
Yeah. So now those are things you can manipulate. Yeah. Now accounting for it is what we are calling the journal entries within the IFMIS system. So when the guy started questioning that is when he got into trouble with the government. And now, so he questioned all that. So tabulating all that money and bringing it to account, that's when he got himself into trouble with the governor.
Okay.
So he started asking those questions between the month of, I think, between November to somewhere between November and March this year. He tabulated all that and started asking questions. So the CFO now was also got into trouble. So the tug of war now, it was between the CFO, the governor, and now the deputy governor. And now the fighting started. So they had to attack him. So me, I'm on the side of this guy because I know that's why they started bringing the issue of the seat. Because now they thought that this guy is fighting the governor because he wants the governor's seat. So there's more than it meets the eye. Forget about this seat they are talking about. Yeah. So the guy, though that's why they started even questioning his whatever. You can hear, if you follow this story correctly, that's why they even removed. They started talking about, at one point we had to go to East Park. East Park, there's some meeting that they were supposed to attend. And there was some money that was supposed to be allocated to him when attending those meetings. And they're even questioning that money, which is something that was supposed to be allocated between himself, the CFO, and now that has been brought to question again. So there's more than that 1 million share they are talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Johnson, it now begs the question. From your understanding, how does money flow before it is even now say we have spent it? Before it comes from treasury to the counties? Would you have an idea how it flows so that who really should be blamed for such forms of spending or misuse anyway? Because I'm sure as someone had asked, that is price gouging, meaning it is something that has been over exaggerated in terms of pricing. So if you were to follow the money, because that is where we'll find the devil.
Yeah.
If you were to follow the money, who of course we normally say that the governor is the accounting office, or rather he's the CEO of the county. But eventually, where does the buck stop?
The buck stops. Sorry, go ahead. So the buck stops. Let's start with the chief accounting officer. Who is the chief accounting officer? The guy making a lot of noise there is the chief accounting officer. Should be the CFO. He should be the
Jack Odinga. That's his name.
That's the guy. He's the guy making a lot of noise here.
He's studying
yes. And he's the guy making a lot of noise. So before they start talking about that check, that guy should tell us how that check was signed. Yeah. So he's the one making a lot of noise about the chair, and he's the one talking about the signing authority and how was that chair signed up? I mean, how was that check signed? If it was a check to start with. Yeah.
Now, because this money had to be sent to somewhere, like there was a transfer from one account to another, or even if it was deposit and all, that money ought to have raised questions once it happened. Of course,
Yes.
the renovation totaled to around 18 million, as they're
Yes.
saying it. Now, if that is the office of the DP, or rather DG, now, I think we should even ask, how much is the office of the governor then?
So the office of the DG, for starters, it's not, the DG is not even a signatory. Yeah, he's not even a signatory in the value chain, no, in the chain of signatories within the office. So how that was even done, I mean, it's a big question. So the CFO, the Chief Finance Officer, let's start from there. He should be in the know that this money went out of the door.
Okay.
Yeah, he should be. He should not be let out of the hook. He should be in the know.
You know.
So there's some. Yeah, he should be in the know.
You know, Jakes.
Yes, Mr.
And Johnson. You have brought the chief finance officer.
Yeah.
Now there are people at the county assembly called the executive. The executive. Yeah, the executive are the guys who are in charge of any budget allocation, any disbursement of money they approve. This one will go to for the payment of. This one will go in the supplementary budget that we have approved. The deputy governor needs a chair. It is 1 million. Pay this. Now the CFO will pay on advice by the executive. That is at the county assembly.
Yep.
So there are some people yet to be called by the Senate who are the executives in CI County. These are the guys who misappropriate funds at the county assembly, and they are very, very powerful. Remember, these budgets are passed in the assembly as a supplementary budget, taken to the executive, and the executive implements them. If they don't want to implement them, wanazikanyagia. All right?
Yep.
So the buck stops, just as you mentioned, the chief finance officer and the executive officers at the county assembly.
Yep.
The deputy governor has got nothing to do with procurement.
Exactly.
They are wasting a lot of time there in the Senate with the issue of the chair. Another thing you mentioned about the deputy governor attending an ISPAC conference.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's a CPK like you. So he normally attends those conferences. But they are saying that is a personal trip. It is not a county's objective to pay for him to attend a professional forum. Yeah,
that is not
the
true.
deputy governor
I
is a member.
disagree completely. I attend conferences which are paid for by my company, not my company.
I wanted that matter clarified so that our listeners can also know that it is the company that pays for the wall to attend those conferences.
So let me clarify this. So I belong to several organizations and in this sense, so I'm a CPAK, I am a CISA, Certified Information Systems Auditor, and all those professional memberships are paid by the organization I work for. So in this case, the deputy governor belongs to ISPAC. So professional memberships for East Park are paid for the organization you work for. In this case, the senator. I mean, the organization he works for is what? The
County
Senate.
Assembly of Siaya.
The County Assembly of Siaya should be paying for that membership. So there's not those are shenanigans they are bringing.
Okay, beautiful. Now, the finance bill, Mr. Johnson Mugambi, before I come to SG mwenye alikuwa amepotea, the finance bill is the devil in the room. The devil in the room.
As you went to have a beer with Nyagaka. That's what they went to do.
SG is there, and Nyagaka as well is also there.
No,
SG
I wanted
ako mahali anapewa moja.
staki muone background. Anyway, before you go to the finance bill, I want the accountant to clarify what should the county pay for? Pay for the membership, because I know they need to pay for the membership, or pay for those never-ending trips to East Park of training that are not maybe essential in the and in the times like this where we are doing austerity measures. You cannot keep on saying that I'm going for a seminar East Park, alafu niende mahali sijui huko Upper Hill, niende huko KAC inaitwa nini monetary whatever seminars. What should the county pay for? I thought it's just membership, not those seminars.
So very good question. So I'll give you an example. So for East Park, they normally, I mean, for you to be, there's something we call the membership part. So that one is compulsory. That has to be paid, the membership part. But then continuous education, because every year I have to, for example, within East Park, you have to prove that you are continuously, as a member of that institution, East Park, you have to continuously tell them that you are continuously educating yourself, because things change, like the laws that we're dealing with in terms of accountancy. So you have to continuously be able to continuously educate yourself. Now, those are the trainings that East Park offers. So you have to continuously be attending those courses they give you. So those trainings have to be paid for. By who? By your employer. So to your question, those are two separate things, the membership and the trainings, as long as they are authorized by your employer. If I have answered your question.
Now, to the same question, at what point is enough? In that, of course, counties operate at a budget, right?
Yes. Yeah.
This budget, and they are constantly complaining of not being funded, right? Some of these counties are performing dismally.
Okay.
Like there's nothing to smile about them. Now, as an accountant, don't you feel that what SG is asking, at what point should you say now, or rather, should we like have a control system where we say, in a year, this is the March conferences you can go for. This is, as someone is saying here, they're called continuous development. I don't know what they're called. What is
continuous development, which is training. Yes,
now,
correct.
Can't we cap it that we don't overdo it? Because every other day they'll be in Dubai for the same. They will be in Sawela Lodge. They'll be everywhere. All in the name of continuous development at the expense of the counties. That is where we'll have such bills coming in that we for my office to be comfortable, I need to spend 18 million, because maybe that's what I was told, that I need to be comfortable, that when I'm comfortable, I'm able to give the very best. And eventually we have so many loopholes where money is lost. As an accountant, how would you advise? Should we create a law, or should there be a standard up to how much can an individual spend, or can be used on an individual, either for this continuous development, for their comfort in their offices, for the all that in a nutshell, so that we can be able to move on? What should be done from an accountant's angle?
So there's normally a line item called training, right, in a budget, correct? So and I mean, this did not start yesterday. So everybody has to be allocated. So There's professional membership. That one is a standard figure and it's known. So okay, let's get rid of that. That one is known. Training. So in every year you allocate a budget, and I mean beyond that budget, let's say it's on an individual capacity. Let's say it's a CPA. A CPA, we are going to allocate a budget. If it's Johnson Washira, let's say it's going to be allocated individually. I'll use on average. I'll use how much? I'm allocated like for now. I'll use $2,000 a year, which is 200,000. Yeah. So let's say how many accountants do we have in that office in the CI county? If we have 5, we allocate 200,000 times 5. That's the budget we have. Anything beyond that, then put it from your own pocket. Yeah.
Like we put a capping on
Yeah,
some of this.
Exactly. Yeah. We have a budget, and then that's the budget.
Jake, I think I heard him say that anything that's outside of CI County, let's say like he pays for the fuel and the place to stay, then they'll reimburse him after he spends the money out of his pocket. So kama pesa imeisha karudi, he might not get it after whatever. But I think he mentioned something like that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. SG, I don't know if you have been answered. SG tena amefanya ile kitu but ni sawa. Unajua wakati mtu anapewa 1, 2, 3 lazima pia umpe muda
But he's made a very good point. He's made a very good point about even the per diem. Yeah.
Now let's go to the financial bill. It is what that has made headlines, I think, for the last couple of months now. First, what is your take on it? It has already passed, so we cannot add water or make it drier as it is. It's already a sailed boat. What do you make of it?
It's driving me nuts. Let me start from there, because we have now hanged ourselves, unfortunately, and we'll see what we haven't seen. Because where do I even start? I'm going to start from the VAT, because we all as Kenyans, I don't know whether we have anybody who is not a Kenyan here. Let's start with the VAT. It's now 16%. So what does that tell everyone here? It tells you that we are talking about the cost of living. We haven't seen anything yet. Now is when we are going to see it. Now, VAT is 16%. That tells us across the board, everything will go up by 16%. That's what. Now swallow that fast. Yeah. So whatever you have been thinking about, the money you send, add 16% on it.
By 8%, not 16%.
Now it's 16%, bro. It was
by
8%.
Washira, by 8%. So misleading.
No, I'm not misleading anybody. Now add any single thing you're talking about.
Stop misleading us here. It is 16%. The VAT was 8%. 8% has been added. It is now
8% has been added. But
but
now it's
we already
16%.
had 8%. So 8% has been added. All right.
No, it's 16%, right?
8% has been added.
But
so
now what is the VAT now?
It is at 16.
It's 16%.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying. So am I? Who am I misleading? I'm saying the VAT is 16%. I know you're mudding. You're mudding the waters. And I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from. So don't take us there. You want to muddle the waters because of this 8%. But the whole idea is it's VAT is 16%. Correct? Yeah. So when you start, so there's the VAT is 16%. There's something that they have been hiding here. They are calling the turnover tax. That is the other thing that is driving me nuts. Now, if you have a business that is, and this turnover tax is a turnover. If you have a turnover, anything that you're selling above 1,370 daily, you are going to be charged turnover tax of 3%.
That's roughly around almost 11 shillings.
Yes. And who is that? The mama boga, the wheelbarrow pusher, whatever. So on average, anybody who is earning 1,370 daily, that person in a whole year will be paying the government 15,000.
my personal favorite was if the insurance pay you when you're involved in an accident.
Okay, thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. I hadn't even gone there.
How is it
I
your
have not
favorite,
even.
sir?
Wait,
Honestly,
wait.
how
No, wait.
I'm
We
being
haven't even
sarcastic.
gone there.
I'm being sarcastic.
No, bro. Yeah, no, we haven't even gone there yet. Yeah, no, those are my two VAT kind of attacks. Now the other favorite is what bro just mentioned here. Yeah, you get
Right.
an accident, and then you get an accident, you get indemnified by the insurance company. They are going to tax you
They're going to
out
take
of the
that
money that
money.
you get back, and they're going to get the VAT, and they're also going to add VAT 16% from the money that they're going to get from the insurance company. We haven't gotten to the the other one for the land, the whatever, the tax for the housing. That's the other
Oh
one.
yeah, they took it down to I think 1.5 on the
1.5. Yeah.
1.5, 1.5, so 3%.
It's 3%. Yeah, the 1.5 now. That's the other one.
Wow, Zalendo, can you defend that? it will create jobs, huh?
Yeah, we create jobs.
You
Yeah, we
know,
are creating jobs.
you know what Washida has just said about the what is about the turnover tax. First of all, I think there's no way that KRA will tax the mama mbogas. You know that they are not captured anywhere.
They've already
I need
allocated 2
you
billion for
to read.
tax masters
Thank
now,
you.
bro.
They
They've already
have 2
allocated
billion
2 billion for tax
people who are
masters
working
to be working in the whatever.
Yes, yes.
It's already been
already there.
allocated.
There
It's
are
already
people
there
who
in
are
the
walking around,
who've been walking
seeing who's
around now.
selling. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So there are people from KRA who already are capturing the mama mbogas who
Yes. There are receipts now.
and
My
throughout the
friend,
country.
I own businesses there, so I know what I'm talking about. So that is personal.
I know, okay, I know you own business there, and some of them I'm also a partner. So,
so that is personal. If you want to go there, don't go there yet, man.
I know, I know. But anyway, by and large,
So
Wachida,
you two are doing business together. You sound like the Empress in Siaya.
no, no. Listen, the Kenya Rebel. We have had this issue with him, and each and every time it is war between me and him. So don't mind us so much, but I needed him to explain to Kenyans the way it is in his own language, the way he understands the bill, and
So the bill,
from a professional angle.
Yeah. So
I need you to elaborate the 1.5 now tax. It was a levy at 3.0.
It's no
housing
longer a levy. It's now a tax.
Now
it's
it
no
is a
longer
tax.
a levy. It's compulsory. It's a tax.
And we are not going to get it back. Once you pay it to government, it's gone.
It's gone now. You're not getting it back. Number one. It was a big shift from a levy. It's a tax, and now wait. Let me just explain this so that we understand each other here. It's now a tax, and it's going to the consolidated fund. And what that means, it is now not accountable. The lie that was there was it's a levy, and it's going to a separate fund that we can monitor. Now it can be misused, and there's nothing you're going to take this government if they take that money. That's what they have done. It's now compulsory, and it's going to the consolidated fund. What that means is they are going to spend that money the way they want. Does that make sense?
Let me ask a silly question. If it goes to this consolidated fund,
I don't know.
Hold on. Who is overseeing this money? Is it the Treasury?
It's Treasury. It's Treasury now. Okay. It's going to go to the Treasury.
Okay, so the Treasury then, if let's say the government wants to use that money for whatever reason, they have to come to Treasury and tell them, hey, we need this, whatever, $2 billion that we collected. We want to build a bridge somewhere. Well, is there going to be like a paper trail where in the future, let's say if we feel like there was some kind of corruption going on, and we say, okay, we want a paper trail. How did you guys use that money? that we gave you for the housing, how did you use it? Can we follow up in the future if we think that this government did use it appropriately or misappropriated that money? Is it traceable?
Very, very good question. And that's why we now remember we were having a discussion about the development expenditure and the recurrent expenditure, and that question is very, very relevant. And the reason it's going to be dangerous now is the paper trail will not be there per se. It can be, we can have the paper trail. Remember, this is a government, by the way, with a caveat. I'm going to say this with a very big caveat because I'm not in support of this government. I'm an Azimio supporter. So I'm speaking from a perspective of an Azimio supporter, but now here I'm going to speak as a professional. And the problem with this money going to the consolidated fund and the way we are veering off with this government is, number one, they have been telling us lies that they did not have money when they got into office. Number two, we are now getting into a very dangerous territory where they are muzzling even the constitution by creating offices that do not exist. Number three, now that they have been telling us it's a levy, it's not a tax, now it's a tax, it's going to the consolidated fund. Now we cannot even be able to allocate. And Jimmy Wanjege has been telling us this story all along. Now, if this money gets to the consolidated fund, we cannot tie every single project to the money. You get my point? So to your question.
That's exactly where I was going. Thank you.
Yes. We cannot tie this money to any single project. And that is what they wanted.
Because they can in the future say, oh, we only got we used 1 billion for the houses, but in reality they took a lot of money and messed with it. Okay, I see. It's a loophole of
It's a very big loophole we have here. Yep.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Johnson. Let me ask you. You say that this money is going to be misused when it's in the consolidated fund account. Now, do you know that the government also has got some money in consolidated account? And has the money been misused? The money that the government has put on consolidated fund. Do you know of any amount that the government puts on consolidated fund that has been misappropriated in the past 10 years?
That's a very good question. Now you are taking me back to the debt issue. So let's go there. You've gotten me. That's a very good question. Now you've gotten me to. Yeah, sorry. Go.
CPA.
Yeah.
CPA Gadhombe.
Yeah.
There's someone.
CPA. Tell Zalendo the money for the COVID, it was put in consolidated and it cleared.
Yeah. And that's what I wanted to explain to him. Thank you for clarifying that too. Yeah, because now we have a big problem here. Now that thank you for intervening on that, sis. And that's why we have now. When you asked that question, let's go to the debt issue now, because you have asked about whether money has disappeared or not. And I'm going to put into you something that Jimmy Wanjege has been talking about here: the odious debt. Do you know in the consolidated fund we have two books? We have two books that we have never known until Jimmy Wanjege brought this subject. We have two books. Kenyans have been paying debts that do not know, and we should not be paying. And it's called an odious debt. We have been paying money we don't know. And to date, we have paid over 5 trillion shillings. We don't know. We should be up in arms. So that consolidated fund you are talking about has been raided by previous governments, and this government is also doing it right now in our eyes.
Let me. Oh, Zalenda, you want to go?
I wanted to ask a question about those books that Jimmy Wanjigi seems to know so much about government borrowing and how much money and spending.
Yes.
How do we get access to those government records?
They are
And,
there. They're in public space.
wait a minute. Why should we believe in what Jimmy Wanjigi is saying?
Jimmy Wanjigi is not telling us anything new.
And not wait, Washira. And not Ndungu, the chairman for Treasury.
Because Jimmy Wanjigi is not telling us anything new. It's telling us anything in public view.
No, he's telling us
the information
we
he's
didn't know
giving us
Odia's
is in
death.
public knowledge.
Did we know of Odia's death a few years back?
I mean, anything Jimmy Wanjigi is talking about is in public knowledge.
Right now, no. The books, the debts that the borrowing, these records are so secretive that you yourself, you've never come across them.
No, they are there. They are there.
Where
I mean, that's go to
where can you access
website.
Where can you access Uru's borrowing
CBK
and government spending?
The government does not. The appropriations bill, the appropriations done by the government are public knowledge, and they're in public knowledge. So that's something you can access. The appropriations.
No, you know that's why we have this show. Where can the public access those government documents that Wanjigi is talking about?
I mean, if anybody wants me to do that, that's something I can send a link to everybody here. No, but I cannot do that right now.
No, yeah. Maybe when you come back some other day, you can share a link.
I'll share a link.
What the government has,
I'll do that and accumulate it. I'll do that.
Zalendo, just to say, just a point here. I think I also listened to Omkia Omtata, and the way he explained it, where the mischief happens is that when the Senate does an audit on how much, the previous budgets, how much it was spent and everything, they do a standalone kind of audit. Like they go to the Treasury, how much the Treasury gave the government of the day, okay? And they audit how the government, where the money, basically they're looking at the books, the government books, how much they sent on different, let's say, expenditures, basically, where they send the expenditures, where the money was sent. And then they go to, let's say if they disburse some money to different governors, then they go to the governors, county government, and they look at it separately also to see if it matches how much money they were sent and how much money they spent. But they don't cross-check to see if, let's say the national government say they are sending 50 billion. Did that 50 billion actually reach that county as 50 billion? Or did the 50 billion in, let's say, Siaya County, if they only received, let's say, 30 billion? So you understand what I'm trying to say? No, I'm not making sense?
No, you are. I get your point.
Yeah.
Personally, I do.
So that's what he was saying, that's where the mischief is happening when it's time to send money to this different, whatever, budgetary needs, okay? Whether it's like in the counties or for in the future housing, whatever the case. So I think that's what the difference is. And so far, I had are they two years behind in their in the auditing?
That's the other problem. That's the other problem, and I can explain that. So whoever is trying to, I mean, that's the other problem we have. I mean, we cannot rely on the Auditor General's office records or reports that they do. They are 2 years behind in terms of the reports they give us. So telling us, I mean, so Jimmy Wanjigi is actually our savior here because he has done that audit up to April this year. He has been able to sit down and do his forensic audit up to April this year. So telling us to go back to the Auditor General's reports, which are 2 years behind, we will be, the rain started beating us up I mean, we now know where our problem is up to April this year. Thanks to Jimmy.
So here's why I lose faith. Omtata went to court to question that the whole deal, if the SGR loan, was it, I don't know what they call it, if it was a legitimate loan, was it done legally? Because, you know, money was lost. There was no, I don't think if did the Parliament actually, National Assembly approve it or not. But it ended up, the High Court ruled 2 days ago saying that the SGR loan was legit, because a few days before that, he was talking about the odious debts, talking about that all the debts that were not attained legally should not be the responsibility of the taxpayers to pay. Pay. It can be individuals, whether it's Uhuru and his buddies, whatever the case is, okay? But it's funny that a few days after that, the High Court ruled that the SGR was legally attained. So Mr. Omtata and his team, Kenyans cannot go to UN like Congo did after Mobutu Sese Seko died. And Congo went and told them that, hey, we are not going to pay this $14 billion debt because we were forced into it by a dictator. So basically, after the High Court ruled that, we cannot say that, hey, this SGR, we cannot go look into this SGR and make a case that it was attained illegally or whatever the case, which I thought it was interesting. I don't know if you heard about that, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, I did. I think the problem I have with Okia, he's a very good, a very nice guy, and I know he's a fighter for the masses. I think the only problem I have with him going to court over the finance bill is he jumped the gun too early, because the public participation in quotes had not been completed, which was obvious. It was going to be, it was going to be just a charade. It was going to be challenged in court because he went before he jumped the gun, if you understand what I mean. I mean, the whole public participation was not completed in quotes.
Yes.
It was neither going to be completed. We all know, it was a charade in the first place. So he jumped the gun, and the court is going to overrule that whole thing of his on that basis.
Yeah,
if he had waited, if he had waited until this thing was done, was it 2 days ago, then he would have a case. So it's going to be thrown out.
Yes, like the housing levy, he had a strong case when they were calling it a levy because it was unconstitutional.
Exactly.
So that's why they had to fix it.
Yeah, now
and
they
make
had
it
to
a
fix
tax.
it. Yeah, now make it a tax. Now if he is doing it now he had a case now. If he goes back to court now, it would make a case. But now whatever he took to court, now it's null and void.
Right. I don't think he has leeway now that they have passed it, because since Kenya Kwanza changed it, they passed it as a law now. I mean, as a tax. And basically they voted on it. So I don't think he has a case to make against that.
I have a question for Mr. Gadumbi, who is an Azimio supporter. Now, you had the housing as your number 2 priority in your manifesto. How was Azimio going to implement the affordable housing that they had proposed in their manifesto?
It was to be done through National Housing Corporation, which has always been done. We have over 14. How many? It has always been done. Uhuru started this, so it's nothing new. We're not being told. It's nothing new. It has always been done.
You are going to do the same project as Uhuru Kenyatta, or?
It was continuously being done. We have over 14 million. The pension scheme. It was being implemented through the pension scheme. So it's nothing new that Azimio was trying to suggest.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned the Boma Moja. It's called Boma Moja for the Boma Yangu. Boma Yangu project by Uhuru Kenyatta.
And it was still being done, and it's still there.
Yeah, it's still going on.
Yeah.
And I think they are in right now. They should be in Starehe. Now, who owns the Boma Moja houses that were implemented by Uhuru Kenyatta in Ngara? Who owns those houses? Are they affordable?
As far as I know, I hope you're not trying to introduce politics here.
No, this is not politics. This is
So,
just
if
a
you
matter
want to
of
introduce
clarity.
politics, or we are talking about, I mean, how the whole concept was initiated, and how
No, the whole concept was brilliant, very, very brilliant. But who is the end user of these products?
The whole concept was to bring houses to the people. So let's
Yes.
start from there. Yeah?
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be done through National Housing Corporation.
Mm-hmm.
And it has always been, has always been the case. And so now these folks are bringing this new, like a new thing, but it has always been there. Now, the whole thing was, let's start from the concept of the government has no business building houses. Can we start from there?
The government had no
Has
business
no business building houses.
No, the government building houses for its people. It's informed by statistics. It's informed by data. It is not that the government wakes up one day and says, we want to eat people's money. Let us bring the housing project. These are government decisions are informed by statistics and data. It's not informed by, a random cabinet meeting. It is something that organizations have sat down and they have said that there is a need for
but you cannot wake up and start pushing ideologies or whatever.
So do you agree? Do you agree that government policy is informed by statistics and data?
Correct. But that's what
also
drives the policies. But you cannot push your policies down people's throats. I mean, with your own intentions of getting funding for your campaign, because that is what Kenya Kwanza is doing.
Yeah, I think there is. I think by and large, Kenya Kwanza is trying to implement its manifesto, what it had promised the people who voted for them, and what it had promised the country at the end of the day. You might not agree absolutely with what Kenya Kwanza is trying to implement, but at least in the budget, as an accountant, you should see one or two things that is a positive and tell us, hey, this is something that will help the country economically.
No, I don't want to discuss Kenya Kwanza as a government, because to me it's not even a government. To go back to the finance bill, let me discuss the do's and don'ts of the finance bill. I don't want to discuss the Kenya Kwanza government because it's not even a government for me.
Let us now stick to the bill and forget that we have a Kenya Kwanza government. Give me the positives that you are seeing in this bill, and overall, do you think that the current government has got some measures that it will stop maybe the loopholes, the tax evasions, and all that in their proposal, in their ambitious proposal?
I don't know how to start this, because you cannot tell me there is anything positive about this bill when you've already started even messing around with the Public Financial Management Act. You're trying to mess around even with the Constitution by introducing a new measure to increase the debt ceiling through unconstitutional means, so that you are now tying the measure of borrowing not on the old ways of doing things that we used to do it on a threshold of, it's now 10 trillion. Now they're introducing a new wording in the Constitution through unconstitutional means, and they're doing it on the GDP, a percentage of the GDP. Do you understand what that means?
A percentage of the GDP.
Yes, it used to be a threshold. A threshold of, like, I mean, the way we do it, the way it's done in the US. In the US, you saw Biden struggling with the Republicans to raise the debt ceiling.
Yeah, to raise the debt ceiling, and they had to negotiate with the Republicans.
Yes.
So that they can raise the debt ceiling.
Yes, Ruto does not want to do that. Ruto wants to do
the opposition does not.
door.
You don't want to do that.
No, he wants to go through the back door, and it has already been highlighted. He wants to now use his new way of doing things because he has numbers in Parliament, and he has already, through that financial bill that he's now is going to pass, he has changed the language. It's a provision, PRISIO, provision in the act. And it's now we're tying now the debt ceiling to a formula in the GDP, which is a jargon he's introducing, and which is very silly and very, very not even silly. It's actually very
Ms. Wachira, when IMF looked at and World Bank looked at Kenya Kwanza proposals and how they are going to pay back whatever money that they are borrowing, they said that the government has got a good plan, a very, very good plan, and they can give them money. So the lenders agree with Ruto's proposal.
So
yes, they agree with the Ruto's proposal. But again, yes, we are complaining about our country. What about, give an example of what is happening in Britain right now? It is a similar scenario. The tax has gone up. Even here in the US, tax has gone up. Yeah, everywhere in the world, the prices of goods are going up. Yeah, what is the consumer price index of most of the items throughout the world? Are they going down?
So Nick, let me ask you a question. What is the Moody's rating of Kenya right now? The Kenyan government. The Moody's rating of Kenyan government. Just like the rating you get, the credit rating you get yourself. The Moody's rating. Moody's rating of the Kenyan government is what? It's red.
I know the Kenyan government has
B-
been on the red.
Right now. We are teetering on the C. We are going to see, and we get to see we are done.
But that's what Ruto is trying to get us out from. How do we get out from there? You as an accountant, you are now running the government of Kenya. How do we get out from the situation that previous government have actually caused? Now you want to say that Ruto's government is the one that has brought all these problems.
No, we get out of there by cutting down on spending.
Exactly, that one I agree with you 100%. The Kenya Kwanza government should have reduced expenditure on travel. They should have reduced the number of the assistants that they had the other day. I don't think they were necessary. They reduce. In fact, Ruto should just bite the bullet and say the legislators should not earn any kind of allowances. You know, I've always argued that we pay our legislators to go to work. You are paid to go to work. You are paid to sit down and discuss something. They call it sitting allowance. Mr. Johnson, when you go to in your office, are you paid to sit down?
Yeah, all those allowances, correct.
All those bogus allowances. Then they're also paid. An MP who resides in Nairobi is given a fuel allowance to go from his home in Lavington to a constituency, probably in Westland, and it runs into millions. There's a lot of wastage. A lot of wastage. Again, the county government, there's something they need to do about them. I think there are too many. Do you think that Kenya needs 47 counties?
So our wage bill is just a mess. Yeah, if you can cut down on, but we are heading south because I mean the government we have right now, as we speak, and like you pointed out, Nick. Yeah, that's where we are doing it quite opposite. I mean, instead of cutting down on expenditure, we are anticipating collecting money that we are not going to. Then we have a budget of 3.7 billion we are not going to achieve. And then we are going to tax our own people to death. So tell me how this is achievable.
I believe that whatever the government came up with, they sat with accountants, they sat with economists, and they saw that it is necessary that we increase the taxes so that we pay the debts that are there. At the same time, we run government without much borrowing, much internal borrowing and external borrowing. So our development partners can only come in when we want to put up the houses and tell them, oh, you put up so many units, you would have helped the government. But again, the economy has to run. The only way economy will run is when people have money. So there is no way the Kenya Kwanza government and its budget will succeed if the people don't have the buying power. Because when you raise VAT to 16%, it means that the goods will go up. Then the local citizens should have the capacity to purchase, whatever they want.
So Nick, can somebody help explain to me how you are going to run a country on a 3.7 trillion budget with a collection on terms of tax revenue, which is anticipated, 2.8 trillion collections in tax revenues, but the budget is 3.7 trillion. So this anticipated revenue of 2.8 is anticipated. We are not even sure yet. As of April, we had not even reached our revenue targets for the year 2020, 2021, 2022, before we close the financial year in June. And we already now are targeting a collection of 2.8 for 2022, 2023, 2024.
Is it an increase of 1 trillion or?
So we are saying we are going to collect 2.8 to finance a budget of 3.7. Of course, there's going to be borrowing somewhere.
Yeah, there has to be borrowing.
So you're telling me we are going to finance 3.7 with tax receipts of 2.8, which is anticipated. I don't know whether you are going to strangle people to get this 2.8. That's number one. Then we borrow.
But Johnson, with all these raised taxes from VAT to payee to to the NHIF, They're getting money from all avenues. Even content creator are sitting here. We we and Mzalendo. I don't know if wataponea as much as Akombale. I hope wataweza
Hata
kumnasa.
kutuma pesa imeongezwa. Unaongea nini? Kutuma pesa na M-Pesa imeongezwa.
Mi naona the next idea is as long as wewe ni Mkenya, hata kama uko nchi gani, utakuwa unakatwa tax yenye inakuja directly Kenya.
Unakatwa.
They will come to you. So Gadhumbi, I think somehow, as much as I don't know how, but probably the government may probably not hit the target, but at least with this increment, they might come close. You see, there's also a new one called the house levy. As much as they have said it will not be touched, right? They say it will not be touched, but it will give it will give them quite some amount, close to 73 there, about billion, which is good money. Na zile tax uko nasema ukipata 1,300 plus and about, wanakata some amount, pesa za insurance, pesa za betting. So ukiziongeza zote ambazo zinakuja daily, I think, I'm not sure, but somehow maybe zinaweza increase. What do you think?
So, thank you. So, I mean, it's interesting because this is anticipatory taxes. We are not sure whether you're going to collect, because you need a very big enforcement team to be able to collect 2.8 trillion. If we are looking at trajectory of the past, or records of the past, and how KRA has been able to collect its money, and KRA has been quite good in collecting money. And if you're looking at the budget and the records of the past from the KRA and how they have been able to perform, we have to be very, I mean, this is generous. I mean, saying that we are going to get 2.8 trillion against a budget of 3.7 trillion, we are lying to ourselves. It's a lie. Yeah, it's a lie.
Okay. Johnson doesn't seem to be hopeful. Mzalendo, are you hopeful? With the government its target.
That is what you expect from an Azimio supporter. I mean, they will not tell you anything different. They will tell you that it is impossible.
Figures do not lie.
This is something that they have done before. It didn't work in this other country. How do we expect it to work? These are guys who are disillusioned.
The problem with figures is the problem with figures is they do not lie.
Yeah, you can crunch the numbers, but again, you don't know the outcome. When these houses take off, do you know what will happen in the economy when this housing project takes off? And yes, you crunch numbers, but what builds the economy of a country? Yeah, it is the workers. Yeah, if you have people working and people getting money, then things are moving. The economy will be built and people will be paying their taxes. You know, we must at least appreciate one or two things that this Finance Bill 2023 is bringing on the table. Now, you are not even talking about the zero rating of some of the products. You are not even talking about the incentive that foreigners are being, told to come and invest in Kenya, put up factories. You are not talking about Amazon coming to Kenya. What does that mean to the economy?
But
to you, it means
of
nothing.
Amazon and all, maybe with the kind of promises William Ruto and team have been making, maybe even that of Amazon was equally like the gas and the Mtungi story, where we are not really sure. Just me saying.
You know, I told you, Jake. I think Ruto and the deputy have been you know, they really suffered to get this seat. And once they got it, they got so excited. Because Mali wametoka, I mean, where Johnson is seated, he is still nursing the wounds of the election. He has not healed at all. He knew that this thing, they are winning it. And how they lost, I am telling you, is like a Trump supporter today. Still believes that the elections were stolen from them. Yeah, but they were beaten clean. So they are still in that hangover. You know, we want to show these people that we won the election. But it is high time that they get to work and they implement policies that will work for the people, because time is running out. We are almost done 1 year. We are done 1 year. Next year, we want to see what will happen next year. But one thing, Washira, I think Azimio supporters, if they love their country so much, then they should be negotiating with the government on some of these task issues. Because if they are affecting their people, their voters, then they should negotiate positively on the floor of the house, give and take. You know the way it happens here, give and take. Hey, this one we will not pass it, but this one, please do this to our people so that we ensure that this one passes. I think that is the only way we can have a balanced country.
Nick, I mean, you're trying to tell us you did not see on national television people being bulldozed to vote no, and then we'll see the repercussions. The only person was Wamushomba who said, I'll do vote no, and I don't care. People were told, let me see you voting no.
That is exactly what happens.
No.
That is what happens in a democracy and a political party. You have to whip your members. This is a government policy. This is a party policy. This is a party position. You cannot be in the party and you don't know what the party stands for. It stands for free, affordable housing. How can you go against that? So you have to, even the other side. And in 2019, 2019, go back to the budget. The parliament, the same parliament with the same legislators who are saying no today, had voted for a 16% increase in VAT. And Uhuru Kenyatta, it is Uhuru Kenyatta who reduced it to 8%. It had passed in the same floor. Azimio whipped its members to pass that bill the way it is. What are you saying?
No, those are two different things, because at that point, ODM with the Jubilee folks sat down and said, no, it is not working. Uhuru was warned, and he had to. So he signed a memorandum and he was told, if you sign this race, then you are going to be in trouble with us. He had to agree. He was forced to agree to drop it to 8%.
It was at 8%. And do you remember that was during COVID? So what would have happened to the economy? And but that is during COVID time.
But Zakayo, because he has numbers here, he's using everything. Because
Zakayo has got the numbers. Zakayo is not coercing everybody the way you have a brain. You are elected by the people. You walk into parliament. Unless you don't have a brain. Yeah. You are elected by the people. You should represent the people. And you have a conscience like Wamuchomba. The MP, she had a conscience saying that, you know, this bill is not good for me. It is not good for my people. So I'll vote no.
Yeah, so stop telling us this is a democracy. It's not democracy here. Zakayo is ruling by the fist. You like it or not?
What were the same thing? What did the Azimio leader say to those who voted yes and to those who didn't participate? What did he say? They will discipline them.
Because they have
the same thing. It cuts. The law is an ass. It cuts both ways.
But then again, Johnson,
Mhm.
I remember correctly that I think I've asked this in this show today, and I'll still
Mhm.
ask you
Mhm.
from your Azimio team,
Mhm.
and I'm sure you're a proud one. Um, you guys were so loud, bashing Jalango and the eight. They're called what? The 8 guys who joined him. Are
Mhm.
they 8 or 7? The number might not be clear for me. But there are guys who went to Akina Elijah. They went to State House. That visit alone, not even so much. The visit, we don't know the content of what they discussed. We have no much info.
Mhm.
But the fact that they went there, that alone, we saw what happened to Jalango. Alikuwa, he was mishandled, and I remember Mzalendo really
Yeah.
lamenting.
Gadumbi said he's a traitor. He's a traitor.
I
You
remember
know.
how he was mishandled.
So
But then again,
who is a
on the
dictator
same
there?
breath, why is it that when it is not, and allow me to use this with all due respect to my brothers from the Lakeyard and the Lakeside, why is
Mhm.
it that when it is not a Luo, sorry to say it that way, why
Mhm.
is it that when it is not a Luo, why are they not really criminalized as they did to Jalango and the teams? Because they all come from one community. Why is it that way? Mbona mlifanya Jalango kuwa sacrificial, so many embarrassing moments for him, yeah, saying that he will be replaced by Gaucho, and many bad things were said against that first time MP. And even he was told that he's a one-term MP. Yet, Esther Fasaris did it and nothing was zero, like it went zip. And she was so vocal, and saying how much she support the bill and why she's supporting it. Why the double speak?
So you're saying it's double standard. To me, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It
Jalango,
is.
no, the problem with, I mean, it's because he's a traitor in one sense.
Uh-huh.
Why don't you just come clean and say, I was just using the platform of Baba to get to where I want to be, but then I'm a more. Mi nilikuwa tu najitakia yangu, then nikiingia nikipata what I was looking for, then I go to the other side. You are basically a traitor. Yeah, like forgive me for using this analogy, not an analogy actually. In the Mau Mau war, we used to call them the. We had a word for it. We had a word for the white kabuti. It's only that I cannot use that one here in this forum because it's not fair for everybody. But they were traitors. During the day, you think they are with you, and you are fighting the war together. But then at night they would be with the Mzungu. That's what Jalango was doing and did. The same thing with Pasaris. She voted for the bill. Ramashamba is now being attacked all over the place because she stood with her people. So you get my point.
The same, these people, they easily change.
That's
One
true.
moment, Kadhoni wa
That's
Mushomba
true,
is the one
Rashaba.
saying that they needed an
It's called
increment.
Excuse me,
selective
brother
amnesia.
Sajay. Brother Sajay, let me say hi to the Gashomba. Gashombi is my tribe, and we are the same tribe, Kikuyu. And I understand what he's saying. Like our community, we grew up together, but we have been so embarrassed. For the last day, my community, they have been letting us down. That I think I have been sick because of that. Depression, anxiety when I think about my community, how I grown up, we used to be together, we are like a Jewish. And the way they are doing right now, dumping us, instead of they protect my community, they protect our former president, they have been abusing him. It's very bad. So right now, the way I am, I'm a fighter also. I love to fight for the Kenyans. Right now, I'm fighting for, these guys, Gachagua and that Ruto and Gachagua. If we don't pick one voice like Kenya, I'm telling you, this guy that will kill our democracy. Mzalendo, come on. You live in US. You know how the democracy works. Me, I live in Sweden. This country is the democracy. Can we stand together one voice as a Kenya? We fight our katiba yetu. Tafadhalini wa Kenya wetu. This revolution we must fight. Tukuje pamoja makabila zote 42. To fight our democracy. We hear one voice and we can able to defeat our enemy. It's very shameful. Kenya, people are putting fingers at Kenya is not democracy. Can you imagine? And the way me live a country democracy, I can put this country is rebel. You can do whatever you want. You can marry with anybody you want. But the government, the power is belong to people. Why can our country, we hear one voice? To say the same as Azimio or Uda. Let us come one. Let us listen together. Ask God to give the wisdom. That wisdom you have. We protect our democracy. You want to live the country democracy. And you're not bow to anybody. Not the authority. This is a regime. Ruto is a dictator. He wants every Kenyan be a bow for him. People are dancing for him. That's the way he was. He's like a Moi. Moi was doing the same thing. I remember Moi when he was coming to our community, when he opened the hospital. People, they were dancing for him. People, they were dancing in the school. The children, they were, and that's not good. So let us, I feel something in my heart. Please, let us come reason together. Like the Bible says, come reason together. Even if our sin is like something you cannot understand. And I'm telling you, if we listen one voice, we can go very far. But if we are trying to come here with the tribalism, I'm telling you, we cannot move forward in our country. Because it's God, create all tribes. All the Lion of Judah, if they have a lot of tribes, even Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, tukae pamoja. He didn't believe, we must stay together as a Kenya, tushikane mkono. Because of the future. Because these people are Kenyans. I feel my heart crying. Please, my people Kenyans, come together. Listen together. Don't let the enemy to defeat. Kenyan people, you are very smart. People that used to say Kenyan people are generous, are very kind. Why do you want to destroy what God has put in your heart? There is one spell we used to say in my language, we shock Keremuno. I don't know what I mean in Swahili. Maybe Gadumbe can try to trust me. We shock Keremuno.
Jirujie tena. Yeah.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah. That's what I want to say.
Thank you so much, Rhoda. Thank you so very,
Rhoda.
very much. Asante sana. Now, Gadumbi, let's go back to what we were saying. And Azimio came out as a very strong party during the campaigns and during elections. Was it built on quicksand in the to the event that it is now dawning on Raila Odinga that he has no that support that he used to enjoy? That if today he had a bill, he would seriously need William Ruto, or rather Kenya Kwanza, to have the bill pass in any format. That is part A of my question. And part B is this. Now that he doesn't have numbers in parliament and all, is it the reason why Mzalendo maybe may agree with me that now since he cannot do it through parliament, he's now going to Mwananchi, to Maandamano and all. Yet by the end of the day, parliament is the legal house that makes amends and create laws and all. It cannot be made outside parliament. And if that one happens, parliament still needs to be involved, right? Even if it's a referendum, you cannot bypass parliament. Now, my question to you is this. Is Raila now weak in the sense that he has no power, either in parliament? So the only option he has is to go to Mwananchi and try to make something out of it. Because as it is, he has a difficult task ahead. Of course, convincing Parliament in any format. What do you think?
Yeah, can I answer your question? Thank you.
Please do.
So I'll answer your question. The first question was Raila was outsmarted, but he was outsmarted because his trusted advisors were actually people who were lying to him.
Okay.
So whatever they were telling him during the day, the same thing I was saying about the Mau fighters during the day, but at night they are doing something else. So they were eating from both sides. So they would be with him during the day, but they would be on the other camp at night. So at that end, so they would steal the show for the other side. And at the end of the day, before he knew what was going on, it was too late. So yeah, so that's number one of your question. Number two, now he has realized he doesn't have numbers in parliament, so the only other way he can do now is to go to the people. So it's going to be, we do this the revolutionary way, which is what he's trying to do, using Article 1 of the Constitution. Now go to the masses and try and engage with the masses and the Kenyan people and try and tell them this is what we are going to do. I think, to me, Raila is now tired of fighting for being the Kenyan president again. He just wants things to, fixing things if they can get fixed. If I've been able to answer your question. Sorry, was I able to answer your question?
James is on mute or is reading something or is asleep.
Yeah, something is happening.
Oh, he has frozen. His screen is frozen. Anyway, I think you did well by saying that there are people within Azimio who disappointed Raila Odinga. But the only part about going to the masses, every law that we talk about in the country called Kenya must be passed in parliament. You can push for it so much in the streets, but at the end of the day, you must lobby in parliament for anything that you want implemented, unless the president issues an executive order. So most of the demonstrations, by the end of the day, whatever issues that they are raising, if it is the cost of living, can as well be debated in parliament. And that's in parliament, you also don't have numbers. On the same streets, you will achieve also nothing. So Azimio is in a very awkward situation. Gadumbi, you are in the worst situation. You don't know where to run to. Do you run to Bunge la Mwananchi to change the laws of the country? Perhaps that is the only bet that probably will push the government into submission. But the current government that we are having of William Ruto, I don't think they are scared of any demonstration. I don't think so. So if I was to advise
Nkarendo, can I say something? Like me, if Ruto, for me, Kenya people, if they go demonstration, for example, Ruto atume majeshi ama nani, this revolution is called the blood. You have, like me, I can die for revolution. Me, I'm ready. Me, I can tell Ruto kill me for revolution. I'm not afraid anything.
What will you?
I'm not afraid. No.
Rhoda, Rhoda, I want you to tell me what you'll be dying for.
For my country, because I love my country than myself.
What will you be?
I die for Kenya people for democracy and freedom. That's what I'm fighting, justice. Freedom and just because I live the country freedom. I live the country democracy. That's what I'm fighting right now with this regime. Ruto is a bad guy. Even those who support Ruto, you don't know who you are yourself. How can you support dictator? Dictator, they are very evil. Me hate dictator. Even Jesus hate dictator. You know, Jesus who sacrificed Jesus is a dictator because they didn't believe Jesus is the Son of God. They hate Jesus and they are enemy for the world. How can you love somebody dictator? Then your eyes is you're not. Your eyes is closed. You don't know really who you are. How? How? Sometimes when I see this guy for UDA, your eyes is so you don't want to open your heart. You behave like a foolish, and you're not foolish the way you are. Me, I'm a gospel person, and I tell me the people the truth. Be honest yourself. I live the country of real democracy. Real democracy, real. They have the same right like other people. So for me, I don't care about to die, to be killed for democracy and for the justice. Me, I don't fear anybody in this world, to be honest. Me, I can sacrifice my life for Kenya people for democracy. And that can make one life to be killed can make a history. Even the Bible says, if one person get saved, the heaven is open. Just one person in that your village you come from. But sometimes we always pretend we don't know where we come from.
So, Rhoda, I agree with you. The only part I don't agree with you is one, your definition of a dictator. If you say Ruto is like Adolf Hitler, those are some of the dictators he had, like Idi Amin. Those are some of the dictators we have had in our history.
But Ruto is almost like Idi Amin.
So, you know, a dictator, you cannot question his action. If you question his action, you will be killed. I think a good example is Museveni, who is closer to Kenya. That is an example of a dictator, but he's not even a dictator. Dictators are ruthless. Dictators are so ruthless. You would not even have that voice you are talking here. And the freedom.
Moi was the same Museveni. Actually, there's one guy from Uganda told my best friend. He told me Ruto will be worse than Museveni, and now I see the true color. Before after we talked those things, I think it was in April. Ruto can be worse than Museveni, and you know Museveni used to kill Uganda people when they criticize his government. Ruto doesn't kill anybody to criticize because Ruto doesn't have a feeling. Ruto, he doesn't have an empathy. And it's very dangerous to have a president who doesn't have an empathy for the Kenyan people. He doesn't feel how we feel. I don't know, he have a problem like narcissistic or
you are a Christian and Ruto
you have a feelings, Muzalendo. I know you have a feelings. That's why you talk with me. I know you have a feeling. Even TG, they have a feelings. Even Molaga, Bambi, Gatubi, you guys, you have a, but Ruto doesn't have a feelings. It's not that the Kalenjin tribe, they are bad. I have a lot of good people like Tibet is my best friend. And she have a lot of feelings. Very kind. It's not like one person, one tribe, Kalenjin, they are bad. No, it's not like that. It's a Ruto have a problem. So let us open our heart and open your eyes and see.
You know, we have not reached that point whereby we are calling Ruto a dictator. I think we are not.
He is a dictator because he doesn't lose our country according to the law or democracy. He doesn't. I know he's a dictator. For example, every county he wants people to dance for him, like Moi. Moi was the same. Moi was a dictator. More he
I
believe people to
mean,
dance.
if
And that's
you
why,
refuse,
and me, you know I fast before election. I was fasting and I asked God, "You think Ruto is it?" And God spoke to my heart. No, Ruto
sasa
is not a
tunaona
good person.
wewe ulikuwa na
Sorry,
fast na Ruto pia alikuwa na fast. Sasa nyinyi
maybe
ni
I
wote ni Wakristo.
and God spoke to my heart. Ruto is not a good person. God
Sasa
want Baba to be. God want Baba to be
Mungu ule
president.
unaomba na wa Ruto ni tofauti.
Ruto is Ruto is against God. He's an enemy to God. He hate Jesus. He have been hiding. Actually, Moi was better than Ruto. Moi
Okay,
he used to
thank
love
you.
church. He
Thank
have
you,
built a lot
Rhoda.
of church like the ICC church. Moi built a lot of church, but this Zakayo, he is not a really Christian. He have been hiding mask, mock. He have been mocking God. So me, I don't believe that Ruto is a
Wewe
Christian.
Rhoda, enda
No,
utafute mtu anaitwa
you Kenya,
Kim
wake
Jong
up. Ruto
Yong.
is not
Unajua Kim
Christian.
Jong Yong?
You have
Huyu
Jesus.
wa Korea.
If you have
Au
Jesus, you
ndio
have the Holy Spirit,
madikteta.
and the Holy Spirit is love. Because the Bible says, love one another, love your neighbor as love yourself. But he doesn't love Kenya, he hates us. Ruto hates us. Did you go to the Sunday school, Muzalendo? What did you learn in the Sunday school? 10 command, do not kill, no lie. Ruto believes ideology of lies. Shame on you, Muzalendo. Wake up. Nani ni mzee wa kulala ukiwa na hiyo kofia?
Wewe unajua wewe nataka unyamaze kwa sababu umeleta Ukristo mingi sana na umeokoka na Ruto pia ameokoka. Na wewe hauna kifunguo ya kwenda mbinguni. Ni
Mimi najua
please, just
100% I
let
will
us
go to
just
heaven
let us
because I
now.
love.
We are losing the point, Rhoda. We are losing the
No.
point.
Mr. Ledo, can I please add? I want to support my sister, Rhoda. What Rhoda is unable to say is Ruto is a smiling assassin. And that is what she is not able to say. And I want to back my sister totally 100%. Ruto is a smiling assassin. He has been using the Bible, and people do not see that. And he's going to assassinate very many people with that Bible of his.
But just
Rhoda umepata support
Johnson,
hapo.
naona umepata pillar of support, which is okay, and not
Nimepata
that
support
I'm
na
opposite.
bradangu hapa Kadhubi.
Just one moment, guys. Even as we near wrapping up, Gadhumbi, it's one thing to allege, and I'm sure you as an accountant, it's another thing to be really accountable and even to stick to your word. Why do you call him an assassin? A smiling one, for that matter.
Smiling assassin in the sense that when you start turning even State House, number one, it was used. This is not something I'm alleging. It's actually something he has said. Number one, they said that whoever was occupying State House was a Mlevi. They called him Wanjohi, a word they invented even during the campaigns. I'm not the one saying this. Yeah. Now, they had to clean so supposedly State House because it was full of devil, according to them. Now, they have prayer days in that same State House from Monday to I don't know when. And they have been using the same narrative of that Bible of theirs. By the way, I'm no longer a Christian, so I cannot claim to know anything about that Bible of theirs anymore. Because I do not like people who speak on one corner of the mouth, yet what they are doing is the opposite. Now they have been telling the mamambogas, the wheelbarrow pushers, and everything else. Yeah, look at the finance bill we have right now. It's punishing every single mamamboga and the wheelbarrow pusher. So why would you lie with something that is so sacred as a Bible, yet what you are performing and doing is different? So yeah, so I mean, so it's not. I'm not saying anything that it's an allegation. It's something that has been on the table. To your point.
Okay. Now, you raise interesting sentiments to your defense. But then again, sir, we have had murder charges or murder, not can I call them murder or killings? Let me use that word. Killings in almost all regimes. In Kenyatta, we had, are they called the Akina Agwins Kodek? They were killed. We had the murders in Moi's regime. Kibaki, we equally had a lot, to the level that close to 1,000 people died in post-election violence. Uhuru, we had the Yala sagas and bodies being dumped in rivers and extrajudicial killings even during COVID. Now, Ruto as well has been linked to many other forms of deaths. None yet to be proven in a court of law, in a competent court of law like ours. But then again, how best can you describe him to be an assassin? Yet some of these killings have happened not in his watch, but in other people's watch. In his government, maybe the latest ni Shakahola. So I don't know. I am yet to say that he's an assassin. So in short, like, I want you to convince me, why do you call him an assassin? Yet in his tenure, we are yet to experience such breaking news of someone has been assassinated. Of course, some were linked to him, but it's yet to be proven. So why are you calling him an assassin? That word can be used even in other presidents, not just him.
So I think, sir, what I need to do is, instead of, let me take back my statement. Yeah, I take back my statement of the smiling assassin. I take back that statement. Yeah, I take that back statement. But I know why I said it, but I take it back.
I didn't want you to take it back. I just wanted you to substantiate.
No, I still stand by my statement, but I take it back in this forum. But I still stick by it. But I take it back in this forum.
You know, that is a political statement. Never take politicians seriously. Politicians like Johnson Gadumbi, you don't take them seriously. They can say things that they don't even mean. That's typical of Azimio supporters. They just open their mouth. If you are told to clarify what you're saying, you can't clarify.
We will never apologize to Ruto. Never, ever. Not me. I'll never surrender to Ruto.
Rhoda, my sister,
My dead body.
I want you to learn to listen. Be a good listener. And stop interjecting when somebody is talking. We also give you time to talk whatever you want to say.
I am like that. You have to accept me who I am.
I agree that you don't support William Ruto, but also agree that there are people who support William Ruto. All right? And they will not agree with your position, and you will not agree with their position.
But one time they will regret.
So that one is now up to them, or up to time. Time is a true healer.
There is a many things I have been. Me, I used to pray for all over the world, and I usually get prophetic for all countries. And then when I tell people the truth, it a come and a path. And I told my community, don't support truth. They didn't say to
Roda, nikuulize swali tu na hii lazima ujibu. Kuna submarine imezama. Nataka uweke hiyo maombi yako kwa hao watu wako huko chini, hiyo submarine ipatikane. So umesema Mungu anasikiaga maombi yako. Hiyo maombi weka hapo. That is where we need energy right now. We need you to pray for those guys to allocate that submarine.
That is cold. Mzalendo, my brother, that is very cold of you.
What do you mean? I don't know what Mzalendo is saying. What do you say?
That's very cold. Mzalendo, that's very cold.
Mzalendo, hapana. Wachana dini ya mtu. Kila mtu anabelieve, wachana nayo buda.
Tunataka maombi sahihi iende kwa ile submarine bwana. You guys are laughing. You need all those prayer warriors.
Before I go, I'll sing one song before I go and sleep. And this song I will sing for you guys. That one time Every knee shall bow. Every
You can
tongue
be called,
will confess that Jesus is the Lord of the Lord.
Mzalendo is
Every
called
knee
Nataja Blink.
shall bow. Every tongue confess that Jesus.
Okay, before. Okay. We have to wrap this up. By
Okay.
the way, tomorrow I have a very interesting show.
Mm-hmm.
Johnson, please don't miss. I'll make sure you are in. I'll try
Mm-hmm.
to
Mm-hmm.
find how you can be in. And Mzalendo,
Mm-hmm.
bring your friend. I loved him. You have done us proud, and I'm sure our viewers as well. They
Okay.
loved him.
I needed you to hear some serious debate on a professional angle and some light note jokes here and there.
Thank
That's
you,
what
guys.
makes the show
It was
interesting.
enjoyable. It was
Yeah,
enjoyable. I have
so we
live.
normally have it every day at 10.
Now today it was not
Tomorrow,
even fun,
tomorrow
man.
don't miss. Tomorrow actually, tomorrow if everything goes to plan,
Mhm.
tomorrow is going to be fireworks, and
Mhm.
I can guarantee you don't want to miss that one,
That one I'll be there.
Yeah, tomorrow we might even start earlier than 10 because we have an interesting show tomorrow. I hope all will go according to plan. Same to you, our viewers. Please don't miss tomorrow. If we begin early, yeah, I'll let you know. It's not a promise, but chungulia kesho mtembei. Tomorrow we might have good things. Might be interesting. So tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow being no today actually. We're already at 3 in the morning. So today at 10. Yeah. Na kesho ni sato pia kesho. So ni katika tu mipango. So Johnson usipotee. Karibu sana hapa watu jaja. Saa zingine huwa kuna waka moto. When we
Yeah.
get serious, Azimio guys, we have Mzalendo in. I was thinking of finding a digital fire extinguisher when kanawaka sana.
Yeah.
I blow
Uh-huh.
I blow these guys because sometimes huwa wanaletana hapa juu bwana, unaona hadi Mzalendo nakasirika. Mzalendo
Yeah, my
maybe.
take home there.
The beauty about life is that we can quarrel, we can disagree, but we laugh at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And the reason why we are here is because we love our country.
Yep.
Whether you are in Azimio, whether you are in Kenya Kwanza, when
Yep.
Ruto's
Yep. Yep.
government is not doing so well, we must tell them, you are
Mm-hmm.
not doing
And here
things
you
right.
get so many people, you get to meet so many people,
Yeah.
Rhoda,
Mm-hmm.
Stella. There are
Mm-hmm.
many others who will still come. We have Akina Alex, we have Akina
Mm-hmm.
Black,
Yep.
we have Akina Mboro. They texted me. We will be having them soon. You will meet many guys, some with very, very deep arguments. So be sure, even the knowledge you think you have in accounting, what they'll take you to tax.
Yeah.
Itabidi umerudi shule.
No, that's why tomorrow, sorry, yeah, tomorrow I want to come with my own facts in terms of, I was asked to provide the information of how the debt and how we have an odious debt.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I want to come with the facts laid down.
And
So,
then also,
kesho,
while
yeah.
at it, because tomorrow we might tackle corruption.
Mm-hmm.
While at it, try to
Mm-hmm.
tell us how corruption has crippled us,
Mm-hmm.
and try to see if you can be able to dig in deep to what Jimmy Wanjigo was trying to explain.
Yeah,
Because
corruption,
most
okay.
of this money was squandered, or rather has been embezzled somewhere, and that's why we are paying money we never kind of saw, money we didn't use, money that didn't help
Yep,
Kenyans.
yep, that's a good one.
That's why
That's
we
a
are in
good
the
one for me.
Ati DJ Ivole alipitiwa na bab, ati
he's now
amesema
recanting what is in a video.
ati he did not see Babu Owino shooting him.
Yeah, he did not see. He just remember he was talking, and then he just remembers waking up in a hospital. Anything there in between, to him, ni story. Hey, my friend. And there's a video, for crying out loud. But anyway,
No, you don't want to get started about that guy. I mean, how and he has paid 58 million. I want to understand how much money that guy earns. 58 million in hospital bills.
I can tell you for free, the amount here in question is not even money. The amount here is how much is justice. That is the
yes.
question.
How would you say? I want to. The guy fell down because.
I can't hear you. Johnson Gadhumbi Atukuski. Can you hear him, Zalindo?
No. You're mute.
We can't hear you.
You're mute. You're mute.
Aujaji mute. There's something you have done to your end, Johnson. Johnson, we cannot hear you.
We can't hear you. Wait.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Johnson, we cannot hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, it's my ranting. Bobo Wino needs to stop thinking people are idiots.
Well, for the first time, Kenyans were being taken babies. Yani, for crying out loud, how do you say it's not Babu Owino who shot you? Yet there's a clip. The clip has been playing for years. We can go to social media and get it. Like, how? How do you run out from that? Unless atuambie the person we are seeing is not Babu Owino. But anyway.
And then you start justifying. You start justifying. You jump quickly from, instead of now trying to justify who killed him, you quickly say tuliona mtu ameanguka. And then now, instead of now even saying anything else after that, you start now talking about hospital bills. I'm taking him to India after this. I've paid 58 million or whatever. Then I'm building him an academy for DJ. You now guilt ndio inakuua. Alafu nakuja kutuongelesha hapa.
I wish we had a serious
prosecution. You know that guy. That guy incriminated himself, but in front of court.
One of the things
he incriminated himself. I don't know who told him to go and say all that nonsense.
As much
how much money does he earn? I mean, come on, unaweza lipa 58 million Buddha. Kwani analipangwa pesa ngapi? Then he must be a money rounder or somewhere or a thief.
Hiyo 58 na amemnunulia
nyumba, analipanga malipo yake ya kila mwezi anasema ni 300k. Therapist wangapi wawili na
madaktari ndio wanalipa hiyo pesa. I think 2 nurses, a doctors, orthopedics, what.
Yes.
Wanalipo 300k.
Na afanye biashara
hapo ndani za madawa na nini.
Yeye ni ndume, anatoanga pesa wapi? Then atueleze sisi si wanaume basi. No, we are not men. Honestly, we are not.
Imagine jamaa na hiyo pesa yote.
No, anaweza kuwa ameuma jackpot ya sport pesa. I don't want to judge him where he gets his money.
No.
Can you buy justice? Like, can justice be bought?
No, it's not an issue even justice. Kama ataongea hivyo na ako na hizo pesa, then KRA should be on his neck then.
In any case, Mzalendo and Johnson, I tend to think this way, that I think we don't have a serious prosecutor. Because the prosecution should put up a strong case, because some of these things I don't even buy it myself. And I'm not in law, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not in court. But the prosecution should really, in any case, one of the things that should be played almost every time they begin the case, in between the case and when they conclude the case, is that clip.
Mimi nakwambia wewe bwana, Kenya is a rotten society.
Yes.
And I'm
really to hear what the judge
media houses, big media houses ina invite mchana ameshasema yeye ni prostitute on air. wanamuoji like a celebrity.
Honestly,
We lost our value. You know, as a country, tumeshapoteza bana.
me, I think
Na
we lost so many
wanaenjoy.
things. And I can tell you for free, for the sake of the word clout, for
Mhm.
that word clout, even media, they forget to follow the genuine stories, the correct stories, the factual stories. They go and they become clout chasers. They just do
Yes.
it to get numbers in terms
Mhm.
of viewership, to
Mhm.
create issues in the country. But by the end of the day, it's just another hot air.
Mhm.
So it's all about squeezing, it's all about money na views, especially mambo ya YouTube hata iliharibu
True.
media times 2.
True.
Next
True.
So you'll be
nakwambia
cloud chasing
media
till there's
ingekuwa
nothing
inafanya
else.
kazi yake, media ingekuwa inafanya kazi yake. You see the way they exposed Kuria.
Yeah.
That is suppose all the media houses had got an expose like that one.
Yeah, they
Yani
they
zina
do it
investigate issues.
to Didmas Baraza, they do it to Babu Owino, they
They
do
do
it
it to Babu,
to
they do it yani,
you know,
but
like how do you
they've been compromised.
explain what DJ, okay, I can understand DJ Ovov, maybe after he was shot he forgot everything that happened, right? I can understand him. But for anyone else to come and say that Babu Owino didn't even have a gun, hey, it is interesting. Anyway, it is very interesting.
Oh, nasikia Babu ndiye atakuwa gavana wa Nairobi bana we.
Hata kama
Unaongea
atakuwa
mbaya juu ya
governor,
gavana wetu.
hata kama atakuwa, it doesn't matter what he becomes. But I'm asking this, can justice be bought?
It can.
I think at the
We
end
have
of the
proved it.
day,
Yeah. It has been
sahii
done already
tunaona
in Kenya. It is viable. If I can use that, if there's any other word like that in this word, it is botable. If I can use that word.
Yeah, let's make it English that justice in Kenya, it's bottable,
It is
because
botable.
hey, yeah, it is, because if if that can be heard in a court of law and the judge was there seated
ati
quietly,
kanasikia yani huyo judge pia anasikia tu hiyo story yani.
na unaweza kuta atarula aseme yeah, there is no evidence, the prosecution was not able to prove the case, the witness has recanted some of the evidences and the statements, hence Babu Owino has no case to answer.
Yes.
But I'm telling you, if it was Mzalendo who had shot me,
Ai mazee, saizi mimi ningekuwa ndani.
Mzalendo at this hour
You'll
we
be
are
rotting
talking,
in prison
he
or
will be
God in
rotting
10.
in
30
one
years,
corner in those nice prisons.
30 years ndani.
Because Mzalendo is not connected to any politician. He does not have a godfather.
Yep.
He's not known. He does not help build someone's career, because Raila thrives in Babu Owino's and all that. Ruto, maybe they enjoy him and all that because he's connected.
Yep.
He's
Nothing
one of
happens
them.
to him.
Unajua
Nothing happens to him.
hii bunge hiyo nyumba ukishaingia, you become a family. A
But
family of thieves.
kamtu kama Nuru Okanga katakimbisho bwana.
Umeona Nuru Okanga vile maisha yake imebadilika.
Hey,
Anapanda mpaka
jamaa
ndege.
ana sail, anatembea na ndege bwana.
So
Nuru
unamwambia
Okanga.
huyo hata sahii akipatiwa kazi na Ruto atachukua. Hawezi.
Mzalendo, somebody needs to educate me about Nuru Okanga. Nuru Okanga went to a show ya Obina, anatuambia anajigamba anakaa kwa nyumba ya 45k, right? Nairobi. Yet anatuambia nyumba yake ya nini ya kwao Kakamega ndio anajengewa ya bedroom 4. How, I mean, help me understand as an accountant how you pay 45,000 na hujajenga nyumba kwenu nyumbani Gishagi. Kwani mafia kuku ya aina gani?
Wacha hata mafia kuku as you're calling it. Explain to me this. Right now the seat you're sitting on, I don't know if imefika 10k. But someone has the audacity. Unajua sasa hata ndio nimekumbuka the point I wanted to make in the show. That nimeenda complain that the governor is misusing money. Yet in my office, I was sitting on a chair worth $1 million. Am I not even ashamed? Mzalendo, as much as you want to tetea the DG or the
Sasa shida ni
how?
Shida ni
chia nakushika sasa, nimeshika
sasa. Shida ni hiyo kiti haikuji na price tag. Unaletewa kiti
haikuji na price tag, lakini you are able to tell that governor ametoa 21 million, governor ametoa sijui 600,000 kwa imprest and all, ametumia pesa zimetoka kila siku, but you're not able to tell your seat is worth 1.1 million. Wewe kama DG, these two guys.
Sasa mimi nauliza, unajua ile kitu get bado hujapata hii story inatoka wapi?
Sijapata, lakini
hii story inatoka kwa governor office kama kwa deputy.
Regardless, nimeuliza hivi, unaona hiyo kitu umekalia saa hii? I'm sure you know how much you bought it, right?
Hii. Wasira najua pale nazitoaga.
Nyinyi mnangojeanga zitupwe hapo nje mnachukua, ni sawa. Lakini
ni wale matokora, ni wale.
Kabla mzee kote hapo nje zikiwa zimetupwa for free. Alafu
zimetupwa hapa, unajua Kenya
mnazituma Kenya, mnatuzia pesa yote.
Tunazitaka.
Kabla ufahamishi hiyo kiti. I'm sure hata kama ungeamua kuinunua, you're not exorbitant to buy it hata kama kwa Mjaluo ni gharama, kuna price. Si hata Ujaluo ingine ni kuwa I want to be really modest in the show, but honestly, how wewe mtu mmoja,
unajua hiyo story kitu ile sijagundua. Unajua hiyo kiti ni 1 million, 1.1, and that was the lowest bid.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo kulikuwa na vitu zingine za
kiti ya milioni 3 na 4 kiti moja.
So cha nikuulize, let me ask you kiasi wewe inaka unaona wewe huoni hii ni vita inapiganwa hapa? Huyu jamaa
ni sawa,
hujashika history 1 million, hujashika hii ni nini inafanyika hapa.
Hii 1 million ndio imeletwa juzi, imeletwa eventually after kuexpose hili kitu yote ilikuwa inafanyika. Lakini pia
hii ni kuongezea.
Hii imeletwa.
Sina problem in any case. Hata my point is tuende zile expose.
Yani anakuambia hata hii 1 million nilikuwa nimesha erase, lakini sasa oneni.
I'm sure it is a diversion tactic and trying to paint that guy bad, so that asijifanye saint or asijifanye any whistleblower, yet he's part of the game.
So we can say that one I can agree with you.
Now me, what I'm saying is to me, this is what I think. Both the governor and the DG, they are in on it. Ni venye, as I don't know if it is Mzalendo or someone in the show, I think it was Samuel some days back, alisema ya kwamba that these two guys probably had a deal. I think this was Alex. Probably had a deal, and unfortunately one felt more entitled than the other one. Now walipoingia kwa viti, the governor seemed to have relented on his word or promise. Kama walikuwa ameagree, this nitakuwa na kuona hivi maybe mwisho wa mwezi ninakudunga kakitu ama nina promote watu wenyu. Now maybe that deal didn't go as planned, and this is just me saying.
Kuna mtu alicheza karata hapa.
As planned, the guy now comes out to be all holier, all good, all
wacha nikuelezea hii story. I've done a 1-hour show on Siaya County with somebody from Siaya, Ben. What emerged in Siaya and the investigations that we did in that particular show
Apart from hii unaona kiti Orengo akiingia alizindua factory ya kutengeneza fruits. Packed fruits, juice. Ilikuwa sijui inatoka mahali gani. Akasema kuna factory and Raila Odinga as usual akaenda launch hiyo juice. Do you know there is no factory? Wanatoa makaratasi Nairobi na juice packed already. Ati wamezindua factory. Can you imagine? It is that extent.
Is it the same governor mwenye alilaunch a roundabout?
It is the same governor, James Dagli Orengo.
Ya Mungu, mtafanya niongee hata Kikuyu sasa.
alilaunch roundabout bwana.
Na mwingine akalaunch zebra crossing.
Yeah, ule wa Meru naye alienda kulaunch zebra crossing.
Mimi nakwambia Wachira, if you want to know where our taxes are yani zinapotea ni kwa hizi kaunti.
Aya, Jesus Christ.
Haya, mwingine huko
kwetu. Wacheni hata mchezo mko nao. Na pesa ya CDF.
Huko kwetu mwingine
kama siku nyingine alikuwa anaitwa Mishra ama Misra, alilaunch TV. Alienda ka launch TV kwa dining hall.
Uliona Raila akifungua milling factory Homabay.
Yeah, I saw that.
A milling factory ya mahindi ya our own maize. Sasa sisi tutakuwa na mahindi na unga yetu ya Homabay.
Niliona.
Do you know, okay, the factory ilianzishwa. The predecessor almost used 100 million to establish the structure. Huyu mwingine kukuja ameweka 250 million on the same factory that ilishatengenezwa. Sasa that factory alone is going to
350 million. Unga na hiyo unga hata tuje kwa soko.
Haya, hiyo unga inatolewa Nairobi. Inatolewa Nairobi fully packed.
What's the name of that flour?
Factory inaitwa Mokwa. Angalia Kigoto factory, Kigoto factory, milling factory.
Kigoto.
Yeah, Kigoto.
Do they have
inaitwa Mokwa, MOK.
Kigoto factory. It is a maize miller plant.
Yeah, maize miller plant. Angalia who started it. Angalia how much money has been put on that factory. Na kwa guys are wanaiba kuiba.
Mzalendo na chair ni wawili. Tafadhali, can I suggest something here that has been in it has been, how I can put it is this. I have hated the way these our politicians wanashinda hapa wakiambia watu atinapatiana basari ni kama ni pesa yake. Can we discuss that and we tell people?
Hiyo story.
Basari ni pesa yetu.
Kama kuna mtu anachukia hiyo story kwa hisho ni jamaa anaitwa Mzalendo na mwingine anaitwa Alex Media. They really
Adu wasira hapa because
anakuja ati
nakuja kuwapatia basa. Hii ni pesa yetu nyang'ao wewe.
Ati development project ati alipeana basari.
Na ni pesa yetu nakuja kuwapatia basari. Ni kama ni pesa yako.
Exactly.
Alafu bado anachagua watu wa kuwapatia.
And how much?
Can we have that conversation and tell people that is not true? Hiyo ni pesa yako.
Unarudishiwa.
Now, Wachira, this is the irony. The same MP cannot present a bill of free secondary education in Parliament. And this bill it's bipartisan. Kila mtu akona shida ya fee. Uwe wa Azimio, uwe wa Kenya Kwanza. Mbona unashindwa? Hakuna hata moja. Even one MP who can sponsor a bill in Parliament saying that we need free secondary education. Why do you think that they have refused to do that?
In any
Because
case,
of this money.
I want to ask this. One, when these MPs anaenda kuchaguliwa, already some of them don't even have managerial skills, administrative skills, or even accounting skills for starters. Then they are given billions to manage for the constituency, or millions to manage for the constituencies. One constituency tiles all its classroom. Another constituency with the same amount, and even probably lower number of population or students or pupils in vis-a-vis the one that tomorrow all the schools make tiles. In that constituency, you find no new class has been built the whole year. No development has been done the whole year. Students are complaining about the bursary itself. Some are wana fight na mambo ya especially kwa kina Mzalendo, unasikia wamebebwa na maji.
Yeah.
Shule ni za matope, hazina mlango na hazina dirisha, lakini lazima upitie kwa entrance. Ni lazima, if utapitia kwa mahali kukute imebomoka, it's a punishment. Haina fence, it has nothing. Some are even worse, they learn under trees. But same MPs, same amount of money, different outcomes. Every time, unaona kuna mtu kama anaitwa Didmas, anajenga hadi darasa za gorofa. Kuna mwingine, not even one, hata kafoto, kacho kenye amejenga with that money, nothing.
Hakuna.
What happens? Even a toilet.
Unaona hata ukiatiendea Mona anajenga tu nyumba ya watu mayatima, anawajengea nyumba. Na sasa ya matope, lakini bili ya nyumba anakataa. Na watu wake wanahitaji nyumba.
Kwanza alitoroka huyu nyang'au.
Alitoroka, kumbe unamjua.
Si alitoroka. Hata bandi. Ule watu wanajifanyanga hapa mdomo mingi.
Hiyo bill wanaipenda. He is also a CPK like you.
Unaona ile siku itakuwa
kwanza badi alinikasirisha, he's a CPK like me and I don't na hapo anaenda kwa media sasa kuanza kukaa kwa kiti hapo anaongea matope.
I had to crunch the numbers. While he had the opportunity in the floor of the house to debate the issue.
I can tell you for free, if yesterday the topic was CDF, it would have been a full house. The no's might almost be zero. None abstaining. All will vote for it.
Exactly.
When it is about them, even the speaker does not leave parliament. Aonangi our when you wanna serve in the department ya speaker wakikuja kina Shulei and the rest.
1 million
ilikuwa nataka hadi jioni. But when
1 million ilikuwa napewa na kwa choo. Kwa bahasha. Ukipatiwa 1 million unaenda kama umeenda.
That's why I'm saying, umeniuliza where Babu Owino gets the money. Therein lies your answer. Cause mshahara yake hata tuseme anapewa 2 million including of all the allowances.
Chia nipatie wacha niko na kalamu hapa. Hapana.
Hiyo anapewa 2
million. Unajua unasema hivyo na ujui CDF ni 200 million.
No, I'm just saying
annually CDF ni 200 million ukajua.
Kwani Bobi Owino aliingia nini?
Let's imagine he's a politician. He does not put his hand in the cookie jar. Let's imagine he does not
second
put his
term,
hand.
meaning tayari he has control of $1 billion in terms of CDF.
Let's do the maths. Gadumbi.
Kama kuna control ya CDF, then we can talk about that.
Yeah, because CDF is 200 million.
Let's imagine his salary is around 2 million. Right?
2 million. 2 million actually.
Yeah, in 1 year it's 24 million if I'm not wrong.
24 million, 24,
That is 1 year. He has served, I think this will be his 6th year. He's a second term MP, right?
In the second term, Babu.
Yeah, now we are now doing the first year of the second term. So we call it 6 years, So 6 times 24 is around 144.
Wait, let me do this. Oh, niko na kalamu hapa 144. No, 12.
Is
Yeah.
it? Yeah, is it 144? Now
Yeah, million.
144 million.
Mm.
Let's imagine, and that one we have calculated up to today.
Mm.
That one is up to today. Now,
Mhm.
144 million, if you subtract 58 million, what it says he has used.
14.6 imebaki 13 minus 5 inakujonga ngapi? 13. Fanya na kichwa actually, sifanye na calculator. 5 36. Tuseme tu
Itakuwa 62 million.
Inabaki around 76 thereabout.
76 million, yes.
Sinabaki 76 million. Now, for
Mm.
the last 6 years, the money he has been left with is 76 million. Now, if we were to divide it per month,
Remember this guy anatoa so tatu, anatoa so tatu for 37 months because his story nimefuata.
tumesema apewe 2 million, hatujasema kama anakatwa tax, hatujasema kama anafanyiwa anything.
Hujaweka pesa ya CDF hapo.
Sasa in short tunamaanisha one of the things these guys do, unless akona side hustle yenye hatujui, these guys, they normally have their hands in that CDF.
They have in the cookie jar, yes.
Somehow. That's how we can conclude.
Because this man does not add up. Ile tu nilikuwa nasema hapa juu ya budget na nini hapa na taxes. It's the same thing here. You cannot be telling me ati umelipia mtu 58k na unalipanga so tatu k a month, unalipia mtu 38k per month upkeep yake, ushamnunulia gari, ushamnunulia hao. Ai, hata mimi si mwanaume.
Wewe utajinyonga bure. Wajira utajinyonga. Utajinyonga. Toa kamba kwa hiyo nyumba bwana.
Sawa, Johnson, Kathumbi and Mzalendo. Guys, thank you very much for being
part of this show.
Asanteni sana man.
Tano ananipigia. Hebu nifike hii simu usikate jo kwanza.
Aya, sawa. Now,
maybe
sawa. Let me ask you, swali ya mwisho, maybe Kathumbi even as Mzalendo is coming back.
Okay.
Think about it. That is only Siaya. What if we were to go to other counties? We go to Kirinyaga, go to counties zenye hata we don't know, we don't hear anything. It's like we only remember them when we are counting votes. Na kura za place fulani zimekam. After election, we forget about them. Right? Counties zenye zimenyamaza, hakuna projects, hakuna industries. Yet, wakati serikali itakuwa inagawa the 385, is it billion?
It's now 385. It's 385.
Yes, 385 billion. Wakati serikali itakuwa watagawiwa sawa. What happens? Hii pesa si equally governors themselves. Somehow. They mismanage. And usisahau, that 385 aside, every day counties make money through the collections. The collections wanachukuanga, the levies.
The levies huko za huko machinani, naelewa.
Wanapata pesa, a lot of it. We don't see new roads, we don't see bridges, we don't see new schools, we don't see hospitals. Apart from the one I saw in Kirigoya, which was an awesome one, we don't see many of that. Don't see many of that. Actually, some of these governors watamaliza 10 years, 5 years, watoke kwa ofisi without launching any major project.
Correct.
None, zero.
Wanakulianga hiyo by the first time na zingine hata si zao.
Utaona tu akisema tomorrow I'm issuing 300 million bursary. Yet alipewa close to $1 billion.
So here's the problem, and thank you. Thank you. Here's the problem, bro. And that's the problem. You see, Waigoro, because she was gunning for it, I'm sure she's trying to do that again. I come from Kirinyaga. And what Waigoro, even that Kirugoya hospital you're talking about, hiyo si project yake, na ni kidogo sana amefanya hapo, na vurugu mingi sana, pesa mingi sana zimekuliwa hapo. She sacked how many health workers? Let's start from there. Then out of that, then she started saying there were so many ghost workers. Hiyo ni pesa anajua polisi ilienda. Then she's a what? She's a darling of the president. Then they build what? Something people do not talk about, Wanguru Stadium. Wanguru Stadium is an empty shell, but people keep on praising like she did something very smart. It was there. Ukora tupu. Now she's busy running with her mouth, saying ametujengea barabara. Me, where I come from that route. If you have ever gone from between Sagana and going to Karatina, that whatever, there's like a small road there that has been constructed now. Now she's using that road to pay unpaid bills. Za kitambo. And that's why she's meeting her money. So when I look at, so to your point, let me not just rant again, because I'm going to start ranting if you talk about Waiguru. Yeah. So I was just addressing, but addressing your point. Yeah. Makora tupu. Kirinyaga, leave it alone, because you go to Kirinyaga, you go to Nyeri, I can talk about those two. Then there's another tag here called Muranga. So with those three, if you combine them, I can tell you all Muranga, Nyeri, Kirinyaga. Don't talk about it. No, don't talk. No, I'm not saying don't talk about it, sir. What I meant is, if you want to talk about that, you can ask me. I know.
The other thing ambao uwe na ni piece of hata wachala CDF. Hiyo uwe na niuma mpaka nasikia uchungu. A president and he's running and his deputy and some of the leaders that go to, especially Sundays. On Sundays, they will do this over and over again. Of course, Raila Odinga has spoken about it, but mimi of late imeanza kuniguza pabaya. Before afanye Kenya na I'm about to say, anaongelea of how they found the coffers empty.
There you go again.
How the economy is doing so bad. How there is no money that they need even to tax and do all that and all that and all that. But before they finish the sermon, they go to this statement. And anasikia mnajenga. I have no problem with the churches. Let me not be quoted differently. I have no problem with building churches. My problem comes in here. A whole president, hata kuna moja niliona alituma kijana wake, comes with a bag. Imewekwa 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Of course, ni ya kushowcase. Because imekuja in form of cash. Not even a check. And then it's not even a must to tutangazie if it is not for show off. Now, kwanza umetuanza na kutushusha imani kwa kutuambia how the country is broke. And then, maybe even in a school, you go, and in that school, I'm sure kuna watoto wajamaliza their school fees. But you still go to that school and you give them 500,000 wafanye party. Atakama now wewe unasema una rant, mimi nasikia I can knock my screen when I see it. Because I ask myself, how are you mocking poverty? Are you mocking people who you are addressing? That as much as nimwambia I found your coffers dry, I can splash you with 3 million and there is nothing you'll do about it. Like, are you joking with the, what words do I use? Because to me it's insulting, telling us on how our coffers are empty. You are giving us what is equivalent to your salary. Because that is what they earn, 3-4 million there about.
Which is their basic, and that is their basic, which is what they show us.
Yes. Now let me ask you, with your mind, you as Gadhumbi, hata ukiwa umechizi aje, can you give out your salary yote just like that, unless there's something wrong somewhere, or maybe mimi na overjudge them?
No. There's nothing you're overjudging here. It's a show. It's like showbiz, but the showbiz messing around with people's lives. Yeah, showbiz, and then that's why you had me say. Actually, I'm going to go back to this statement I said. Silent assassins work like this. No, I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
And
But
you're
that's
not going
how
to
silent
retract your
assassins.
statement.
No, I'm not going to retract the statement, but silent assassins work like this. Smiling, silent assassins.
Okay. Now, I have Brother Benson and SG. SG, are you still in
In Kenya. In Kenya. We are in Kenya, bana.
Are you still there in Sabina Chege's place?
No, nimetoka. Amenipeleka mama.
Sawa. Now, SG, I
Yes.
know umekuwa ukifollow nyuma ya tent.
Actually nilishukuru sana nani the accountant alijibu swali na nikatosheka. I was just behind the curtain, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brother Benson as well, good to see you. Hope you're well. Now, Brother Benson, ladies and gentlemen, has an interesting channel. Kimbia hapo tu upate Brother Benson Media. Hey. Hapo nani huyu kaka anafanya mambos. Amekuwa na show 2-3. And we wish him all the best. And kimbia hapo, subscribe, like the videos. Kuza ndugu, fanya ile kitu. Brother Benson, vipi?
Poa sana, unaendelea aje?
Mi niko mzima, buheri wa afya, nashukuru. Uko aje wewe?
Niko salama, mimi nilikuwa nimekuwatch tangu anze show, nilikuwa tu nyuma ya tent kiasi. Nikaona mkaguzia na kiti ambayo imecost pesa mingi.
Hiyo kiti bwana, kama kuna dream nimepata kuanzia leo. I really want to sit. Na naombea mzalendo sana nisaidie nifike tu niikalie. That one will be my greatest achievement. Nikalie tu. Unaona vile unaona senator naikalia naamka. You know, ni feel how it feels to sit on a million, you know.
Something that I still don't want to comment about it because based on how it is, because when the accusation that came of Oduol doing that was after him accusing the government of withdrawing such substantial amount of money. So my question is, when did they realize that that procurement was done? Was it done after unearthing the abnormalities in the account or before? If that
in short, you're asking how old is that chair?
No, I'm not asking about how old is the chair. Yeah. I'm asking because the reason why Oduol is impeached, that is not the reason why he's being impeached. Yeah. Oduol is being impeached because he raised alarm on the abnormalities of withdrawals of the accounts or from the interest. That's why, and the accusation of him kind of like abusing the office or violating the Procurement Act is as a result of him bringing all the issues was bringing. So my question to the counties, members of assembly, when did they realize that Oduol had procured that? When? And if Oduol procured that, they knew very well that Oduol did wrong. Why were they waiting for until the ones that the Oduol raised abnormalities in the account? Why did they wait so long? So which means the corruption that is there, maybe Oduol also was withdrawing money from the account, and the other factions too were withdrawing the money from the account. Now it is a time whereby now everybody is saying, okay, you did this. So because you unearthed this, we are going to punish you by impeaching you. That is what I think. Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. SG ulikatika ukitupea story kadhaa.
Yes.
Sijui kama unaweza kumbuka uko umeachia wapi, but I can still ask you the same. What options does Raila Odinga have? I think that because I'm really taking you back way where we were at the show that time, eh?
Yes.
Because now mumeitisha stories za Tuesday. Tuesday mmesema ni Kamukunji lazima itabamba kushika.
Yeah.
Yeah, now sasa yes tutabambisha Kamukunji. But how comes Baba really didn't have the support in Parliament? What went wrong?
I mean, unless you're a stranger in Jerusalem.
Help me. I could be a stranger. Help me, my brother.
Are you a visitor?
I could be one, and that's why I'm asking, so that you help me. And of course, Gadhumbi, who as well is an Azimio guy who cannot explain what happened.
Basically, right now, and I think it's in the public domain now, you cannot defeat Ruto in Parliament.
Okay.
Why? And the question is, why? It's because he has resources in his disposal, and everybody in Kenya has a price tag. It doesn't matter whether you are an MP, you are large, you are a prostitute. So that is what is literally happening in this country. Yes.
SG, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, SG. Go ahead.
I'm hearing you. I think network, unajua tuko na ima network ya huku Limuru. Mi si kama mzalendo, unajua is well taken care of by the government.
Mzalendo was crowned the dynasty of Mtembei, so
yeah, the dynasty man. Tunaona hata anaongea kuwa 1 mile away from the wifi.
Unaweza kuta hata hiyo kiti ni baadhi ya hizo za
hiyo kiti ni 1 million bwana. We are going to auction it bwana.
Hiyo kiti lazima tutume Gadhumbi atuangalilie bei as an accountant.
He can do anafanya evaluation tu. Anaangalia miguu ni ngapi.
Go visit Mzalendo.
Secretary General.
Nick could be sitting as well on 1 million.
No, USG sijui ataili siku gani bwana. I've waited for a day that he'll accept that elections are over, so that we build a
it's not about healing. It's not about healing or getting sick. Let me tell you, my brother. No, opposition. You know, when you are in the opposition and you oppose what the government is doing, it doesn't mean you have not healed. It means you are doing your part now. Because now, in denial, what do you? Okay, let me ask you a simple question.
Please do.
What do you want me to do? To say that Hustler Fund was successful? To say that NHIF is working? NSSF is working? What do you want me to do?
Maybe you and Gadhumbi
to say that Ruto is the best president in Africa. He is an orator. He is now talking. I mean, seriously, guys.
Like Shakespeare until he gets
Shakespeare, a standing ovation.
You've counted the things that are working in government. So
Mzalendo ya voice iko chini.
Can I support my brother here?
Can you hear me?
Sawa sawa. Though SG is very able, but anyway, support nisikie kidogo.
What SG aongea kidogo. Unajua SG, I like his point sometimes, but sometimes he just criticizes because it's Azimio. We want constructive criticism. We want you to give us options and alternatives. Even somebody who is not Azimio or KK can learn something. But when you come with an Azimio point of view, most of the time, we don't get anything because it is just criticizing with no particular solution. You know, we need solution. We need to now step up the debate and say, you know, I am criticizing Kenya Kwanza government because of this and this, but this is a better solution that if they adapted according to what we had proposed in Azimio would work for the people of Kenya. That way we are building our country. But if we wake up each and every day,
Let me give you one solution so that you know we have actually been giving these people ideas, but they are not getting it. This thing of housing, for example, I don't know if you have if you give investors land and tell them build houses and build them in different category and let those who want to rent to own now come and rent and eventually own their house. We don't see why the president should force people who need or don't need a house to contribute to the housing whatever. So our solution is let the president call investors all over the world, Waarabu manini, wape mashamba, wajenge nyumba, watuuzie sisi. We will buy that. But hii kutuforce sijui ati lazima 3% iwe, that one is hiyo ni dhagari, hiyo ni wizi.
Unaona sasa, now when you put to task unapatiana solution, although solution yako is a bit impractical because the government does not, the government will have to buy land for developers to develop the houses.
As we speak, Ruto mwenyewe alisema kila county imetoa shamba. So si ati tunaongea vitu hatujui, mwenyewe ndiye amesema county zote zimetoa shamba. So kwa hivyo
by the way SG, kama hujajua na I think unajua the boma moja, boma yangu hii ya Uhuru which is going on, investors are the ones who are building the houses. Did you know that?
And it's a good program. It's voluntary. It's voluntary.
It's not a, you know why it's not a good program? Because watu wale wamenunua hizo nyumba ni matajiri. Now the target tena inapotea hapo. If you leave it open, then the people who can afford those houses are the people who are going to buy.
Let me ask you. Now, how do you expect the poor to own the houses?
Yes, because the poor, the only way they will own the houses is by taxing the rich, and you tax them more so that the poor can own the houses.
So how does a Maboga qualify to get a house?
By paying 300 shillings.
How?
You see, see you in your earnings unataxiwa 1.3%, 1.5%. Washira who wants 1 million is being taxed 1.5% of Negros. You have taxed 1.5% of the amount that you want.
SG, come on, Mzalendo, stop confusing people here. SG, can you explain to this guy that already I'm earning 1,370 daily, and then you've already come for my money, and you're going to be taxing me? Turnover tax is not even profit. Right?
We are not talking about an overtask.
Wait. Because I want to see how I'm going to get a house and get that money to save for that, so that I can get the house. So we are realistic here. We are not talking about you guys.
Okay, Saizo, I'm coming for your pay. Are you renting a house?
I'm renting a house now because
How
you're
much are
even
you renting the
squeezing
house?
my money.
Chief B. How
Wait,
much are you renting the
you're
house?
squeezing even the little I am earning. You have come for it.
How much are you renting a house?
Now look at this guy.
No. This is a simple question, no, Mr. Gadumbi. How much are you renting a house?
I'll give you a very good example. I probably live in somewhere in where? In Kasarani, and where I probably rent.
How much is the rent in Kasarani?
Kasarani, probably lower end of Kasarani, I pay 3,500.
You'll be paying 3,500. What after all the deductions, and you pay?
Which deductions are you talking about?
How much are you remaining?
Buddha, I'm selling kibada yangu ya boga in a day. I'm selling 1,370.
How much is that in a month?
Let's make it 2,000. In a month is how much?
That is 60K.
In a month, 2,000 times what?
See, times 30 days.
Okay, 60K. Yeah, let's go.
It's not even 60K. Is it?
It's 6,000.
Huh?
You're messing around with maths here.
It is 60,000.
Huh?
It is 60,000.
60,000.
Yeah.
And I have kids to feed. I have school fees to pay for.
And you have also a house to pay for, a mortgage.
Which mortgage now am I paying for?
See,
I mean, this math was done. I don't even need to do it. Standard did it. They did it for somebody who is earning the same amount of money you're talking about here. And they did it eventually. And how much was the guy going home with? The guy was going home with 25K.
The day we used to work in government, hata unaletewa hiyo meko ya Total Kenya na deni, and your payslip unajua, manze, I need this thing so much, but I have to take it. I have to risk. Hata kanda baki bila kitu, but this thing we need it. I risk, nachukua hiyo gas, I take it home, inanisaidia. My biggest fear, and this one, I have given this example so many times in this show. You see the houses in Umoja and Buruburu. If you ask those people who bought those houses in Buru, the same civil servants then in the 70s, they had this argument. Sisi hatuhitaji nyumba Nairobi. We don't want those government houses or that government project, hata hizo za Umoja, because we have got homes in the village. The government was asking them for 80 shillings for Umoja houses and 200 for Buruburu houses. On a pay slip, probably your dad would be earning 1,000 bob or 800. Ukatwe, then eventually you own the houses. They were begged and begged. Wakakataa, then it became optional. Kama unataka uchukue. Those wale walichukua hizo nyumba za Buruburu mpaka wa leo, nyumba ile alichukua na 200, they have today probably paid it off, and it is bringing them a rent of 45,000 every month, or even 50. The same property, he can even sell it or leave it for a generation. Years down the road. Same to Umoja and Jericho. They have got a card that that generation still pays. Ukikufa unaachia watoto, watoto wanaachia wengine, wanaachia wajukuu. That property is still yours. It doesn't matter how long it will take, because I saw some quarters in Azimio arguing that I will not see the benefit.
but there is a generation that will benefit from these houses. Today, those who had refused those houses are languishing in the village in poverty. Wale walikuwa wajanja from Mount Kenya walinunua nyumba za buruburu wakazichukua. Majority of the people who own houses in Buru today ni Wakikuyu, who took that chance and that risk. Sisi wale wa Western na Nyanza wale walisema ati we have got villages to build. They own nothing. They have retired from the civil service. Wanakula pension ya 1,100 huko nyumbani. Some of them are dead. Their children are renting the houses from former colleagues wa baba yao hapo Nairobi. Today, history is repeating itself. We are being told not to go for these houses. But believe you me, when this project will be launched, the same politician will make sure that akona manyumba units kama 10 ama 100. Watch the space. Stop deceiving Kenyans about these houses. Let those who can afford and they are in the civil service squeeze that money and own property. Because renting and buying property in Nairobi is so expensive, very expensive. I wonder even why people talk about houses. Buying land alone, bali 60 by 30 in Utawala is 4 million, 4.5 million to 5 million. Chokimau is the same. Wewe unadanganya watu ati you've committed your payslip. You can't first afford even that piece of land. Even that piece of land, wacha kuijenga, you can't afford that piece of land. Now the government is giving you an option here. Yeah, katwa hii 1,100 ama 2,000, but we'll give you the piece of land and you will own a property after some time. Houses don't take forever to build. Will they take 100 years? No. Will they take 1 year? Yeah. Will they take 2 years? Yes. But you'll own a property at the end of the construction. So stop deceiving our people. It is just simple logic. Even utumie mathematics gani ati serikali itaiba pesa, but the end game, the end result is that you will have a property for your children, you'll have a property for generations to come. So those who are deceiving people that they should not get those houses, yet wabunge kitu ya kwanza wanapata ni mortgage. When you are elected to parliament like Washira, the MP for Karatina, kitu ya kwanza anaitisha mortgage yangu inakuja saa ngapi? Kitu ya kwanza ni mortgage ile utapewa. Na hiyo mortgage inalipwa na nani? Inalipwa na huyo mama mboga. Huo unasema ati pesa atatoa wapi? Who pays those mortgages for MPs and senators? It is the same mama mboga. Kwani inalipwa na nani? And now when the government turns around and says, okay, let's reward these people, let us believe that they are going to implement the project and it's going to be successful. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. For affordable housing, it's a very, very good thing.
So, Mr. Ledo, are you done with selling a bunch of lies? Because whatever you just said is a bunch of lies.
All right, yeah, just bring your truth and tell us the truth about the housing. Well, tell me where I lied. Just tell me where I lied and say
It's
okay.
just the narrative that has been sold by your so-called president. It's what you're selling to us
That is
here.
not a narrative by the president. That is a narrative
It is
by
what
me.
you're selling to us here, and we are not idiots.
Sawa, uza hiyo narrative yako ya no.
No, you're telling us what we know. You cannot just tell me. I just told you. If you're texting, just tell me. My mother sells a kibanda. You are taxing my mother 100 when you announce 1,370. Let's do the math here. Right? Sasa huu mama a whole year utakuwa unachukua 15,000 zake. In a whole year. You don't want us to do those math. Ni hii kelele yako unaleta hapa ya kutuambia ati nyumba yake ni ya nani. That's G. I hope SG is listening to this because I mean hii kelele yenu sijui alikuwa anakaa wapi sijui nini no, and you are also confusing yourself. Huyu mama ako na nyumba akoocha, ako na kwake anakaa. So you are telling us, I don't know. Number one, even this rule. Number two, you are telling us it's a levy. Now it's a tax. It's now in the finance bill. You're not telling us that. It's in the consolidated fund. You cannot say that. That's why I'm telling you this narrative you are telling Kenyans. It's a lie. It's now you've gotten a loophole to steal money. But you cannot tell us that. The bunch of lies now that is being covered in darkness. So that you have now gotten, and why did you even reduce it from 3% to 1.5? That is another lie.
Because of public participation. That's what you wanted.
Was there public participation anywhere?
What were we doing talking about it?
We have enough people who know what you people are doing, which is generating money for the next campaign. Yeah? So hoodwinking people here about building houses. I am actually wondering how you are going to build 250,000 houses a year. How you are going to get those lands. And just point to Kenyans how those lands are going to be bought. We have a very good case study when we are doing the SGR. And tell me where that has gotten before starting, yapping about how you're going to build 250,000 houses a year.
Now, Gadumbi, your man has just told you here that county governments are going to provide the land. County governments already are providing the land. Places like Kaloleni, Makongeni, the land is also available. Hizo nyumba zitakuwa upgraded kwenda juu. Yeah, they will be upgraded kwenda juu. Wewe unatoka Kasarani, Githurai, kona Mbaya kule huko ndani. Hebu niambie zile manyumba kama hata kuna playground ya watoto mahali wanaweza cheza. What kind of generation are we raising? Una raise watoto wanacheza mpira juu ya gorofa huko juu juu ya gorofa huko juu wakicheza mpira juu ya roof. You and I, when we grew up, they were playing grounds. They were all grabbed. Now, it is high time we restructure things in Kenya. This government at least has identified a problem and a way that we can restructure the housing sector. Hey, Ben, you have not spoken. Please come in and help in this conversation.
I'm not very good with accounts and everything. I'm just listening, and I don't know what to ask. Maybe Johnson Gadumbi. Sasa unajua mimi pali niko nayo na shida sana kwa house levy ambapo bado nataka nielewe sana. Nadhani mzalendo tumeongea naye. First of all is the land that is provided by the counties. And if you look at the majority of our counties, we have what we call absolute land. Most of them are an ancestral land. Yeah, because back in the days, we used to have what we call the municipal lands. Then the municipal lands are under leasehold. But if you go like in some areas, like let's say like from Kisumu, for instance, if you move from Kisumu, immediately you start from Kisumu. When you come into Nyamasaria, they have what we call absolute titles. These are ancestral land, which means the title deed, the government will have to negotiate with you. So where are they? Where are the county? Where is the county going to get this land? That is one. Secondly, about allocation of houses and maintenance, because building a house is not an issue. you can build a house, but what is going to cost you is maintenance. And we've seen for a fact, look at even the houses that were built by government. If you go and like visit them, you see, let's say you have a flat and you have a blockage, and this flat has like, let's say 10 people. There's a blockage ground floor. Who is going to fix this when it comes to maintenance? Because immediately the government give you the house, you get the ownership of the land, you get the ownership of the building. And how are we going to do the maintenance? Because there are different landlords there now, because there's a first floor, there's a landlord with one room, second floor, there's a landlord with a one room, yeah, and sharing the parking lot. How are we going to do the maintenance?
You know, Ben, good question. But I believe when you are renting a premises, the first thing that you ask is you look at is the security. Is this house I'm renting, is it secure? You are told, okay, this is we have a watchman here, but we have arrangement as tenants of this particular flat that each and every month we contribute 500 towards the security, yani watchman wa hapo kwa gate tunamlipa. So that is something that the community that is living within a particular block that the government has, or estate that the government has developed, can come up with. But remember, these houses will be managed by a National Housing Development Authority. So
for how long?
There will be at least there will be something that you'll be signing when you occupy these houses. There will be somebody employed by the corporation to provide security. There will be probably maintenance of the grounds. Somebody employed by the corporation to maintain the grounds. So if it works, this is how I think it will work. If that would be my proposal to maintain these houses. And if that one does not work, then the tenants can come together and see how they can maintain their own houses. You're mute. You're mute.
If I was in the government, I would say the idea of 3% or 1.5% from the employer and 1% from the employee is a very good idea. But I would not put it in house levy. I would put it maybe as one of the retirement benefit. And how I would do it, I don't know whether it can work if we would take this money, it take this money, collect it, then we put it as a retirement benefit, then it goes to NSSF. When it goes to NSSF, so all the entire money is going to be kept by NSSF. Then from there, the government is going to identify, the government is going to identify a place to build these houses. Because the main reason why the government is doing this to raise the revenue. They're doing it to raise the revenue. So by putting it in NSSF or any other regulatory body that they might form, of maybe housing or housing finance or anything, then they build these houses. Then they can be bought by the willing Kenyans who are willing to buy them for rental or even for staying in them, so the government can get money. But this one, for some good reason, I'm not 100% sure, but it might flop along the way. It will flop. Because it will flop based on the technicalities that are there. It's a very good idea. It's a very good idea. But where now the idea to me is not like, I'm not seeing it being successful, is the way it's controlled by the government. And if you look at it in terms of here, when you work here, there's what we call matching. Yeah, I don't know whether you've heard about that. The insurance, when you go to workspace, there's what we call matching of insurance, whereby you take insurance and you're paying benefit, a retirement benefit. So what will happen? You pay like a certain amount per pay period. Then that amount you pay, your employer to pay for you. So they match it. So if you're paying $50 or you're paying $10, so which means in that particular pay period, you're paying like $20. So this thing will be there in your account as retirement benefit. Even if you leave that employer and go to another employer, that money will be on you, so that when you retire, you get the money. Yeah, it's like a retirement benefit. But this is not, because take a situation whereby somebody is not working hard. Let's just take it on a face value. Take away the academic part of it. You are working hard. Yeah. And there's somebody who is not working hard. Yeah. But you are being taxed to buy this guy a house. Yeah, because everybody wants to get a house. How would you feel? Yeah, and we also have government schemes that are working, or government should build places whereby they can house majority of the citizens who do not have a place to live, but at a very low fee. It's happening. Yeah. So to me, it's a good idea, but at the same time, I'm not seeing this project going for 10 years. When 10 years, for if president will be going for 10 years, it will flop along the way. That's my thinking. It's a very good project, but it might flop along the way.
I believe there will always be people who will be doubting. Even when you start a journey, there are those who will, who in their head think that the vehicle might not reach the destination. We might have a puncture, and we might have a mechanical problem. But you as somebody who is boarding the vehicle, or somebody who owns the vehicle, you have to ensure that the engine is well oiled, you have enough gas, and you have a spare tire, all right, so that you reach your destination. So there'll be teething problems because this is a new project in Kenya. That one is expected, but I believe the government will be able to handle the problems as they come. You can anticipate so much that the money will be stolen. Maybe there'll be no money that will be stolen. We can say that there'll be people who will not afford these particular houses. Maybe friends will come together to support each other to purchase the houses. That can happen because there are so many ways of raising funds. So to me, I want to look at apart from just providing decent housing for people like the police, the teachers, it will also reduce the rent in a way, because rents in Nairobi and most urban areas is not regulated. So if you have these houses coming up and people have got so many options, then first the quality of housing will improve, and secondly the rent must come down at some point. My last point would be, what is the economic impact of these houses? Are they going to boost the economy of the country? The answer is yes, because in industry there'll be an increase in manufacturing, in manufacture. In casual labor, there'll be an increase in hiring of casual laborers. In transport and infrastructure, there'll be at least a few kilometers of road constructed within this construction. Amenities like water will come closer to the people. So who is benefiting at the end of the day? At the end of the day, there are so many people who are benefiting as a result of these houses. There'll be a pipe of water passing through a community that didn't have water before, courtesy of the government. There'll be electricity pulled closer, courtesy of this project. So there are so many benefits that we might not see today that are coming with these houses, that we will start seeing them rolling out uh, when the projects begin, especially when you see the first people occupying the houses.
Mr. Nick, Uzalendo is okay, but like this is something that it's maybe it's new to people. That's why like everybody's giving their own opinion based on how they might have been understanding it. We are not doubting the project. I know a project like that usually comes with so many benefits, even to the people who are living around those areas. Yeah. But at the same time, with those benefits, we need to ask about it. One, based on how we know the Kenyan environment, especially when it comes to corruption, on how we usually go on a stealing spree when such like projects are initiated. You know, corruption is our daily greetings in Kenyan environment. So the idea or the process and idea and everything might be well convincing and well pleasing, but behind it again, there are those who are there to benefit from it more than the project itself. So that's why like some people are putting that doubt based on the environment of Kenya in terms of pilfering of finances and government resources. That might create fear in people too.
Like I was looking at how Nigerians are able to construct their affordable housing. So they have already annually they're building like almost 6,000 units of houses, and they have a national housing corporation equivalent to what we have NHC. Then they have a federal housing agency that is also doing the same. Then they have the bank that is funding the projects. Of course, the money that is coming from the bank, what I don't know is whether it is what the government of Nigeria has given the banks to run the project. And I think that is what will happen. The money will be in the bank. The money will not be with the government. The money I think will be in the bank. So if you qualify as a constructor or as a developer, then that's where you apply for your loan for the money. You start the construction of the houses. So I think that is how it is going to work. People think literally that the government will be having this money is somewhere, that it will be, hey, leo tunataka mchanga 1,000, tunataka lori kokoto, tunataka lori Ruto, leo tunataka lori 10,000 ya kujenga manyumba. People are taking it literally like that somebody will be doing that in government. No, this money will be controlled by the bank. And the bank are the ones who are going to control the private developers who are going to build these houses. The government is providing the resources for the private developers through the banks. So if the banks are going to steal the money, I don't know. So if the developer is not going to meet his obligation, then it is between him and the bank.
But here again, if we were if we were people who love their country, I think it would have been better if the opposition, which is Azimio, apart to give us option, like to give the country option on, okay, we don't want to do this 5%, I mean 1.5%, and what we are suggesting is this, and this is the way forward, so we can talk about it. But now sometimes we oppose, yet we don't offer the solutions. That also is a problem.
Yeah, I think when you don't have solutions, you can oppose anything, because all you have to say is no. And nobody will interrogate why you're saying no. All right? But if you interrogate further, you realize that they don't have any practical solution. Or whatever they are opposing, they would have just done the same thing.
Anyway, Zalendo, we'll see what will happen. We are waiting for Tuesday. We will see what happens. But at the end of the day, the bill has passed, so Kenyan must be ready for the consequences.
We are ready. I think we have done 7 hours of this show. I believe Jax is in the background. Jax, can you come and close
yeah,
your
Jax
show?
can come and close.
Oh, okay. Oh, you guys are through?
Yeah, I think we are through. Johnny, I think, is having dinner. I know this is the time that he eats. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Sawa sawa. Thank you guys so much. Asante Brother Benson, Brother Mzalendo, and many who came into the show. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa part of this show. You guys are just amazing. Thank you for those guys who tuned in from the way back tulipoanza 7 hours plus ago. Asanteni tu sana. The many who commented, akina Calvin Skireta, akina Jeremiah, akina Benja Kibor, Babagi, Julius Gitao, Atticus Now, many of you commented. I appreciate. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana. Many who liked this video, akina Peter Pinches, akina Kennedy Onyango, Chris Njoroge, James Mwangi, MC Thomas, Harrison Mwanzia Zuku, Dan Muru, Hilary Bet, John Coril, and many who liked the video. Of course, as well, to my able panelist, akina Mzalendo, asanteni sana. Brother Benson, akina Johnson mwenye alikuwa, SG Kamau, Stella, Rhoda na wengi ambao mliingia. Mlikuwa tu wengi and I'm grateful. Tomorrow, or rather today in the evening, we have another great, awesome show. We might begin early. That one will be communicated. But you don't want to miss this one. This one, you don't want to miss. I hope Mzalendo and Benson will be present. We have a great show coming up today. This one you must see. This one you must see. Let me not spill the beans. Let me keep you waiting and guessing, and then we meet at 10. Otherwise, God bless you. God do you well. Subscribe to Brother Benson's channel. Inaitwa Brother Benson Media.
And ask them, Jakes, ask them if they want one person to host them, like one. I host only one person. I don't do the debate. I do the host.
It's okay. You do your thing. Do what you do in your channel. It is your channel. You do what you
okay.
what you love. So me, what I'll do is to market for you to help you grow. But above all, subscribe to Brother Benson. Watch his videos. Hapo ndani utakuta Mzalendo hapo ametoa hapo mambo tu, story kibao. Brother Ndeto as well alikuwa kwa show, so you see ninafuata
Yeah.
So it's a good channel. We ingia hapo ndani, ona mambo. This guy is doing something and he's going places. Do that. Na huyu jamaa anaitwa Mzalendo pia yako na channel bwana. Huyu msimuone, huyu jamaa na stesheni karibu 300, lakini ni sawa.
Basi mimi station zangu ni mingi. Maybe I can talk about it.
Huyu hata sijui kama ni kusubscribe ama mtu atamtumia kidole yako. Tuma tu kidole yako kwa Mzalendo alafu atumie kuguza hizo station zake zote. Akimaliza kusubscribe akurudishie kidole. But anyway, Mzalendo equally has a station, True TV, I think, right?
Yeah, True TV 24. True TV 24 is just recapturing
True TV
the news and
24.
all
Go
that.
subscribe and be part also of what Mzalendo is doing. There's also another brother of mine anaitwa Kenya Rebel, akona pia stesheni moja moto tu sana. Asanteni sana. There's also another channel ya Dunia Ina Mambo, another great friend, our hapa station, and also Geoffrey Mboro as well akona station. Wakuze hawa wandugu, wacha tufanye ile kitu. Sato, we might discuss your story ya channel. We will prepare, but I'll tell you, let me not preempt, let me not promise. Let me prepare and then we will stukie tumekuchapia show. So let's meet tomorrow Saturday and today Friday. Tukutane at 10. God bless you, Brother Benson, Brother Mzalendo, asanteni sana. And to the many ambao comment, including huyu daktari wa kienyeji. Asanteni sana. Daniel Msomi, asante sana. God bless you. God do you well. See you at 10 p.m. Kenyan time. We wrap it up. We end the show. And we end the show by saying you guys are just amazing. Thank you very much for making this your #1 show. This show ainge happen kama aungekuwa part of it, kwa kulike, kwa kusubscribe, na zaidi ya yote kwa kuwa part ya show kupitia kucomment, kupitia kulike, kupitia kusubscribe, kupitia kushare. Oh my, you guys are just but amazing. Asante sana. God bless you. God do you well. We end the show today. Can I do you a song? Let me do you the national anthem, Kamakawa. I do that one as I wrap up. I wrap it up like that because I know mnapenda nikiwamalizia na kakitu. Wacha niwamalizie na wimbo wa taifa leo. Given that today ndio tumerudi baada ya muda mrefu, wacha nikumalizie na at least wimbo ya taifa. Ama vipi wadau? Wacha niwamalizie na wimbo ya taifa. Zaidi ya yote tukutane kesho saa 4, rather leo saa 4, kesho saa 4. Kuwa part of the show. Tukianza mapema utajua tu. So how do you know we are on? Just hit the notification bell. You'll always be notified whenever we are on. God bless you. God do you good. God keep you. And above all, see you when you always see us. Simjinais.
Mungu nguvu yetu.